Chapter 623 Tier 2 Strengthening. Looking at Shifeng, who was brimming with confidence, everyone's heavy hearts grew lighter. Although the great lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King was powerful, they still had a fighting chance against it. After all, dungeons were meant to be raided by players. They just had not figured out a proper raiding strategy. Yet in the next moment, Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and began to chant the incantation recorded within Emerge, Demon Gate. With Shifeng's light shout, the dark mist in the sky congregated to form a pair of dark gray gates. However, unlike the Demon Gate Charlene had summoned, Shifeng's was far weaker. Not only was the size of the Demon Gate much smaller, but the aura it radiated was also ordinary. It lacked the ability to instill fear in others. Although the Demon Gate he summoned was significantly smaller, Shifeng did not particularly mind it. However, to Fire Dance and the others, who were seeing these gates for the first time, their expressions grew serious as their gazes locked onto the Demon Gate. As the Demon Gate slowly opened, everyone felt a sense of panic. A moment later, a purple demon, double the height of an average player, stepped out from the Demon Gate. When this purple evil spirit swept its eyes across the crowd before it, Fire Dance and the others instinctively raised their weapons, expecting a fight. There is no need to worry. This is a demon that I've summoned. Shifeng waved his hand, signaling for the others to calm down. It seems that my luck is quite good this time. It is actually a Heart Devourer, a Tier 2 evil spirit. Heart Devourer, evil spirit. Level 35. HP 1-200-000/1-200-000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. Although it did not possess as much HP as a Lord of the same level, in terms of skills and intelligence it was superior. It would be a massive help in a team dungeon. Although players could bring their personal guards to a dungeon, Kite's current level was too high. Moreover, in the off chance that Kite died, it would be extremely troublesome to revive him. Most importantly, personal guards took up dungeon slot. Hence, it was not worthwhile to bring a personal guard. However, Shifeng would not have to worry about such matters if he summoned a demon. Moreover, every demon possessed many skills and was proficient in a specific field. Take the Heart Devourer for example. It was proficient as support. Not only was it capable of weakening its enemies, but it was also capable of enhancing its allies' strength, which was why Shifeng was satisfied with his luck. A Tier 2 demon. Aqua Rose stared at the Heart Devourer in shock. There were plenty of summoning skills in God's domain. For example, the Summoner was a class that specialized in summoning creatures. However, even a Tier 1 summoner would find it very difficult to summon a Tier 1 creature. The majority of the current summoner players could only summon Tier 0 creatures to fight for them. If Tier 1 summoners already found it difficult to summon Tier 1 creatures, there was no need to mention Tier 2 creatures. That was practically a Lord-ranked monster. The summoned creature would be able to move unhindered among the current players of God's domain. It could even display unimaginable strength in current dungeons. Alright, everyone get into positions. Maintain a distance of 10 yards between each other. Fight the Bluefire Crow King as you would the hard mode boss. Shifeng immediately began to issue commands. Not wanting to waste any more time. In the past, Shifeng had raided the hell mode ruins of the Crow God so often that he found it tiresome. Only, at that time, he had conquered the dungeon by relying on level suppression. Every one of his team members had been above level 40. The equipment they wore had also been secret silver rank or higher. There were not many differences between the hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Only, the basic attributes and skills of the monsters had been greatly enhanced. The dungeon's bosses had not received any additional skills, and no new traps had been added into the dungeon. The ruins of the Crow God could be considered to be a large-scale team dungeon of intermediate difficulty. Heart Devourer. Support spells. Shifeng commanded the demon once everyone was in position. Nodding, the Heart Devourer began drawing line after line of runes in the air with its sharp claws. Tier 2 spell. Iron Wall Reinforcement. Tier 2 spell Blood Radiance. Tier 2 spell Magic Power Increase. Tier 2 spell Mad Cow's Power. Oh! The Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells significantly increased the strength of the entire team. It was especially true for Cola's defense and HP. Not only had his defense doubled, but his HP also increased by 60%. Cola's HP was now over 16,000. As for Yiwumian, the second-ranking MT on the team, His HP was also close to reaching 15,000 due to the significant increase in defense, HP and strength. It was no longer possible for the Great Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King to kill them with a single hit. Damn, having tier 2 support spells is just too awesome. Blackie grew excited as he discovered that the magic damage he dealt and healing effects he received had increased by 20%. With this, the team's damage and healing rose to a whole new level. Everyone finally understood why Shifeng wanted to challenge Hell Mode. With the assistance of these tier 2 spells, it would be child's play to fight the hard mode Bluefire Crow King attack. Shifeng shouted as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade. Cola and Yuwumian immediately took the lead and charged towards the Great Lord. When there was still a distance of 150 yards between the two MTs and the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord noticed Cola and Yuwumian caw. The Crow King's cry echoed throughout the shrine. It flapped its wings, sending black feathers, which were as large as the players themselves, flying at the two MTs. The densely packed feathers descended on the two MTs like raindrops, giving them no opportunity to dodge the attacks. Immediately, Cola and Yuwumian both raised their shields to defend against the attacks. These feathers deal a lot of damage. Cola stated, aghast in hard mode. The Crow King's feather attack only dealt around -200 to -300 damage per feather. However, due to the high number of feathers, Cola would receive more than -1000 damage per second, so the overall damage was relatively high. However, the Great Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King's feathers each dealt nearly -400 damage, and this was after his defense had doubled. If he did not have the assistance of the Heart Devourer's tier 2 spells, he would most likely have received around -800 damage from each feather. When Cola and Yuwumian were still 50 yards from the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord halted its feather attack. It then condensed a ball of blue fire in its mouth, launching it at the Guardian Knight Cola and the Shield Warrior Yuwumian. Cola and Yuwumian had long since familiarized themselves with dodging these flames. Immediately, they both threw themselves to the ground, dodging the blue flames and taking the opportunity to charge at the Great Lord Shield Bash. -1042 Violent Strike. -895 Cola and Yuwumian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crap. Why is its defense so strong? Cola's eyes widened in shock when he saw the damage he had caused after being strengthened by Mad Cow's power. His strength increased by 15%. His damage should have significantly increased as well. If he were facing the High Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King, his damage would have easily surpassed -1500 points. Yet now his attack had only dealt slightly over -1000 damage. While Cola was still in a daze, the Bluefire Crow King flapped its wings and slapped them at Cola. Reacting quickly, Cola raised his shield to protect himself. Boom. The impact drove Cola knee-deep into the ground. A damage of over -4000 appeared above his head. Why is the Great Lord ranked Crow King so powerful? Every member of the team was stunned by this scene. If Cola had received the Crow King's attack with his body rather than his shield, he would have most likely died. Moreover, if he had not received the buff to his defense, he would have received over -8000 damage, even if he had blocked the attack with his shield. Shifeng was not surprised. Without the assistance of tier 2 support spells, Cola would have had to activate the power of darkness to withstand the Great Lord's attacks. Otherwise, the boss would kill him very easily. However, due to the Heart Devourer, this battle became a lot easier. Your turn. Shifeng commanded the Heart Devourer once more. Having prepared for this moment, the Heart Devourer pointed its finger at the sky. Suddenly, a 7-star magic array appeared on the Bluefire Crow King's body. Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars. Immediately, the Bluefire Crow King released a pained cry. Chapter 624 Difference in Strength. The 7-star magic array suppressed the Bluefire Crow King. The Crow King struggled as if it were trapped inside a swamp, its mobility declining sharply as a result. The Crow King's massive wings, which originally descended towards Cola, slowed significantly as well. Such a powerful spell. Cola took the opportunity to roll out of the way, easily dodging the Great Lord's wing attack as the team's lead MT. If Cola could dodge the boss's attacks, it would reduce the burden on the team's healers. Moreover, the healers would not have to run the risk of attracting the boss's attention due to healing too much. Good. Everyone attack. Shifeng nodded as he ordered the team's damage dealers to begin their assault. The Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars, was not an attack-type spell. Instead, it placed a powerful binding on a single target. The spell's effects would even affect a Great Lord with the Heart Devourer's Judgment of the 7 Stars. both the melee and ranged damage dealers could attack the boss safely. This was particularly helpful to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow as the high damage they dealt drew the Crow King's aggro. With the boss's restricted movements, they could dodge its attacks easily, not having to worry about pulling aggro at all. This was just like the time Blue Frost's team had used the Demon Sealing Barrier on the Great Lord Noya. However, even though the Demon Sealing Barrier's restraining effects were far more powerful than the Judgment of the 7 Stars, players could not maintain the barrier for too long due to a lack of mana. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about such problems when it came to the Judgment of the 7 Stars. The Heart Devourer was a Tier 2 evil spirit. It possessed an abundance of mana, more than a dozen times that of a player of the same level. Hence, the evil spirit could maintain the Tier 2 spell for a very long time, long enough to last until the end of the battle. Moreover, the team would not have to sacrifice any combat power by using the Judgment of the 7 Stars. They were not required to partition a portion of the team to maintain the magic array. Hence, the overall effect of the Judgment of the 7 Stars was much stronger than the Demon Sealing Barrier. The Bible of Darkness really is impressive. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to lead his team into large-scale team dungeons, one after another, in the past. Shurfeng was extremely satisfied with the Bible of Darkness. Ordinary fragmented legendary items could not compare it at all, following which, Shurfeng joined in the attack on the boss as well. No matter what was said or done, the Bluefire Crow King was a great lord. Although various spells buffed their team, everyone's total damage was still considerably low currently. The team's number 1 DPS was Fire Dance. Each of the female assassins' normal attacks dealt roughly -900 damage. She could inflict over -2000 damage if she used her skills. Even when she used Absolute Strike, the most powerful burst skill available to a Tier 1 assassin, she only managed to deal around -5000 damage to the Great Lord. As for everyone else, the majority of their normal attacks only dealt around -600 to -700 damage. They were only able to deal more than -1000 damage if they used skills, and very few among them could deal more than -2000 damage to the Bluefire Crow King, which had 27 million HP. That damage was practically negligible thanks to its battle recovery. The Bluefire Crow King could recover up to 270,000 HP every 5 seconds. It was the equivalent of recovering 54,000 HP every second. The Crow King's battle recovery alone negated most of the damage everyone dealt. Moreover, this was a battle inside a dungeon, not a shooting range where one could stand still and attack freely. Everyone had to focus attention on dodging the Crow King's attacks, so it was impossible for them to attack constantly. In other words, if their damage output was insufficient, it was impossible for them to kill the Bluefire Crow King. Rather, the Great Lord would exhaust them to death first. Shurfeng then activated Windwalk and circled to the Crow King's side. After activating the Aura of Fire, Purgatory Power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash, Shurfeng began his assault on the Great Lord. As the Crow King's mobility was restricted, it could not avoid Shurfeng's attacks. Every one of Shurfeng's normal attack dealt over -1500 damage or -3000 damage with a critical hit. Due to the Abyssal Blade, he had a 50% chance of achieving a critical hit. The Abyssal Blade also increased the damage he dealt with each successful hit. After landing his 10th attack, his subsequent normal attacks began dealing over -1800 damage, over -3600 damage if it were a critical. As for his doppelganger, although it only possessed 70% of Shurfeng's attributes, it had activated Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 90%. The damage the doppelganger currently dealt was actually higher than Shurfeng's. Each of its normal attacks dealt over -2400 damage, while its critical hits deal nearly -5000 damage. The doppelganger's attack speed was also slightly faster than Shurfeng. Shurfeng's normal attack damage was already several times higher than Fire Dance's. Not to mention his skill's Double Chop, -11420, -15, 432 Double Thunder Flame Explosion, -14266, -20 164 damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Bluefire Crow King's head, one after another, the Great Lord repeatedly crying out in pain as its HP bar decreased. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw these damages. Guild Leader, are you cheating? Guild Leader, you're not giving us a chance. Everyone's eyes twitched every time they saw Shurfeng's attacks deal over -10,000 damage. It would have been fine if that was the only issue, but there were also the occasional -20,000, or even minus 30,000 hits. Shifeng's damage was over a dozen times higher than theirs. Their attacks were on entirely different levels originally. Everyone had already treated Fire Dance as if she were a monster, as every time they raided a dungeon, Fire Dance's total damage always ranked at the top of the team. Moreover, her total damage was over 50% higher than the second place. Yet what about Shifeng? Despite having only attacked for a short time, his damage had already surpassed Fire Dance by more than 8 times. His damage was the equivalent of half the team's total damage. None of them understood how Shifeng had achieved such a feat. Guild leader, can't you give us some tips on how to increase our damage? Blackie felt as if this were the first time he had ever met Shifeng. Shifeng's damage simply defied common sense. Suddenly, Shifeng was the center of attention. It's simple. Increase your skill completion rates, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at everyone's serious expressions. His skill completion rate hovered around 95%, so he could increase his skills effects by an additional 50% or so. In addition to the various powerful items he wore, his damage would naturally be greatly superior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. Guild leader, how high is your skill completion rate? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She knew full well that Shifeng's skill completion rate was very high. However, her skill completion rate was not low either. After a period of arduous training, she had managed to maintain it between 83% to 85%. Throughout White River City, this completion rate was definitely considered top tier. As for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they maintained a stable 85%, 95%. Shifeng stated straightforwardly 95%. Everyone inhaled sharply after the third evolution of God's Domain. All players had discovered the importance of skill completion rate. Hence, they had all begun to train in order to improve. However, even raising it by 1% was extremely difficult. It was especially true after reaching the 80% threshold. Yet, Shifeng had actually reached 95%, which was 10% higher than Fire Dance, the most powerful player in Zero Wing's main force. They all understood that at 85% completion rate, one would display 100% of a skill's effect. Meanwhile, every increment of 1% afterward would increase the effects significantly. It was simply inconceivable how high the skill's effect would be at 95% completion rate originally. None of them had any idea of Shifeng's strength. Now, however, they fully understood just how powerful their guild leader was. 95%. Fire Dance was similarly shocked. Looking at Shifeng, she inwardly swore, I will reach 95% as well. Is this the guild leader's strength? Shadow Sword's eyes glowed. This was the first time he felt that his decision to join Zero Wing had been the right one. In truth, Shadow Sword wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Every team member was suddenly enthusiastic, thinking the same thing. For a time, everyone's reverence and admiration towards Shifeng rose to a whole new level. They all dreamed of the day when they would reach Shifeng's standard time. Quickly passed. Due to Shifeng's stimulation, everyone became even more serious about experimenting to increase their skill completion rates. The Bluefire Crow King's HP continuously decreased 98%, 96%, 90%. In just a few short minutes, the Crow King's HP dropped to 70%. Releasing an angry cry, the Bluefire Crow King soared into the air. Everyone, take caution. The boss has entered its third phase, Shifeng warned. Chapter 625 Team's First Clear. After the judgment of the 7 stars suppressed the Bluefire Crow King, the blue flames it spewed posed no threat to anyone. In addition, Shifeng would always give a timely reminder before the boss released its flames, and until now the Crow King's flames had not struck a single player. However, when the Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase, the battle truly began. They had all fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times now, but they always wiped at the boss's third phase. Hence, now that the Bluefire Crow King entered this particular phase, they grew anxious. If they were facing the hard mode Bluefire Crow King, they would not be worried at all. After all, their team's current combat power had reached a whole new level compared their last attempt. It would be child's play for them to conquer hard mode. However, they were currently in the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. The Bluefire Crow King's skills would be far more powerful than before. After the Crow King released an angry cry, 18 Bluefire Crows descended from the sky. Not only had the hell mode Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase at 70% HP, but the Bluefire Crows it summoned also started out at chieftain rank right off the bat. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crows only started out as special elites. Every member of the main force was capable of soloing one on their own. However, chieftains were different. There were less than 10 players on the team capable of soloing chieftain. Moreover, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows of Hell mode each had 900,000 HP, 200,000 more than hard mode. This raised the burden on the team's DPS to devastating levels. The Bluefire Crows activated their growth skill once every 2 minutes. In other words, if they did not die in 2 minutes, they would become lords. At that time, they would be far more difficult to deal with. However, the 18 chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows had a total of 16,200,000 HP. This boss is bullshit. Blackie's expression turned grim. If this were hard mode, the Stars of Light skill he had saved would still be of some help. However, against chieftains with 900,000 HP, even Stars of Light would not do much against them. Everyone, activate the power of darkness. Hearing Shurfeng's command, everyone did as he said. Their basic attributes increasing by 30% as the lead MT, Kola's HP instantly soared to slightly over 20,000. The shield warrior Yi Wumian's HP had also increased to more than 19,000. Both of their damages and reaction speeds had also improved. Turtledove, pull the Bluefire Crow's aggro. All mages, get ready to cast your AoE skills on my command, Shurfeng said unhurriedly. Immediately, Turtledove, a guardian knight with over 17,000 HP, charged into the group of Bluefire Crows and activated Iron Will. All 18 Bluefire Crows were caught within the skill's range and were forced to focus on Turtledove, following which, Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. The Tier 1 Protection Blessing could reduce its target's damage taken by 70%, 20% more than the Tier 0 version of the skill. The skill's duration was also slightly longer, lasting up to 20 seconds. However, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows were no trivial matter. Every one of their beak attacks dealt nearly -500 damage to Turtledove. Fortunately, although Turtledove had aggroed all 18 chieftains, only 6 could attack her at a single time. In other words, the Guardian Knight took nearly -3,000 damage with each wave of attacks. To Turtledove, who had over 17,000 HP, this damage was no threat, following which, Turtledove received one heal after another, each heal recovering 1 or 2,000 HP for the Guardian Knight. The healers could easily stabilize Turtledove's HP. However, Protection Blessing only lasted for 20 seconds. Once the buff expired, she could not endure the simultaneous attack of 6 Bluefire Crows. Good. Shurfeng smiled. After finding a good location, he activated Skywheel Sword. As golden divine swords rained down from the sky, the 18 Bluefire Crows were immediately trapped within the skill's effective area. Immediately, damages of over -4,000 points appeared above the crows' heads. Of course, Turtledove, who stood in the center of this onslaught, received damage from Skywheel Sword as well. This was why AoE skills were not suited for dungeons. However, thanks to Protection Blessing and Iron Will, the Guardian Knight only received slightly more than -700 damage from Shurfeng's attack. However, Shurfeng was far from satisfied. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Turtledove. Shurfeng said Guardian of Light was one of Mavis's guard's additional skills. When cast, the target of the skill would become immune to all magic damage. The physical damage they received would also reduce by 80%, and they would recover 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was definitely a super life-saving skill. When Blackie waved his staff, a golden glow wrapped around Turtledove's body. Once she received the proper buffs, Shurfeng no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After his strength increased by 100%, he activated the Aura of Fire skill, Firestorm. Just before the roaring flames devoured Turtledove, Shurfeng switched the Aura of Fire to the Aura of Water, casting Life Bloom on her. Due to the Aura of Water increasing healing effects by 100%, Turtledove could recover up to 60% of her HP every second for 40 seconds. With Turtledove's HP, she was practically immortal for the moment. Although Firestorm dealt over -40,000 damage to the Bluefire Crows every second, the spell was ineffective against Turtledove as she was immune to all magic damage. Moreover, she had Life Bloom, which recovered over 10,000 HP for her every second, the healer's attention, and the cleric's truth shield. As a result, the damage the Bluefire Crows dealt was not even a scratch to her. Even if she stood still and did nothing, her life would not be in any danger. Everyone was immediately stupefied watching the female Guardian Knight Turtledove fight the many Bluefire Crows amidst the raging inferno. It seemed as if these destructive flames were no different than a breeze, safe and harmless. The more Turtledove fought, the more valiant she became. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess of war and fire, demanding reverence everyone. Use your AoE skills. Shurfeng commanded a moment later. The team's mages cast their AoE skills. Although they were not as powerful as large-scale destruction spells, these AoE skills still dealt several thousand damage to the Bluefire crows among them. Blacky stars of light caused massive amounts of damage to the chieftains. The first wave alone dealt over -4,000 damage to each crow. The damage of every subsequent wave increased by 10%, lasting for a total of 15 seconds. Shurfeng also looked for opportunities to use Dragon Breath, Thundering Flame, Flame God's Fury, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and other AoE skills. 15 seconds later, the Bluefire crows were in a half-crippled state, possessing less than 5% of their total HPs. A few unlucky Bluefire crows that had received one too many critical hits had even died during these past 15 seconds. Of the 18 Bluefire crows that had been summoned, only 11 remained. Shurfeng's figure then swayed slightly as he sent several more strikes at these Bluefire crows. Adding in the team's damage, they dealt with the remaining 11 Bluefire crows in less than 10 seconds. Once the Bluefire crows had been annihilated, it became much easier to deal with the Bluefire Crow King. Moreover, now that Shurfeng had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his damage against the Great Lord doubled within 3 minutes. The Bluefire Crow King only had slightly more than 1 million HP remaining. It's finally here. Shurfeng smiled calmly. The Bluefire Crow King had a total of 4 phases. Everyone had thought that the most difficult phase was the 3rd phase. However, what everyone did not know was that the Crow King used its true trump card during its 4th phase. The Bluefire Crow King would only enter its 4th phase when its HP fell below 1 million. That was also when the entire raiding team would be the most tired and relaxed. It would be at this moment that the Crow King would transform into a living inferno and become a fire crow. During this phase, any enemies within 50 yards would receive -1,000 damage every second. However, that was only in the case of hard mode. In Hell mode, players received -1,600 damage every second. If the raiding team could not deal 1 million damage to the Bluefire Crow King before every member died, they would team wipe. In the past, countless teams had repeatedly died at the 4th phase and had been unable to clear the dungeon all because they had lacked a true ultimate skill. Just as the Bluefire Crow King's HP was about to fall below the 1 million threshold, Shurfeng activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility by 90%. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Bluefire Crow King, and both his body and the Abyssal Blade began to release a brilliant glow. Divine Providence. Flame Burst. Slash after slash struck the Bluefire Crow King's back. 122, 154. -61,846. -122,454. Oh. After 15 consecutive strikes, the Bluefire Crow King's HP, which had been slightly over 1 million a moment ago, bottomed out. The Crow King released a sorrowful cry before falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 626 Famous. Inside the ruins of the Crow God, a handsome young man in white robes commanded his team as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. This cleric drew runes in midair without rest, using one healing spell after another. Moreover, these spells weren't ordinary spells. Rather, they were Tier 1 healing spells. Yet, his casting speed was the same as when others cast Tier 0 healing spells. All the while doing so, he wore a relaxed expression. His actions were seemingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, the team's low HPMT recovered to full health. This youth was none other than the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. Flame Blood, just 3% HP to go. Raise the damage output. Flame Blood shouted sternly. Currently, less than half of the original team of 50 remained, the Bluefire Crow King's flames having burned every one of them to death. Losing 1,000 HP every second was simply too much. Even Flame Blood, one of the virtual gaming world's top 10 newcomers, could only focus on keeping the team's lead MT and himself alive. At best, he could cast instantaneous healing spells on some of the team's main DPS. Though the effects were very weak after the Bluefire Crow King had entered its 4th phase, it had entered its berserk state. Not only had its attack speed increased, but its attack range had also improved. Some of the team members who could not dodge its attacks in time died instantly despite the Bluefire Crow King having only 3% of its HP remaining. To the surviving members of the team, It felt like an iron fortress that they could not break through no matter what they tried. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one in such a situation. At this moment, Overwhelming Smile was also struggling Overwhelming Smile was having a slightly easier time of it. Though the Bluefire Crow King they faced still had 4% of its HP remaining, they had more than 40 members still alive. The few deaths had simply been due to bad luck, and they had failed to escape the High Lord's attack range in time. Sure enough, it's not that easy to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Warwolf dodged the Bluefire Crow King's attacks to the best of his ability by relying on Omnivision, the technique he was extremely proficient with. Although he could not dodge all of the High Lord's attacks, he was still capable of evading 1/3 of them. This greatly reduced the burden on the healers, leaving them with plenty of excess power to heal the other members of the team, keeping as many as possible alive. If not for a powerful lead MT like Warwolf masterfully redirecting the Crow King's attacks, it would have been impossible for so many members of the team to have survived until now. However, even so, this was the third time Overwhelming Smile had challenged the hard mode Bluefire Crow King's fourth phase. The Bluefire Crow King's HP gradually decreased 3%, 2%, 1%. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 50 silver, 80 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 3 million EXP, 3 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 gemstone of random attributes, 80 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 5 Humanity reputation points. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times. How is this possible? Both Overwhelming Smiles and Heaven's Burial's teams were shocked speechless. The hard mode ruins of the Crow God had already caused them brutal headaches. Yet, just as they were a thread away from success, Zero Wing snatched the lead and cleared the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, although they were shocked, none of them stopped what they were doing. Only, they were no longer as motivated as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. A moment later, the High Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King fell at Warwolf's feet. At that moment, the system announcement rang out once more. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 1 million EXP, 20 silver, 30 White River City reputation points, and 10 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 1 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 50 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Compared to the previous system announcement, however, this announcement was meaningless. Zero Wing had already cleared Hell mode. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile had only managed to clear hard mode. Rather than gaining glory, Overwhelming Smile had become a laughing stock. One could clearly see the gap between the two guilds. However, this gap was not due to Overwhelming Smile's weakness. Zero Wing was just too powerful. In the end, we still lost. A bitter smile appeared on Warwolf's pale face before this. He had received news stating that Black Flame had led Zero Wing's main force into the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Although he felt that there was a possibility that Zero Wing would conquer Hell mode, he had never expected that they would clear it so quickly. On Heaven's Burial's side, the guild's main force also defeated the Bluefire Crow King. Sure enough, Zero Wing is not White River City's overlord for nothing. However, Heaven's Burial will not let this rest. Sooner or later we will catch up to them. Fighting Spirit filled Flame Blood's eyes. That is only a matter of course. It has been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. It seems that Black Flame is quite formidable. The assassin with flowing straight hair beside Flame Blood was similarly enthusiastic. However, there was an undetectable coldness hidden in his gaze. He seemed like a beast that had just found new prey. Glancing at the assassin youth beside him, Flame Blood laughed and said humorously, "It seems that Black Flame is in for a tragedy." He actually attracted the attention of the famous Ghost Shadow. Heaven's Burial's future development in White River City will progress much more smoothly. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with him, I am still too weak. Once I complete my quest, I can definitely test Black Flame's skills. Ghost Shadow shook his head in response to Flame Blood's words. He then sheathed his pair of pitch-black short swords and took out a return scroll. He was not the slightest bit interested in the Bluefire Flame King's loot. Compared to Heaven's Burial and overwhelming Smile's shock, all of White River City, no, all of Star Moon Kingdom was in an uproar. Throughout God's domain, many teams had already obtained the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, that was only limited to 50-man hard mode team dungeons. No one in the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms or several empires had managed to clear hell mode. A newly established guild like Zero Wing stole this glory. It was simply inconceivable. For a time, Zero Wing's reputation soared to new heights. Previously, Zero Wing's success in fending off the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's assault had attracted the attention of over a dozen kingdoms and empires. However, Zero Wing had only been protecting themselves. Moreover, they had relied on the strength of NPC guards rather than their own members. There was no need to grow wary of Zero Wing. Now, however, things had changed completely. Claiming the first clear of a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon showed that the guild's overall strength should not be underestimated. Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain could not help but smile upon hearing the system notification. It seems that I have underestimated Black Flame's abilities. Fragrance, prepare to head to White River City. Miss, why are we going to White River City? Pantheon's guild leader will arrive shortly. The pretty woman named Pure Fragrance asked, confused. We are going to meet that mysterious Black Flame, of course. Phoenix Rain laughed. Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her curiosity. Who was Black Flame? Could he possibly compare to the guild leader of the Super Guild Pantheon? Chapter 627 Divine Bluefire Shield. As the outside world reacted to Zero Wing's achievement, Shurfeng busied himself with arranging the Bluefire Crow King's loot system. Hell Mode Ruins of the Crow God has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Divine Providence would already increase the loot from the Bluefire Crow King. Now that the loot had doubled, items covered the ground. With a single glance, one could count more than 30 items, though the majority consisted of various rare materials. Is this the loot of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon? Blackie's eyes shone with wonder as his jaw hit the ground. Although Shurfeng had yet to appraise the dropped items, based on their majestic appearances and magical rune engravings, it was obvious that the weapons and equipment that had dropped were anything but ordinary. Secret silver items couldn't even compare to these. Moreover, the Bluefire Crow King was a level 30 Great Lord, so everything it dropped would be level 30. To the team members who still wore level 25 equipment, this was a massive haul. Zero Wing had quite a few level 30 items now. After all, as the members of the guild's main force were mostly level 29 or level 30, they could raid level 30 6-man party dungeons, 10-man team dungeons, and even 20-man team dungeons. Only the quality and attributes of the equipment they obtained was not particularly good. Most were bronze or mysterious iron rank, and very little of their loot was secret silver rank or above. Every increase in 5 levels for equipment was the equivalent of a single increase in quality rank. If one could equip a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment, it would be the equivalent of equipping a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. If they equipped a piece of level 30 dark gold equipment, that was the equivalent of wearing a level 25 item with attributes that were extremely close to epic rank. Currently, most of the top-tier weapons and equipment the various large guilds possessed was level 25 fine gold rank. Very few had any dark gold items. In addition, there were also level 30 secret silver rank, and extremely few fine gold items. If Zero Wing had level 30 dark gold equipment, it would be considered the best equipment beneath epic equipment and tier 1 set equipment. Although combat techniques were important, a player's basic attributes were equally so. Meanwhile, not only had their team just defeated a level 30 Great Lord, but its drop rate had also increased by 100%. It was natural for the boss to drop a few level 30 dark gold equipment. After picking up all of the loot, Shurfeng began appraising the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began distributing the guild contribution points for successfully raiding the dungeon. All raid members would get priority to purchase the weapons and equipment from their dungeon raids with guild contribution points. If nobody wanted the items, only then would they occupy the guild warehouse with a reasonably high price tag, allowing other guild members to purchase them. After successfully raiding a Great Lord ranked boss, everyone received a bounty of guild contribution points. However, no one paid attention to the points they had just earned. Instead, their attention was focused on Shurfeng, every one of them prepared to go for broke today within Zero Wing's main force. Aside from players such as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Yiwumian, Blackie, Minor Wind, and a few others, none of their items could compare to the dropped equipment from a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. This was because Shurfeng had given Fire Dance and the others a complete Tier 1 set equipment, the best equipment available for Tier 1 classes that was only inferior to Epic set equipment. Hence, until they became a Tier 2 class, they would not need to replace their equipment unless they procured a set of Epic set equipment for themselves. A short moment later, Shurfeng finished appraising the loot. A total of 33 items had dropped, and among them, 19 were materials such as magic crystals, 100. Beastwood, which was required to construct stables, essence of mana, which was required to construct teleportation magic arrays, and several other super rare materials. Normally, one would not obtain these materials even if they defeated Great Lord ranked bosses. Now, however, they had actually gained 2 or 3 of each. The benefits of obtaining the first clear of Hell Mode are impressive, Shurfeng stated. He could not help but smile as he gazed at the weapons and equipment inside his bag. Guild leader, what items dropped to make you this happy? Aqua Rose knew of Shurfeng's tastes. Items that could excite Shurfeng would definitely be something extraordinarily good. That's right. Guild leader, share the stats. Although Blackie wielded an epic staff, he still likes seeing the attributes of excellent weapons and equipment. I won't waste your time. Here, look at this item first then. Shurfeng took out a deep red two-handed sword that emitted pale blue flames. Not only was the weapon extremely attractive, but it also felt as if it possessed extraordinary power. Bluefire double-edged sword. Two-handed sword. Dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Attack power plus 702. Currently level 30. Strength plus 54, agility plus 41, endurance plus 44. Attack speed plus 2. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 30% chance to trigger Bluefire attack, causing an additional 120% flame damage to the target, and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 7 seconds. 20% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to trigger Bluefire dance, causing 300% flame damage in a cone. Although the Bluefire double-edged sword did not have any active skills, it had plenty of passive skills. Its attack power alone was more impressive than the level 30 Abyssal Blade. It was a weapon made for violence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing the Bluefire double-edged sword's attributes. Crap. Even epic weapons aren't any better than this. Blackie was stunned. He possessed an epic weapon himself, so he could tell just how excellent of a weapon the Bluefire double-edged sword was. It was of the same caliber as the true Fire Blade's Fire Dance wielded. If one of the team's berserkers equipped this two-handed sword, their DPS would soar by several levels. Their damage would be close to Fire Dance's. Moreover, the Bluefire double-edged sword could be upgraded to level 35. It could rank at the top even amongst level 40 weapons. In other words, if one equipped the two-handed sword, they would not have to worry about replacing their weapon even when they reached level 40 immediately. The berserkers within the team started drooling, staring at the Bluefire double-edged sword with burning gazes. Such powerful attributes. This sword alone could push a berserker's damage to the top of the team. Fire Dance said in awe. Don't be so shocked by this item. The Bluefire double-edged sword only ranks 3rd out of the weapons and equipment we obtained. Shurfeng shook his head as he chuckled. He then revealed a red and black buckler, saying, "This is the 2nd best item." Hearing Shurfeng's claim, everyone was surprised. Such an excellent weapon was not the best piece of equipment that dropped. The red and black buckler was only 1/3 the size of an ordinary shield. However, the image of the Bluefire Crow King had been engraved onto the shield, surrounded by many runes. With a single glance, one could tell that this buckler was extraordinary. Divine Bluefire Shield. Shield, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Defense plus 1950. Currently level 30. Equipment requirement. Strength 220. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 42%. Strength plus 31, Endurance plus 47, Evasion plus 15, Attack speed plus 2. Additional passive skill dash. Bluefire shield. Absorbs 30% of the damage taken and converts it into Bluefire. When accumulated damage reaches 5,000 points, causes 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of user. Additional active skill dash. Rising fire. When activated, sacrifice 20% HP to transform Bluefire into the Armor of Flames, increasing defense by 150% and strength by 40% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 628 Guild Mount. The moment the divine Bluefire shield appeared, hunger burned in the eyes of every MT on the team. Even Cola drooled. The shield was crucial to any MT. It was the equivalent of half of an MT's life. Not a single MT would pass up an excellent shield. The best shield Zero Wing currently had was a level 25 dark gold shield. However, compared to the divine Bluefire shield, it was no more than scrap metal. Not only did the divine Bluefire shield possess extremely high defense, but it also had a powerful attack skill and berserk skill. If an MT equipped it, they would no longer be just a meat shield. The damage they could deal would be no less than what a normal DPS classes could do. This divine Bluefire shield's attributes are better than even the current first ranking shield, the Blue Dawn. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she examined the red-black buckler. Most likely, this is the best shield currently available throughout God's domain. As the manager of a guild, Aqua Rose normally collected information on the various large guilds throughout God's domain. For example, she knew which guilds had been active recently, members of the main force of various large guilds, experts, and the latest powerful equipment. Blue Dawn was a level 30 dark gold shield. However, a super guild had obtained this shield through a quest, and it had made many other super guilds jealous. Many corporations had even offered an astronomical price of 1,000 gold for it. On the other hand, the divine Bluefire shield was a dark gold shield that would improve to level 35. Setting aside its basic attributes, just the passive skill Bluefire shield and active skill Rising Fire were excellent skills. The Bluefire shield was clearly more valuable than the Blue Dawn. Not including epic shields, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful shield currently available in God's domain. However, Aqua Rose very quickly realized something. If the divine Bluefire shield, something that was so important to a guild, only ranked second among the loot they had obtained, what kind of item ranked first? Very quickly, the rest of the team reached the same conclusion. Their gazes darted back to Shurfeng, expectation written all over their faces. Alright, then, I'll unveil the first ranking item. Shurfeng laughed. He then took out a purple-blue crystal necklace. Chances are that every magical class will go crazy over this. Bluefire Heart. Necklace, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 200. Level 30, level 40. Currently level 30. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10, intelligence plus 40, vitality plus 35. Casting speed increased by 20%, magic damage, and healing effects increased by 20%. Passive skill dash. Mana Heart. Maximum mana increased by 15% and mana recovery rate increased by 50%. Active skill 1 dash. Bluefire Devour. Burn 30% of your mana in exchange for the power of Bluefire, increasing all skill effects by 200% and mana consumption rate by 200% for 30 seconds cooldown, 30 minutes. Active skill 2 dash. Bluefire Summon. Summons 3 elite rank Bluefire crows to battle for you for 30 minutes cooldown, 5 hours. The Bluefire Heart's basic attributes were average at best. However, the necklace's skills increased its value tremendously. The skills almost made up for all of the weaknesses a magical class possessed and enhanced their firepower. Most importantly, the Bluefire Heart was a necklace. Ornament-type items were extremely rare in God's domain. The value of one was multiple times that of a weapon or other equipment of the same quality and level. In the case of the Bluefire Heart, even a Tier 3 class would continue to use it. Hence, it was significantly more valuable than the divine Bluefire shield. Since you have seen the items for yourselves, you can start bidding for them, Shurfeng said, grinning at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. First up is the Bluefire double-edged sword. The starting price is 20,000 GCP. Currently, Zero Wing's contribution points were worth roughly 30 copper per point. In other words, 20,000 contribution points was around 60 gold. However, this price didn't surprise any of them for a weapon of the Bluefire double-edged sword's caliber. This was considerably cheap. If it were on the auction house, it would sell for at least 200 or 300 gold. 21,000. 24,000. 26,000. Oh. For a time, the berserkers and swordsmen began fervently outbidding each other. As the members of the guild's main force, they frequently raided dungeons, especially small-scale team dungeons. Furthermore, they were the guild's frontline when it came to pioneering team dungeons. They would exchange most of their unwanted equipment for guild contribution points. In addition, they also completed the various high-level guild quests. Hence, they had accumulated quite a lot of guild contribution points in the end. However, the guild's current number 1 berserker, Rampant Blade, won the weapon for 40,000 contribution points. Kola won the second item, the Divine Bluefire Shield, for 90,000 contribution points. However, this was practically Kola's entire fortune. It would be some time before he could compete with others for equipment. Aqua Rose bought the third item, the Bluefire Heart, using 150,000 contribution points. As the guild's vice leader, Aqua Rose enjoyed certain benefits. In addition, she also frequently participated in dungeon raids and guild quests, so she had accumulated an extraordinarily high number of guild contribution points. Not even the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, could hold a candle to Aqua Rose. In Zero Wing, only Shurfeng was a match for the woman. Everyone on the team envied these three players. These three pieces of equipment were definitely among the best currently available in God's domain. Equipping them would significantly boost their combat power. After all, no other guild in God's domain had managed to clear the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon, following which, various members of the team purchased other dark gold and fine gold equipment, increasing the overall strength of the entire team significantly. As for the other materials, he stored them in the guild warehouse. Everyone, head back to the city and get some rest. Our next goal is to challenge a 100-man team dungeon, Shurfeng said slowly. Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet and Aqua stay behind. I'll need you guys to accompany me on a quest. Quest? Everyone could not help but grow interested. Shurfeng was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Just what kind of quest would he need help with? However, everyone only wondered about it. None of them volunteered to assist. After all, weaklings like them would never survive a quest that even Shurfeng would need help to complete. They needed a certain amount of strength before they could embark on such a quest. Otherwise, Shurfeng would not have called the top-ranking experts of the guild to join him after everyone else returned to the city. Blackie, who could no longer hold back his curiosity, asked, "Guild leader, what kind of quest are we doing? Why the need for such secrecy?" "Guild leader, is it an epic quest? I've been wanting to give an epic quest a try." Cola's eyes glowed. Epic quests. No one, other than Shurfeng, in the guild had taken on an epic quest yet. First of all, ignoring how rare an epic quest was, they were simply too difficult. Moreover, in the event that one failed an epic quest, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, if one completed the quest, the rewards would be astonishing. Although I call it a quest, I need help capturing a wild beast. Shurfeng shook his head and laughed. Capturing a wild beast? Everyone grew confused. It was possible to capture wild beasts in God's domain. However, capture was far more difficult than simply killing it for EXP. Even if one captured a wild beast, there was nothing they could do with it. At most, they could leave it in a corner and look at it. Most importantly, players had to spend a lot of money to capture a wild beast. Hence, at present, nobody was willing to spend their time on something so costly. Don't you want to capture a wild beast and ride it as a mount? Shurfeng said, smiling upon hearing these words. A hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. However, I heard that, in order to capture a wild beast to tame it into a mount, a guild first needs a stable, Aqua Rose stated. Guild leader, we don't have a stable. We'll have to challenge 100-man team dungeons to obtain one. Shurfeng simply laughed without offering a reply. Guild leader, don't tell me that you already have the design. Aqua Rose asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Shurfeng. Chapter 629 5-Star Mount. Aside from Aqua Rose, no one understood the value of the stable design. However, this was expected of those present, aside from Aqua Rose, who was the guild's manager, and Blackie, who managed the workshop's affairs. Everyone had immersed themselves in improving their combat techniques. Why would they have noticed the guild's potential constructions? Seeing Shifeng silently nodded his head, Aqua Rose involuntarily began trembling. In the past, why had various large guilds desperately tried to raid large-scale team dungeons, going so far as to invest massive sums of money into gearing up their respective guilds' MTs and utilizing all items capable of assisting their raid of a large-scale team dungeon? There was only one main reason: guild mounts. God's Domain's maps were extremely large. Once players began arriving at level 30 and higher maps, they would have to spend a large chunk of their time traveling. The maps would also only grow larger the further one progressed into the game. Meanwhile, a powerful mount would help players save a lot of time. However, the more important function of guild mounts was that they could attract more players to join a guild. The common mounts sold in cities not only required players to have sufficient reputation, but they also required a significant sum of money to purchase. A common mount cost a full 40 gold. Even after players reached level 40, it would still be extremely difficult to procure that much money, unless of course one was willing to purchase coins with credits. In the end, however, they could still only purchase a common mount. However, guild mounts were different. Although players were required to collect a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount, which was more expensive than a common mount, unlike the common mounts, guild mounts could be nurtured and upgraded. Moreover, they possessed varying and much better-looking appearances. This was fatally tempting to many independent players, and wealthy players' guilds could take this opportunity to develop and expand themselves, obtaining a large sum of funds. After all, guild members were also required to spend money when purchasing guild mounts. Meanwhile, a portion of that money would flow into the guild's coffers. Due to this, the various large guilds in the past had desperately attempted to raid 100-man team dungeons. It wasn't just because they had aimed for the weapons and equipment available inside the dungeon, but more because they hoped to obtain the stable design as soon as possible. Aqua Rose had never imagined that Shifeng would actually obtain a stable design, one of the greatest money-earning tools of a guild, so quickly. It seems that my decision had really been the right one. I want to see just what Father will have to say in the future. Aqua Rose's lips curled up slightly. She could not help but recall the reason why she had left Twilight Echo. I will make sure Zero Wing surpasses Twilight Echo. Originally, Aqua Rose had not believed that Zero Wing could surpass Twilight Echo. After all, Twilight Echo was a long-standing first-rate guild. Whether it was in terms of background, funding, contacts, or human resources, Twilight Echo was far superior to Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing was currently far ahead of the other guilds, the guild's weaknesses were glaring. The guild simply had no background. Even though Zero Wing was so far ahead of the other guilds right now, it would still have to accumulate power for a relatively long time in order to fully operate this machine known as a guild. However, the situation had changed since they could build a stable, one of the core components of a guild, so soon they could accumulate power several times faster, following which, Shifeng wasted no more time as he sent the group back to White River City to prepare some necessary hunting tools. Meanwhile, Shifeng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm. Capturing wild beasts in God's domain was not an easy task. It was also a major field of study in the past. There had even been a specialized class for this task, the Tamer. In the past, there had been players who specialized in researching methods to capture rare wild beasts. They would also sell the beasts they captured to various large guilds, earning huge sums of money. Meanwhile, the most important item required to capture wild beasts was a cage. However, NPCs did not sell these cages, requiring players to produce them. Hence, many players would learn forging to craft the cages themselves. Fortunately, the NPC-run Forging Association sold the forging designs for cages. Moreover, they were very cheap. However, Shifeng did not bother purchasing these forging designs as he had a method of producing a cage of even higher quality. Shifeng quickly hurried back to the candlelight trading firm and entered a forging room. He then retrieved a pile of materials from his bag and began to refine them. Cages were sorted into ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 10 star being the highest. Different ranks could capture beasts of a corresponding rank. In other words, a 1-star cage could be used to capture a 1-star beast at maximum. It could not be used to capture a 2-star beast. One had to use a 2-star cage in order to capture a 2-star beast. The wild beast Shifeng planned to capture was at the highest rank he could capture currently, a 5-star beast. Hence, he required a 5-star cage. Meanwhile, a 5-star cage cost almost 2 gold to craft. Moreover, there was no certainty he could capture a 5-star beast with a single try. This was also one of the reasons why capturing wild beasts was a costly endeavor. Sherfeng was currently a basic forger, so he had almost a 30% success rate of producing a 5-star cage. Half an hour later, Sherfeng managed to forge 4 5-star cages. The total raw materials he had spent on these 4 cages cost over 30 gold. He had also instructed Aqua Rose and the others to purchase a large number of hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls, both costing more than 3 gold. Just as Sherfeng was about to leave the forging room, the sound of his communicator reached his ears. Phoenix Rain? Sherfeng could not help his surprise when he saw the caller ID. Ever since Phoenix Rain invested into the Candlelight training firm, she had left practically all cooperation matters to her subordinates. She no longer contacted him directly. Or to put it in another way, she did not find it worthwhile to keep in touch. After all, in the wide world of God's domain, the guild leader of Zero Wing was an insignificant character compared to a grand player like Phoenix Rain. To the young lady, the Candlelight trading firm was only one of her many small investments. Since her business with the trading firm had been completed, she would not bother entangling herself in the matter anymore. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on obtaining the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God, Phoenix Rain said as she laughed softly. I had jumped in surprise when I heard the system announcement. I had not realized that you had hidden your strength so deeply. It's nothing. Sherfeng laughed as well. Doing away with pleasantries, he asked. Since Miss Phoenix is contacting me personally, do you have some business you wish to discuss? Sure enough, Guild leader Black Flame understands people well. Would you be free to meet up at the Blueberry restaurant? Phoenix Rain smiled mysteriously. Guild leader Black Flame might receive another boon. Sherfeng was surprised when he heard her mention the Blueberry restaurant. Blueberry restaurant was one of White River City's ordinary restaurants. This meant that Phoenix Rain had personally made a trip to White River City. It was clear that she wished to discuss something quite important. Okay, I'll head over there now. Sherfeng agreed. During his previous meeting with Phoenix Rain, the latter had brought him an epic chest and allowed him to earn a hefty profit. Since Phoenix Rain offered another business opportunity, he had no choice but to meet with her again. In truth, Sherfeng could more or less guess why Phoenix Rain wanted to meet him. As soon as he cleared a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon, she had come knocking on his door. This showed that it must be something related to the strength of the guild's team. She might very well be looking for Zero Wing to help her complete some sort of quest. He might even be able to take the opportunity to earn a large sum of credits from her before. In order to purchase the necessary training facilities, he had spent most of the credits in his account. If he could lure Phoenix Rain into an alliance with Zero Wing, it could save Zero Wing many years of work. Chapter 630 Proof of Strength. White River City, Blueberry Restaurant. The moment Sherfeng entered the restaurant, he immediately felt several gazes land on him. Phoenix Rain sure knows how to put on a display. Sherfeng looked around the restaurant, noticing that the establishment's customers were not simple at all. The players sitting around were unanimously level 30. In the current God's domain, they ranked at the very top. Moreover, judging by the feeling these people gave off, it was obvious that they were not virtual gaming experts. Rather, they felt like experts who were proficient in martial arts. Among these people, some had cold and sinister auras, while others had a violent auras. However, they all shared a common aspect. They were all independent players. None of them were members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After glancing at Sherfeng, these people turned back to their own interests. Guild leader Black Flame, please come upstairs, a beautiful young lady asked softly as she walked down from the restaurant's second floor. Sherfeng also knew this beautiful woman. She was Phoenix Rain's capable assistant, Pure Fragrance. She was also one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top-tier experts and was quite famous. She ranked within the top 600 on the God's Domain experts list. Not only did she possess impressive strength, but she was also quite talented. In the past, she had been a Tier 5 powerhouse during her peak. Sherfeng simply nodded and followed Pure Fragrance to the second floor. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was the only other person on the second floor. She sat at a table near the window, quietly overlooking the street outside as she toyed with a black leather book. Miss Phoenix, may I know what you wish to discuss with me? Sherfeng asked in response. Phoenix Rain smiled leisurely as she handed the black leather book to Sherfeng. Guild leader Black Flame, please take a look at this, Phoenix Rain said unhurriedly. The black leather book was not a quest prop or anything similar. Instead, it contained the written records of players. However, after reading through a few pages, Feng's surprise grew as he continued to read. This black leather book contained information on the Dark Arena. To be precise, the book held information regarding the official members of the many battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. Moreover, the information was extremely detailed, so much so that even the participants' life stories had been recorded. There was even a brief introduction to their current equipment. Beyond that, there was an assessment of every battle team member's combat power. These assessments were also very detailed. These players' strengths and weaknesses had been recorded in detail. Guild leader Black Flame, how do you feel about this information? Phoenix Rain asked gently, a pleasant smile on her face. Miss Phoenix, why are you giving me this information? Feng was slightly confused about Phoenix Rain's intentions. He heard that your guild has been in contact with the Glorious Lions battle team. So I believe that guild leader Black Flame should understand the Dark Arena's value by now. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly as she collected the leather book from Feng. Unfortunately, ordinary players do not qualify to participate in this game. However, I am, so I hope to establish a battle team myself to have some fun in the Dark Arena. Initially, I intended to seek cooperation with Pantheon's guild leader, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now I wish to cooperate with guild leader Black Flame instead. May I know if you are interested in cooperating with this young lady? Miss Phoenix must be joking. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with a super guild? Wouldn't working with Pantheon be a better choice? Although Feng was so calm on the surface, inwardly, he was stunned. He had not expected Phoenix Rain to be capable of obtaining the participation rights to the Dark Arena. However, Feng did not believe that Phoenix Rain would hand over such an opportunity so easily. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had countless experts, not to mention a super guild like Pantheon. It would be child's play for Phoenix Rain to gather 10 apex experts. Why would she need Zero Wing? I sought you out precisely because Zero Wing is not very famous. That way, the opposing team will not bother to investigate you in detail. With guild leader Black Flame's power, it should not be hard to earn some achievements in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. After all, it should not be that easy to obtain the first clear of the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God. Phoenix Rain had personally entered a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon before, so she understood just how difficult raiding one was. Even a super guild's main force had zero chance of raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon successfully. Much less the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Raiding a dungeon was different from PvP. Successfully raiding a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon was proof of one's strength. Moreover, she had conducted an investigation of Zero Wing's experts. Not to mention Hell Mode, even clearing Hard Mode would be a challenging endeavor. Yet Zero Wing had done just that. What did this mean? Black Flame was not as simple as he appeared. Hence, she had abruptly changed her plans and immediately made her way to White River City. I presume that guild leader Black Flame has already seen the experts downstairs. None of them were professional gamers before God's Domain launched. They are experts that I have nurtured secretly, and none of the other battle teams have any information on these people. With the element of surprise, we might be able to compete for the top 100 rankings. As for the remuneration, guild leader Black Flame will earn 10% of all of our winnings. If you lead the team into the top 100 spots, I'll give you 20% of the winnings. What do you think? Phoenix Rain's offer was extremely generous. It was much better than Everlasting Wars. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his freedom. He would only partner with Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain would provide the participation qualifications, while he would fight the Dark Arena's battles were the fastest method to earn credits. Moreover, after he gained fame in the Dark Arena, he could form plenty of influential connections. In the future, he would have a much easier time purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids, various training materials, and virtual gaming cabins. Most importantly, the Dark Arena was the perfect place to improve one's strength. Even the Divine Coliseum could not compare. After all, the Divine Coliseum was a place for ordinary players to battle each other or the system. Compared to battles against experts, players gain fewer benefits in the Divine Coliseum. What if I get us into the top 30? Although Feng was already satisfied with the 10% and 20% remuneration Phoenix Rain offered, he instinctively tried to strive for more. Top 30? Phoenix Rain could not help but chuckle. If guild leader Black Flame really manages to get the battle team into the Dark Arena's top 30, then I'll increase the remuneration to 40%. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, entering the top 100 would be extremely difficult, not to mention the top 30. After all, This was a competition between the battle teams that various major international corporations had formed. None of those teams could be underestimated. Okay, let's see a contract then. Shurfeng grinned. Although he too doubted that they could achieve such a feat, he had not accepted the epic guild quest, Ancient Battlefield. If he could allow the guild's few top experts to train there for a time, they might have a chance of getting into the top 30. A moment later, Phoenix Rain and Shurfeng established a contract. Let's go, then. I'll introduce you to your team members. Phoenix Rain stored the contract and walked downstairs. The moment Phoenix Rain arrived downstairs, the tens of people seated on the first floor of Blueberry Restaurant stood and greeted her respectfully. None of them displayed the temperament of an expert as they had with Shurfeng, even though several experts that had exuded violence had sheathed their auras, as expected of the woman known as the Demon Queen. She sure knows how to put on a powerful display. Shurfeng was inwardly astonished. Chapter 631 Trial of Strength. Every player here was an expert, and as experts, they all had their own pride and principles they abided to. It would not be easy to get these experts to submit. Yet, looking into these experts' eyes, Shurfeng could see the reverence that filled their hearts, proving that their actions were not due to Phoenix Rain's demands. Miss, all 20 members are present, Pure Fragrance said in a low, but respectful tone. Phoenix Rain nodded in response. Turning to Shurfeng, Phoenix Rain asked, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you feel about these experts? Of the 20 players present, all were level 30. Their equipment also consisted of level 25 to level 30 top-tier equipment. In White River City, these players would rank at the very top. Clearly, their skill spoke for itself. Every one of them was an expert who had experienced the baptism of live combat many times. Noobs like Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other core members, who had only gained their strength through arduous training, could not compare to these experts. One could feel the hostility they radiated from far away. Amazing. You will not find many in Star Moon Kingdom who can match them, Shurfeng replied truthfully. However, Shurfeng's words instantly earned the ire of these 20 people. They glared at Shurfeng, killing intent filling their eyes. They were all experts who Phoenix Rain had carefully nurtured. How could the lowly experts of Star Moon Kingdom possibly hope to be their equals? Guild Leader Black Flame, you may not realize this, but despite none of these people having any fame, they are not much weaker than the experts on the God's Domain experts list. They are even stronger than some of those experts, Pure Fragrance said contemptuously. Just how many people in Star Moon Kingdom ranked on the God's Domain experts list? On the other hand, if the 20 people present displayed their strength, every one of them could definitely rank on the experts list. One could just imagine how immense their strengths were. They were far beyond Star Moon Kingdom's top-tier expert. Shurfeng did not refute Pure Fragrance's words. The God's Domain experts list had initially served as an analysis of experts who had publicly displayed their strengths. It did not record every expert within the game. At most, the list could be used as a reference. However, he also wasn't wrong. Although these people were strong in White River City alone, there were plenty of experts who were much stronger. For example, there was Warwolf and Ghost Shadow. There was also no need to mention those unknown experts hidden throughout Star Moon Kingdom. While God's Domain was very large, Star Moon Kingdom was not small. How could it possibly be that easy to become one of the top experts in a kingdom? Fragrance enough. Have everyone introduce themselves so that Guild Leader Black Flame can establish the battle team more easily. Phoenix Raid softly instructed. There is no need for all of that. Anyone who can block my sword without using any skills will be admitted into the battle team. Of course, I won't use any skills either, Shurfeng declared. Not wanting to waste too much time, it seems that we are all going to become official members of the battle team today. A thin assassin in black snorted. The others similarly revealed annoyed sneer. Shurfeng actually dared to underestimate them to such a degree initially. Shurfeng had similarly surprised Phoenix Rain. However, she smiled and said, Guild Leader Black Flame's suggestion will also work. Let's do as he asks then. Following which, everyone left the Blueberry Restaurant and headed towards the Divine Coliseum. The Divine Coliseum was situated in White River City's central district. The Divine Coliseum was a massive tower that stood in the city's center. Although the Divine Coliseum had only recently been constructed, a sea of players flowed to and from the building. I passed the second floor today. I can finally take part in Zero Wing's entrance exam. Recruiting members for a level 25 team dungeon must have skill completion rate of 70% and above. Equipment must be at least mysterious iron rank. Heaven's Burial is recruiting guild members. Our guild has already cleared the hard mode ruins of the Crow God. If you wish to join, you must be able to clear the Divine Colosseum's first floor before you can take the entrance exam. Oh! In the Divine Colosseum's first floor hall, many independent teams shouted, recruiting members in the past. These players usually recruited at the teleportation hall. Now, however, they had all come to the Divine Colosseum because they could determine a player's strength here. That way they could be more at ease when they raided dungeons. Similarly, ever since the Divine Colosseum had emerged, guilds no longer looked at a player's level and equipment when allowing players to take part in their entrance exams. Instead, they determined the player's qualifications through their progress in the Divine Colosseum, and ordinary players' techniques would not even be enough to pass the first floor of the Divine Colosseum. If one passed the second floor, they would be roughly as strong as an elite player. Meanwhile, one was definitely considered an expert if they could clear the third floor. Hence, it was very easy to determine the exact standard of a player upon arriving at the Divine Colosseum. Pure Fragrance spent 5 magic crystals to rent an amphitheater. In the amphitheater, players could fight however they wanted. The combat inside an amphitheater and the combat in the underground arena were different. In an amphitheater, players could set the rules of combat to their liking. For example, they could allow only melee combat, prohibiting the use of skills or tools. This would make fights much more realistic. On the other hand, such privileges were not available in the underground arena. After setting the rules, Shifeng and the 20 reserve members entered the amphitheater. Miss Black Flame is simply too arrogant. I'm going to enjoy watching him embarrass himself. Pure Fragrance gloated as she smirked at Shifeng. Fragrance, you're underestimating Black Flame. The fact that he could become the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom and remain undefeated is already enough proof of his strength. Don't forget, even Martial Dragon was helpless against him. You will see just how skilled he is, Phoenix Raid said, smiling. When Pure Fragrance thought about the monster known as Martial Dragon, she could not help but tremble. An expert who had mastered a domain was an inhuman existence. In the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, very few were capable of blocking Martial Dragon's attacks. After the last war between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing, the various large guilds at the time had investigated Black Flame in detail. After all, a person capable of lasting against Martial Dragon in battle was extremely rare, not to mention someone capable of killing the Berserker. Although Black Flame was not responsible for killing Martial Dragon in the end, the fact that he fought Martial Dragon as an equal was an astounding feat. However, the investigation's results shocked everyone. Black Flame's basic attributes were simply tyrannical. He had relied on pure destructive power to survive against Martial Dragon. To put it simply, Black Flame's equipment was excellent. Now, however, things were different. Since that battle, the various large guilds had improved their equipment constantly, strengthening their top-tier experts' basic attributes. Martial Dragon's basic attributes had grown significantly. If he faced Black Flame now, most likely, Black Flame would last only a few exchanges before dying. Meanwhile, the 20 reserve members present wore top-tier equipment. Their equipment also held Tier 2 gemstones. Every one of them wore 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they had eliminated their weaknesses. On the contrary, one could even say that attributes were their strong points. Hence, it was no longer possible for Black Flame to rely on pure destructive force to win his battles. Just as Pure Fragrance fantasized about the 20 reserve members toying with Shifeng, a shocking scene suddenly played out before her eyes before anyone realized it. Shifeng's first opponent fell to the ground, lying there motionlessly. What happened? Pure Fragrance muttered in disbelief. She was only distracted for a moment, yet the battle was already over. Chapter 632 Grey Eagle. Above the wide and spacious stone platform, Shifeng slowly sheathed the abyssal blade, not even bothering to look at the level 30 berserker who had fallen to the ground next. Shifeng said calmly, the rules of the amphitheater were set so that when a vital point was struck, death and defeat were certain. Even a shield warrior with high HP and defense was no exception to this rule, not to mention a berserker. Seeing Shifeng's calm expression, everyone who had felt insulted immediately shut their mouths, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Although the berserker class was not a speed-based class, it was not easily defeated. Not to mention, the berserker that had served as Shifeng's opponent was an expert who had experienced countless live battles. Moreover, they were all companions, so they understood each other's strengths quite well. Although the berserker Shifeng had defeated did not rank within the top 5 of their group, His combat power could still rank within the top 10. The fact that Shifeng had defeated the Berserker with a single attack, giving the Berserker no time to react, was simply inconceivable as expected of someone chosen by the Pavilion Master. You indeed possess some ability. Let me, Grey Eagle, learn something from you then. A middle-aged man with a lean body and eyes as sharp as an eagle's stepped out from the crowd when the crowd saw the Berserker named Grey Eagle step forward. The shock from Shifeng's one-sided victory immediately dissipated. Their arrogance and confidence returning. Eagle, we're counting on you. We can't let him look down on us. The others showed their support from the side. Grey Eagle was the #1 expert among their group. Although the man was already in his 40s, his keen skills and bountiful combat experience were unmatched by ordinary, young players. I'll do my best. Grey Eagle nodded as he slowly walked up to Shifeng. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain smiled pleasantly as she watched from the stands. We didn't have the chance to see Black Flame's true strength in the previous match. Now that Grey Eagle has stepped forward, we should get to see his limits, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she watched a playback video of Shifeng's prior battle miss. Even in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Grey Eagle is an expert who ranks at the very top. He has a good chance of defeating anyone among the younger generation. Other than Martial Dragon, how could he not be a match for Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her surprise when she heard Phoenix Rain's words. Pure Fragrance believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Shifeng's strength. She had not been paying attention, so she had not seen the moment when Shifeng had drawn his sword. However, after watching the battle's recording, she could tell that his attack was not so fast that it was unblockable. Only, Shifeng's attack was crafty, suddenly changing its trajectory to target his opponent's blind spot. As a result, the Berserker was unable to react in time and received a hit to his vital point, dying. However, Grey Eagle was different. The combat experience he possessed was several times greater compared to the other reserve members. Even if Shifeng abruptly changed the trajectory of his attack once more, it would be no threat to Grey Eagle. We'll know once the battle begins. Naturally, Phoenix Rain knew how powerful Grey Eagle was. She had initially wanted Grey Eagle to lead the battle team. If Black Flame had not succeeded in conquering the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God, she would not be here today. The moment Phoenix Rain finished speaking, the countdown timer above the stone platform also ended. Let me see just how strong you are. Grey Eagle retrieved his two-handed saber. Suddenly, his eyes grew cold. Even the surrounding temperature dropped. It seemed as if nothing could escape his frosty gaze before Shifeng could move. Grey Eagle sent his saber slashing at Shifeng's shoulder. Grey Eagle's attack was not fast. On the contrary, it was very slow. Even an ordinary player could react to and block the attack. It was as if Grey Eagle's attack were tempting his opponent to block it. In addition, Grey Eagle's saber targeted a vital point. Facing this attack, one would have no choice but to either block or dodge it. If Shifeng did not defend against this attack, choosing to attack Grey Eagle's vital point instead, the battle would end in mutual destruction. One could say that this was a suicidal blow at this moment. Those who were familiar with Grey Eagle laughed. They all knew that Grey Eagle was not trying to pit his life against his opponent's. Rather, he was using this attack to probe for his opponent's weaknesses. Normally, experts rarely had any weak points when they were on guard. However, the instant they launched an attack, they would reveal their greatest weak point. Hence, Grey Eagle tempted Shifeng to expose his weak point of his own accord. Then he would strike. Although Grey Eagle would also reveal his weak point, with his superior insight and abundant combat experience, he could easily suppress his opponent. In other words, Grey Eagle lured Shifeng to fight within his comfort zone. Due to this ability, many top-tier experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were helpless against Grey Eagle. Going all in? Shifeng laughed. You'll regret it. In the next moment, Shifeng recklessly dove forward, towards Grey Eagle's purple-black saber. He did not even bother using his sword to block the oncoming weapon. Has he gone mad? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he watched Shifeng's insane behavior. Does he think I'll show mercy? Or does he think he can avoid my saber at the last moment? Grey Eagle was very experienced in combat. Seeing as Shifeng was not a lunatic, the only possibility for such reckless behavior was that Shifeng believed he could evade his attack at the very last moment and take the opportunity to strike at his weak point. You underestimate me. Grey Eagle's expression chilled further as he used more of his arm's strength. Suddenly, the speed of his saber increased. At such a close distance, it was simply impossible for anyone to avoid this attack. Immediately after, Grey Eagle's saber passed through Shurfeng's body. This is? Grey Eagle was dumbfounded as he saw his saber cut across Shurfeng's face, discovering that his weapon only struck an afterimage. What's going on here? Pure Fragrance gaped at this scene. No matter how she looked at it, Grey Eagle's saber should have struck Shurfeng. Yet, for some unknown reason, despite a short distance of 1 meter between the berserker and swordsman, the 1.3-meter-long two-handed saber had failed to reach its target. Sitting beside Pure Fragrance, Phoenix Rain squinted her eyes at this scene. With a heavy expression she said, "Treating retreat as advance. I didn't imagine that Black Flame had already reached such a realm." Treating retreat as an advance? How does he know that? Pure Fragrance was shocked when she heard her superior's comment. Treating retreat as an advance was an attack technique. Against this technique, one would notice their opponent rush towards them, while in reality their opponent was retreating. In actual combat, one would discover that they could not make contact with their opponent's body despite their opponent remaining right in front of them. It was as if they were haunted by a ghost, and they could not get rid of this ghost no matter what they did. This was a technique that could mentally exhaust the other party. Treating retreat as an advance was Martial Dragon's specialty. However, the reason Martial Dragon could use such a technique was his domain. He was only capable of using such a combat technique due to his absolute control over his surroundings. Could he have learned it after his fight with Martial Dragon? How can that be? Thinking up to this point, Pure Fragrance felt a chill crawl down her spine, following which, Grey Eagle brandished his sword over a dozen times at Shurfeng. Every attack was swift and precise. Ordinary players could not defend against these attacks at all. Yet, no matter how hard the berserker swung his saber, his weapon never struck the swordsman before him. His attacks would always be off by a small thread. However, he could not stop his desperate and suicidal attacks. With such a short distance between them, if Shurfeng attacked, he would not have enough time to react. No wonder the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's men were so confident when Grey Eagle stepped up. He's an expert who has entered the refinement realm. If I had not gained some enlightenment from the Darkness Shrine, fighting him would have really been troublesome. At this moment, Shurfeng already had a general grasp of Grey Eagle's standard. Time to end things. Chapter 633. Capturing a Demonic Beast. Shurfeng suddenly disappeared. Is this the rumored Void Steps? Grey Eagle was surprised. He had, more or less, watched the videos of Shurfeng using his specialty move Void Steps. Only he had not imagined that a live human being could actually disappear right before his eyes. Not even his acute 5 senses could find any trace of Shurfeng's presence. However, Void Steps' weakness was also blatantly obvious, and that was the instant when Shurfeng attacked. Facing a fatal strike, the brain would not ignore such vital information. However, it was also very difficult to block such an attack as the distance between them was simply too short. The most common method to counter Void Steps was to adapt to it gradually, allowing one's brain to stop ignoring the transmission of information. That way, Shurfeng's Void Steps would be rendered useless. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It was like trying to remember the faces of the hundreds of pedestrians one walked by every day. Remembering the faces of a few people was already a difficult feat, as the brain would automatically ignore the majority of such information. Hence, it was extremely difficult to unravel Shurfeng's Void Steps. However, you still underestimate me. Grey Eagle grinned as he shifted the trajectory of his saber, swinging the weapon towards a vacant location. Dang! Sparks scattered as the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the amphitheater. Suddenly, Shurfeng appeared above the stone platform. Sure enough, he can grasp my general location. Shurfeng was not at all surprised by Grey Eagle's performance. After all, the berserker had already entered the refinement realm. Grey Eagle's observational skills should be exceptional. Even with a lack of information, Grey Eagle should be able to grasp his general location. It was like his fight with Martial Dragon. With his domain, Martial Dragon was capable of processing all information within his domain without missing even the tiniest of detail. If Martial Dragon concentrated on observing his surroundings, he could render Void Steps utterly useless. Unfortunately, you only have a single weapon, whereas I have 2. Shurfeng increased the force he exerted with the Abyssal Blade, pinning down Grey Eagle's two-handed saber. Meanwhile, Purgatory's Shadow, which he wielded with his other hand, completed a perfect arc as it slid through Grey Eagle's heart, leaving behind small and unnoticeable seam. Damn it! Grey Eagle clutched at his heart as he fell to the stone floor of the platform, Reluctance filling his eyes as he died. Grey Eagle's defeat stunned the venue into silence. Although this match had appeared uneventful, most battles between experts were like this. Tiny differences usually decided the outcome of these battles. What a pity. If Grey Eagle could use 2 weapons as well, Black Flame would not have won so easily. Pure Fragrance sighed. No matter what anyone said or did, Grey Eagle was a part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The fact that Grey Eagle was defeated so easily was not a good thing for the pavilion's reputation. Would 2 weapons really solve the problem? Phoenix Rain wore a complex expression as she watched Shurfeng. He really is a hateful person. Grey Eagle was a berserker, a class that was known for its strength. The class's strength growth was the highest of any class. Yet Shurfeng had suppressed Grey Eagle with a single hand. This was enough to show just how high Shurfeng's strength attribute was. With such an advantage, Shurfeng could easily decide the outcome the moment the battle began. Still, Shurfeng had chosen to waste so much time with Grey Eagle. Why? There could only be one explanation. He wanted to determine Grey Eagle's strength originally. Phoenix Rain had thought to use Grey Eagle to uncover the depths of Shurfeng's strength. However, not only had they failed to do so, but they had also allowed Shurfeng to study them in turn, following which, Shurfeng proceeded with testing the remaining 18 reserve members, and sure enough, not a single one passed. Shurfeng finished off everyone with a single hit. Miss Phoenix, I'm sorry to say this, but none of these people passed. It seems that I can only recruit members on my own, Shurfeng said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Hearing Shurfeng's declaration, the reserve members instantly paled. Shurfeng had extinguished their previous arrogance and confidence. They could not even bring themselves to muster a retort. If none of them passed, it can't be helped. I still have to deal with some procedures regarding the participation rights. As for the battle team members, I'll leave it to guild leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain inwardly rolled her eyes at Shurfeng. It was obvious that Shurfeng had no intentions of letting her subordinates join the battle team. Finish speaking. Phoenix Rain left the Divine Coliseum with her group. Meanwhile, Shurfeng hailed a horse carriage and hurried towards White River City's teleportation hall. Phoenix Rain can't be underestimated. She was actually able to recruit 3 Refinement Realm experts. It seems that I'll have to hasten Fire Dance and the others' training. Shurfeng had a clear understanding of his companion's strength. If not for his intention to widen the guild's core members' horizons in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain's top 3 reserve members definitely qualified to become official members. After all, Refinement Realm experts were rare in God's domain. A battle team with 3 of such experts could definitely rank in the middle among all battle teams participating in the Dark Arena. This was also why Phoenix Rain believed that the battle team had the chance to rank within the top 100. Of course, that was not to say that Fire Dance and the others were weaker than Grey Eagle's Group A players'. Combat power could not be determined by combat techniques alone. Attributes and skills also made up a rather large ratio. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Shurfeng quickly discovered Fire Dance and the others, who had been waiting for him for quite some time. Guild leader, we brought what you asked for. However, haven't we bought a few too many? Aqua Rose asked, feeling a slight sting to her heart. Hunting scrolls and storage space scrolls were already very expensive. A single hunting scroll cost 3 gold 50 silver, whereas a storage space scroll cost a full 5 gold. If they only needed to purchase a few, Aqua Rose would not have minded. After all, the guild's member count had increased significantly in recent days. The money a 2-star guild could earn through guild quests was quite significant as well. In addition, they also had the profits from the candlelight trading firm. Hence, spending 100 or 200 gold wouldn't be an issue. However, Shurfeng had requested 100 hunting scrolls and 50 storage space scrolls. Furthermore, hunting required other items as well. In total, they had spent more than 800 gold to prepare for this hunting trip. Not even a bronze mount cost that much. You'll understand when the time comes. This amount is nothing considerable. Shurfeng laughed. In the past, to obtain a slightly better guild mount, various large guilds had spent astronomical sums of money. In comparison, they had only spent around 800 gold. Aqua Rose grew frustrated by Shurfeng's response. Fortunately, Zero Wing still had the candlelight trading firm to support it. Otherwise, this hunting trip would have punched a huge hole in the guild's finances. Let's head to the Great Forest of Soria. Saying so, Shurfeng approached the teleportation magic array. Upon discovering their destination, everyone involuntarily trembled. The Great Forest of Soria. Anyone who researched high-level maps knew that the Great Forest of Soria was a level 50 map. To current players, it was a death trap. Furthermore, the Great Forest of Soria was different from ordinary leveling maps. It was a forbidden land for the human race. Chapter 634 Starfall City. Very quickly, Shurfeng paid the party's teleportation fees. Each person cost 80 silver for a total of 4 gold, 80 silver for the whole party. An ordinary party could not afford to spend that much money even if they bankrupted themselves. The Great Forest of Soria was a neutral area situated between the Black Dragon Empire and the Star Moon Kingdom. Current players were not nearly strong enough to survive. The area players also knew the Great Forest of Soria as the Forest of Death. It was a level 50 to level 70 leveling map, and it was 3 to 4 times larger than ordinary leveling maps of the same level. However, the map's high level wasn't the greatest threat. The reason behind the Forest of Death nickname was the utter lack of fortresses or safe gathering locations for humans. Instead, the map was a haven for demonic beasts and half-orcs. The Great Forest of Soria was a kingdom of half-orcs, and it posed a great threat to players as the half-orc race was highly prejudiced against outsiders. Players could encounter the half-orc patrol squads at any time inside the Great Forest. Not only were these patrol squads extremely powerful, but they would also call for their other companions to ambush players. Hence, survival within the Great Forest was, to say the least, challenging. Through the teleportation array, Shurfeng's party quickly arrived at Starfall City, a city near Star Moon Kingdom's border. Starfall City was the second largest city in Star Moon Kingdom's northern region. Although the city was near the kingdom's border, it was the most prosperous of all the cities in the northern region. Starfall City was of similar rank to White River City. Only, the city had a few more Tier 4 NPCs guarding it than White River City. There were a total of 7 Tier 4 NPCs. The city's defensive power greatly surpassed White River City, and was only weaker than Star Moon City. This place is impressive. Blackie could not help his shock when he saw the busy street. There were a lot of NPC guards patrolling the streets, at least twice that of White River City. Other than the NPC guards, there were also plenty of merchants roaming about. One could also see many horse carriages carrying cargo coming and going. Moreover, these merchants were not limited to NPCs. There were also plenty of player merchants. These player merchants similarly rode horse carriages around the city. There were also plenty of player merchants who had parked their carriages in one place and hawked and bought various items. What are they doing? Kola noticed that these player merchants were frantically purchasing various materials and equipment from other players. There were even some who purchased common items from NPC merchants. Moreover, these player merchants purchased these common items in large quantities, costing up to dozens, or even more than 100 gold. Such an amount would be enough to fund a small guild for a relatively long time. None of White River City's players would be so insane as to purchase so many common items from NPC merchants. Those people are reselling goods and making a profit through the price differences. Shurfeng explained. Making a profit through the price differences? Blackie was confused. But the NPC's prices are the same throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Only some unique items can be resold for a profit. Even so, there aren't usually many of those items available for sale, and normally when the NPCs restock, large guilds usually buy everything, keeping them for their own use. Who are they planning to sell these common items to? To players, of course, Shurfeng said, laughing. Although NPCs' common items in Star Moon Kingdom have uniform prices, the prices may be different in other kingdoms and empires. Some items sold in Star Moon Kingdom might be more expensive in the Black Dragon Empire, while some items might be cheaper. Meanwhile, these people are trying to make a profit through the difference in prices. Then, aren't there teleportation arrays? Wouldn't it be easier just to deliver their products using teleportation arrays? Blackie asked curiously. Why must they use horse carriages? Very simple. The transportation fees would be too high if they used the teleportation arrays. Moreover, only the capital city has an array that enables teleportation between other kingdoms and empires, and each teleportation would cost more than 1 gold. Their profit margin is not high. Moreover, a player can't carry enough items. They might even incur losses if they use teleportation arrays to conduct their trades. Meanwhile, a horse carriage can carry more than a dozen times that of players. Some good horse carriages can even carry up to 20 or 30 times. Although one may waste some time and encounter some dangers if they travel to the Black Dragon Empire via a horse carriage, in general, they can earn a lot of money with a single trip. These player merchants earn even more money than our guild's elite players. Shifeng had some knowledge regarding the merchant subclass. In the past, his guild had frequently organized caravans to conduct cross-border trade, earning significant funds for the guild. Meanwhile, Starfall City offered a natural advantage for cross-border trade. This was also why many merchants throughout Star Moon Kingdom specifically traveled all the way to Starfall City to develop themselves. Everyone came to a realization upon hearing Shifeng's explanation. They had never imagined that the cross-border trade was such a profitable business. The wages Zero Wing offered were among the highest of all guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. The money its elite members earned each day was several times more than the elite members of other guilds. The money they earned could even rival that of ordinary experts yet. These merchant players actually made more money than Zero Wing's elite members. In other words, these merchant players made more money than even the ordinary experts in God's domain, alright? Split up and look for any caravans that are about to depart, Shifeng ordered. There was a great distance between Starfall City and the Great Forest of Soria. If a player relied on their own 2 feet to travel, it would take over 10 hours to reach the Great Forest. If Shifeng were traveling alone, he could simply teleport to the Great Forest with the aid of the 7 Luminaries ring, saving him a lot of hassle. Unfortunately, none of his other party members possessed the 7 Luminaries ring. Hence, they would have no choice but to travel to the Great Forest on foot. Meanwhile, if a caravan were about to embark from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire, they would have to pass through the outermost region of the Great Forest of Soria. If one traveled via horse carriage, the journey to the Great Forest would only take 3 or 4 hours. It was much faster than even common mounts. However, the road to the Black Dragon Empire was not easy for a caravan. A caravan normally required an escort of guards. Meanwhile, powerful players would often accept such escort quests as they were extremely profitable. The money one could earn from these quests was several times higher than ordinary high-level quests. Only one would have to invest a lot of time to complete the quest. A dozen minutes or so later, Aqua Rose located a caravan that was about to depart for the Black Dragon Empire. This caravan was not particularly large. In total, there were only a dozen or so horse carriages. Moreover, it was a caravan that consisted entirely of players. It was far less safe than NPC caravans. After leaving the city, caravans could encounter all sorts of trouble such as monster attacks and player robberies. In the past, Shifeng had even tragically been mugged by a Tier 4 Sword Emperor NPC. Meanwhile, in an NPC-organized caravan, there would usually be some NPC guards escorting the caravan. Ordinary players would not dare consider robbing such caravans. Monsters offered the greatest danger. These caravans. Player-organized caravans, on the other hand, were often the targets of players who had joined the dark forces. Of course, with risk comes opportunity. If player merchants joined an NPC-organized caravan, their profits would decrease sharply. The maximum amount of money they could earn from a single trade was only 1/3 of the money they could make if they joined a player-organized caravan. Of course, even this was still a significant amount of money to an ordinary player. In other words, a player-organized caravan's profits were 3 times that of an NPC-organized caravan. Naturally, courageous or strong players would take this risk. Our Red Rain caravan is not some weak caravan. We don't welcome weaklings here. Not to mention, you guys are only planning to join us to the Great Forest of Soria. You will occupy our guard slots for nothing. A female ranger with a charming and flirtatious look sneered. This female ranger had black shoulder-length hair and wore a black and red tight-fitting leather jacket. Chapter 635 Rainless Sword. Just as the female ranger had said, the Red Rain caravan's strength could not be underestimated. Although the Red Rain caravan was slightly weaker than the other caravans that consisted of over 30 horse carriages, their horse carriages were of higher quality. 2 horses pulled the Red Rain caravan's carriages, unlike the normal horse carriages that other caravans used, which were only pulled by 1 horse. Not only were the Red Rain caravan's carriages faster, but they could also hold considerably more cargo, with each carriage holding up to 24 times that of an ordinary player's bag space. Moreover, due to the horse carriages being of a higher rank, they could hire 2 more guards than ordinary carriages. Forming such a powerful caravan at this stage of the game displayed the great capability of this player group. Guild leader. Although there are several other caravans that are about to leave, we'll have to wait for another 3 to 4 hours for them to resupply before they set out. However, this caravan doesn't want guards that will quit halfway through the journey, Aqua Rose reported. Although there were many caravans in Starfall City, That did not mean that a caravan was available to set off at any time. It's their loss for not picking powerful guards like us, Kola snorted. He had just replaced his old shield with the divine Bluefire shield, his strength increasing significantly, so he felt somewhat irritated by the fact that the Red Rain caravan had ignored him. Shifeng swept a glance over the Red Rain caravan that was recruiting guards some distance away. The Red Rain caravan consisted of a total of 16 bronze carriages, each holding a maximum of 5 people. That was 2 more than common carriages. In other words, the Red Rain caravan could carry a total of 80 people. After including the caravan's merchants, they could recruit up to a maximum of 50 guards. If the caravan allowed Shifeng's party of 6 to take up 1/8 of the remaining slots, it would greatly strengthen the caravan. Currently, Shifeng's group wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Outsiders could not discern their appearances at all, not to mention their guild with Zero Wings influence in Starmoon Kingdom. The Red Rain caravan would definitely show some deference and allow their party to join. However, Shifeng did not wish to expose their tracks. Every large guild had their own investigation team that was responsible for collecting information on and tracking the important members of other large guilds, taking the opportunity to investigate their movements or seek opportunities to assassinate these members. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew of Zero Wing. Naturally, their actions would attract the attention of many parties. Not to mention Zero Wing had plenty of enemies. If someone discovered their tracks, some of these enemies might go out of their way to deal with them. Although Shifeng was not afraid of his enemies, he did not wish to risk exposing the location of a rare guild mount and the method of capturing it. That would be a huge loss for him. Therefore, Shifeng had everyone in his party hide their identities. I'll negotiate with them. Shifeng shook his head and smiled. He then walked towards the lead female ranger. Why are you here again? Haven't I said that our guard slots are precious and that we can't afford to hire people that will quit halfway through the trip? The female ranger named Red Rain said, we don't want any remunerations. I'll even give you 1 gold as a traveling expense. How about it? Shifeng took out a shining gold coin from his bag. Although the Red Rain caravan transported a lot of goods, they could not earn much. To the caravan, 1 gold was a significant amount of money. Hearing Shifeng's offer, Red Rain hesitated. Although the Great Forest of Soria is only halfway, most of the dangers on the way to the Empire come from the Great Forest itself. As long as you get through the Great Forest, you shouldn't encounter any problems on the remaining journey. We'll part ways only after we exit the Great Forest. How about that? Shifeng offered another suggestion. This Red Rain was clearly tempted indeed. Just as Shifeng had stated, the truly dangerous area from Starfall City to the Black Dragon Empire was the Great Forest of Soria. The Great Forest was the best place for players to set up an ambush. At the same time, the Great Forest was also where caravans would most likely encounter monster attacks. As long as they passed through the Great Forest, their trip to the Black Dragon Empire could basically be considered a success. Just agree to their offer. Our Red Rain caravan is famous in Starfall City. Those bandit players normally take the long way around to avoid us. What's wrong with earning a little more money? A level 29 swordsman youth asked. Even if we encounter some trouble on the second half of the journey, doesn't the caravan still have me? While the swordsman youth was speaking, Shifeng activated omniscient eyes to size up the young man's swordsman's name was displayed as Rainless Path. The majority of his equipment was level 25 fine gold rank with a few pieces of level 30 secret silver equipment. There was even a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Rainless Path? When Shifeng saw this name, he suddenly recalled something about this swordsman in the past. Rainless Path had been a famous swordsman in Starmoon Kingdom. At his peak, he had ranked within the top 30 swordsmen in Starmoon Kingdom. Back then, he had also been known as Rainless Sword. His name had shaken the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Unfortunately, his growth had been limited by the fact that he was an independent player. For an independent player like Rainless Path to place within the top 30 of the kingdom's swordsmen was an amazing feat. Alright, then. I accept your offer. However, we have to make a contract first. Red Rain sighed as she conceded. She thought that she was behaving too conservatively. After all, the Red Rain caravan was a well-known caravan in Starfall City. Bandit players normally would not try to make an enemy of their caravan. Even in the off chance that someone did try to rob them, they still had an expert like Rainless Path. Okay. Shifeng did not object to signing a contract. With a contract, both sides could feel at ease afterward. Feng and his party entered into a contract with the Red Rain Caravan. The contract required Feng's party to pay a remuneration of 1 gold to the Red Rain Caravan. In return, the Red Rain Caravan would transport his party to the Great Forest of Soria. The two groups would part ways once they exited the Great Forest. After another dozen or so minutes, the Red Rain Caravan recruited enough players to fill the remaining guard spots. Shortly after, the caravan departed from Starfall City. The bronze carriages were very fast. Moving along the highway, it took only 2 hours for the Red Rain Caravan to reach the Great Forest of Soria. Level 50 monsters roamed the Great Forest's outermost region. However, due to the Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire armies often clearing the monsters around the highway, the Great Forest's monsters did not dare approach the highway casually. This allowed players to organize their own caravans to travel between these two countries. Moreover, with the current level of players, as long as they possessed some equipment that had the Ignore levels attribute and the protection skills unique to caravans, even a player caravan could pose a certain degree of threat to level 50 monsters. As long as there were not too many monsters, a player caravan could even kill off the level 50 monsters. Only during transport, the players in a caravan would not get any loot or EXP from the monsters they killed. Hence, players were unable to take advantage of the caravan's strength to grind for EXP and items. Moreover, the carriages could only travel on commercial roads. They could not travel to other locations. Otherwise, players would not need to purchase mounts. Shortly after the Red Rain Caravan entered the Great Forest of Soria, a thinly built ranger hiding in a towering tree noticed the caravan. This ranger then activated Eagle Eyes and carefully observed his target boss. Another caravan has arrived, the ranger said through the team chat. Which caravan is it? A rough and barbaric voice came from the other side looking at the symbol. It seems to be the Red Rain Caravan, the thinly built ranger said, licking his lips. Red Rain Caravan. Excellent. I'll show that slut Red Rain that struggling is useless, even if she has Rainless path. Send me their coordinates. Today, the 1,000-mile killers will take this opportunity to lay our hands on the Red Rain Caravan for never paying tolls. The thinly built ranger immediately sent the Red Rain Caravan's coordinates to his boss. Ha ha ha. We're going to make a fortune. I heard that the Red Rain Caravan is as rich as an oil baron. The caravan has even given Rainless path a dark gold weapon. Their riches will be ours, the 1,000-mile killers. The thinly built ranger drooled as he watched the bronze carriages of the Red Rain Caravan. Chapter 636 Dark Guild. The Red Rain Caravan did not have an easy journey through the Great Forest of Soria. They oftentimes encountered attacks from 1 or 2 level 50 wind leopards, forcing the caravan to halt their advance and face these demonic beasts. Wind leopard. Demonic beast, common rank. Level 50. HP 50,000/50,000. Although the wind leopard was only a common monster and its HP was very low, its speed and damage could rival even that of a level 30 chieftain. Ordinary players would not survive more than 3 hits from this monster. If an ordinary player encountered a wind leopard, only death awaited them. They would not even have a chance to escape. However, when a caravan was in the process of delivering goods, it gained special skills. There was no need for players to risk their lives to defend their cargo. They could deal significant damage to these monsters just by relying on the bronze carriage's attack skills. The bronze carriages could also enhance players' attributes within a certain range. A level 30 player could receive such a massive buff that it gave them the attributes of a level 40 player. Hence, as long as a player was somewhat skilled, it was not entirely impossible for them to defeat level 50 monsters. Before Feng's party even descended from their carriages, Rainless path was already charging towards the 2 wind leopards. And before the 2 wind leopards could react, Rainless path activated Chop and dealt 3 damages of over -1,000 points to one of the demonic beasts. The injured wind leopard released an angry howl. It then pounced at Rainless path, brandishing its sharp claws at the swordsman. At the same time, the other wind leopard darted towards Rainless path with its fangs bared. However, before the 2 wind leopards could touch Rainless path, the 6 frontmost bronze carriages each fired a blue beam at the 2 monsters. The beams were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they struck the wind leopards, knocking them back. Each beam dealt -3,000 damage and severely injured the 2 monsters. Rainless path circled to the wind leopards' backs, aiming Earth Splitter at their hind legs. The keen edge of a dark gold longsword was extraordinary. Immediately, Rainless path's weapon sliced through the leopard's thick hide, damaging the tendons and greatly reducing the monster's mobility, following which, the other bronze carriages fired beams as well, and in a short moment the two winged leopards were dead. Meanwhile, Rainless Path had even not received a single point of damage. The coordination between player and carriages was perfect. Shifeng and the other guards had no chance to display their skill at all. Sheathing his longsword, Rainless Path leaped back onto his carriage and said, "Let's go." This scene shocked many of the caravan's guards. Rainless Path was able to defeat two level 50 wind leopards without suffering any damage. In all of Starfall City, very few were capable of such a feat as expected of Red Rain Caravan's Rainless Path. "It seems that the only thing we'll do on this trip is fill our pockets with money," many of the guard players said in celebration. Although the remuneration and EXP for a caravan's escort quest were abundant, the quest itself was not an easy one. One would encounter many life-threatening dangers on the road. Hence, not many players in Starfall City were willing to accept an escort quest. However, it was a different story if the escort quest was for a powerful caravan. In such cases, taking on the quest would be the equivalent of free money and EXP. If he already has such precise physical control now, chances are that, among those in the guild, only Fire Dance and Violet Cloud can defeat him. It's no wonder why he was able to make a name for himself in Star Moon Kingdom despite being an independent player. Shifeng was able to gauge Rainless Path's combat standards during his previous battle. The current Rainless Path was many times stronger than Shifeng when he had first logged into God's domain in this life. At a stone bridge in the Great Forest of Soria's outer region, multiple level 27 and higher players hid in the surrounding forest at such a distance. Ordinary players traveling the road could easily discover these players. However, they had used isolation scrolls. Although they were not invisible, the scrolls blurred their bodies, making it very difficult to notice them by sight alone while they hid in the forest. The person leading this team was a level 29 berserker wearing black scale armor and wielding a silver greatsword. Watching the quickly approaching caravan, he sneered as he said, "They're finally here. Get into position." Upon receiving this man's command, every team member took out an earthy yellow magic scroll from their bags. The moment the Red Rain Caravan's carriages entered their encirclement, the leading berserker shouted, "Go." The members of Thousand Mile Killers immediately activated the yellow magic scrolls. In the next moment, thick walls rose from the road, sealing off the path ahead and behind the Red Rain Caravan, preventing the carriages from advancing or retreating. The ambush took the Red Rain Caravan's players by surprise. Before anyone could react, nearly 100 players burst from the forest on both sides of the road. Normally, when attempting to plunder a caravan, one could not have too many players because if too many players joined the fight, the caravan's special skills would grow stronger, making the caravan far more difficult to deal with. When attacking a caravan consisting of a dozen or so carriages, a small army of 100 players offered the best results. Thousand Mile Bear. Red Rain's expression sank, her beautiful eyes glaring at the berserker amidst the crowd. "We have never interfered with each other's business. What is the meaning of this?" The Thousand Mile Killers was a red name team that had already plundered countless caravans. Thousand Mile Bear was their leader. However, the Thousand Mile Killers had never attempted to rob Starfall City's famous caravans. Hence, the various famous caravans had never bothered to join hands to deal with the Thousand Mile Killers. Red Rain had never thought that Thousand Mile Bear would break the unwritten rule after all this time and target their Red Rain caravan. "Red Rain, do you really think that I don't normally target you guys because I am afraid of you?" Thousand Mile Bear grinned. Coldly, he said, "Hand over 1 piece of dark gold equipment and 5 pieces of fine gold equipment. Oh, and leave your carriages behind. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive." Thousand Mile Bear, do you think that our Red Rain caravan is that easy to bully? If you're strong enough, take it yourself. Red Rain unslung the dark blue longbow from her back and fired multiple arrows consecutively at the level 29 berserker. Although an arrow was not as powerful as a spell, it was much faster. Rainless Path also unsheathed his longsword and swiftly charged towards Thousand Mile Bear. In order to round up bandits, one must first catch their ringleader. If Thousand Mile Bear died, the other members of his team would fall into disarray. Since you don't know when to give up, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Thousand Mile Bear swung his greatsword, deflecting the incoming arrows. He then called out to the 12 black-robed players behind him, saying, "It's up to you guys now." All 12 black-robed players hid their identities. Their appearances were also indiscernible. However, All 12 radiated a bone-chilling aura. The 12 players nodded silently before splitting up and charging towards the caravan. They did not bother dealing with Rainless Path as a group. I heard that you are a swordsman expert. I want to see just how strong you are. One of the robed players, a swordsman, unsheathed his pair of swords as he approached Rainless Path, wearing a playful expression. The black-robed swordsman activated Wind Blade, arriving before and brandishing his swords at Rainless Path. As if they were venomous snakes, the black-robed swordsman's two swords struck at Rainless Path's heart and neck with deadly precision. The attacks were so fast that Rainless Path barely saw the weapon's afterimages. Who are you? Rainless Path was shocked. Hurriedly, he swung his long sword to block the attack. Throughout Starfall City, only a few players were capable of such speed and accuracy, and Rainless Path knew practically every swordsman in the city who could achieve such a feat. However, he could not remember anyone who matched the size and aura of the black-robed swordsman. Dang! Dang! 2 rings of metal clashing resounded. Although Rainless Path blocked the black-robed swordsman's attacks, he had been forced to retreat by 2 steps. The black-robed swordsman was slightly stronger than Rainless Path. However, Rainless Path did not lack speed as he slashed at his opponent's black cloak, revealing the mysterious swordsman's true identity. The mysterious swordsman was actually a severely emaciated youth. However, the youth's character ID was as crimson as a deep pool of blood. A black skull also graced the boy's silver armor, and his entire body radiated a faint bloody glow. What is the Dark Guild? The Million Ghosts doing here? Rainless Path could not help his shock when he saw the skull-shaped guild emblem. You really are powerful. However, what do you think of this? The swordsman youth laughed. In the next moment, he swung his swords and sent 10 sword images towards Rainless Path. All 10 sword images appeared before Rainless Path's body simultaneously, making them impossible to block or dodge. Chapter 637. Are the Million Ghosts very strong? Facing 10 sword images, even an ordinary expert would be surprised, failing to defend themselves. However, instead of moving to block the attacks, Rainless Path activated Defensive Blade and charged towards the sword images. Rainless Path then used the Tier 1 Swordsman skill, 5 consecutive slashes. On the Swordsman Youth, 5 consecutive slashes was not a particularly powerful skill among Tier 1 Swordsman skills. However, this skill increased his attack speed more than any other in his arsenal. When executing the skill, the user would send out a total of 5 slashes, with each subsequent slash receiving a 20% attack speed and damage increase. Hence, each subsequent slash was faster and more powerful than the prior one, making it extremely difficult to counter. Both Rainless Path and the mysterious youth were swordsmen, and both parties were level 29. Although they had extraordinary attack power, their defenses were average. However, in terms of attributes, the youth was stronger. The boy had over 7,300 HP, whereas Rainless Path only had over 6,800 HP. If either swordsman failed to defend his opponent's attack, even if they did not die instantly, they would not have much HP remaining. Facing Rainless Path's suicidal attack, the swordsman youth had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. Pung, pung, pung. After sparks scattered, both swordsmen pulled away from each other. Though neither received any damage, their defensive blades had been exhausted. For a short time, neither swordsman could use the life-saving skill again. After a series of exchanges, neither side managed to grasp an advantage over each other. Although the swordsman youth had the advantage in attributes, Rainless Path's combat techniques were superior. For a time, the swordsmen were helpless against each other. However, the same could not be said for the battles happening elsewhere. Arrows and spells flew through the air. The bronze carriages added their own magic attacks into the mix, as well. At the rear line, the healers of both sides concentrated on keeping their allies alive. The bridge had transformed into a miniature battlefield. Players could die at any time. When the Red Rain Caravan's guards were killed by red names, they would lose 1 level and drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On the other hand, the ambushing red names suffered a more severe fate. When they died, not only did they lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also dropped the majority of their equipment. There were even some red names who dropped every single piece of equipment they had upon death. However, the black-robed players who had emerged were frighteningly strong. Killing the Red Rain Caravan's guards was like child's play to these players. In a short moment, these black-robed players had killed 8 guards. How could this be? Red Rain suddenly felt a wave of despair. They should not have had any problems dealing with the 1,000-mile killers. However, These 12 powerful experts had rendered even the Red Rain Caravan powerless. Moreover, these 12 experts were members of the Million Ghosts, a dark guild. Dark guilds were different from ordinary guilds in that they focused on slaughtering other players. The members of dark guilds were all red names. Meanwhile, the Million Ghosts was one of the famous dark guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The dark guild's strength could rival even that of a first-rate guild. Only, the guild had far fewer members than a first-rate guild. Red Rain had never imagined that the Million Ghosts would lay their hands on this place as well. Rainless Path was similarly anxious. After all, as his fight against the swordsman youth drug on, more people in the caravan would die. From today onwards, the trade route between Starmoon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire belongs to the Million Ghosts. You people from Red Rain Caravan, when you return to Starfall City, make sure to tell all the caravans in the city that anyone who crosses this bridge will have to pay a toll. Otherwise, they will share your fate. Thousand Mile Bear arrogantly declared as he overlooked the battling crowd. The Red Rain Caravan's members could not help but despair at these words. The Million Ghosts intended to use them as an example for the people of Starfall City, so that's the case. However, are the Million Ghosts very strong? Shifeng asked, chuckling as he looked down on the level 29 Berserker dark guilds would normally occupy some high-traffic routes, making a fortune in tolls. However, Shifeng had never imagined that the Million Ghosts Guild would discover the importance of trade routes and begin claiming them so quickly. It was just like how the Candlelight trading firm was charged an export fee when selling their products in other cities. If they exported products to other countries, however, the fees were much higher, charging 30% of the item's price. Hence, once players established a shop in other countries, they normally formed their own caravans to transport their goods, saving a lot on travel expenses. The Candlelight trading firm already possessed shops in a few cities within the Black Dragon Empire. The trading firm similarly had a shop in Starfall City. However, as the level of current players was still somewhat low, Shifeng had not planned to establish his own caravan just yet. Since the Million Ghosts was already eyeing trade routes, Shifeng could not sit idle and do nothing. How dare you provoke the Million Ghosts? A level 29 black-robed berserker charged towards Shifeng, sending a heavy strike at Shifeng's head. In response, Shifeng remained motionless as he allowed the berserker's axe to descend on him. Before anyone knew it, Fire Dance appeared beside a black-robed berserker and used sneak attack, forcing the berserker into a fainted state for 3 seconds. Immediately after, she used the most powerful burst skill an assassin had, Absolute Strike. When her dagger penetrated the berserker's back, the attack threw the latter forward by 10-yard system. Absolute Strike completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +3 to 12,056. The black-robed berserker, who had less than 8,000 HP, dropped like a stone as the berserker slammed heavily into the ground. He dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Since the berserker was a member of a dark guild, even though he was a red name and his name was nearly black, his punishment from the system would not be too severe. Only he would drop slightly more items than an ordinary player. As for his lost levels, he would only lose 1 level like everyone else. However, the black-robed berserker's death immediately silenced the battlefield. Everyone's attention shifted towards Fire Dance, who currently wore a black cloak that blurred her appearance. Who are you? Thousand Mile Bear asked, his expression turning grave as he stared at Shifeng. The 12 experts the Million Ghosts had sent were all core members of the Dark Guild. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, the berserker that Fire Dance had killed ranked 5th out of the 12 experts. If such a person died from a single hit, even an idiot could tell that Shifeng's group was not ordinary. Red Rain, who had begun to despair, also stared at Shifeng's party in disbelief so strong. Rainless Path could not help but shiver when he recalled Fire Dance killing the black-robed berserker instantly. When he placed himself in the berserker's shoes, he felt that he would not have even had time to activate Defensive Blade, dying instantly. With such strength, Fire Dance could definitely rank at the very top of Starfall City. She was not someone that he could hope to contend with at this moment. Shifeng waved his hand and said, "Get rid of them. Teach the Million Ghosts that there are some things that they are not allowed to touch." Fire Dance and the others nodded as they dashed towards the Million Ghosts experts. Although there was not much of a level difference between them, in terms of equipment, Fire Dance and the others were leaps and bounds above the Million Ghosts experts. Not to mention the Dark Guild's core members, Even the Million Ghosts Guild leader would not have equipment that could compare with a Tier 1 set equipment. Kola charged at a level 29 black-robed assassin and used Divine Shield Strike. The Divine Bluefire shield transformed into a blue meteor that struck the assassin and dealt -2,748 damage. In response, the assassin hurriedly spun to Kola's back and used backstab on the Guardian Knight. However, shifting his feet slightly, Kola easily blocked the attack with the Bluefire shield, receiving no damage. Immediately after, Kola followed up with a hammer of sanctions and punishment, finishing off the black-robed assassin. The entire battle was over in a flash. If even an MT like Kola could defeat his opponent so swiftly, there was no need to mention the rest of Shifeng's party. With a wave of her staff, Aqua Rose cast Flame Explosion and finished off one of the bandits instantly. As for Fire Dance, she activated Wind Steps, and like Death's Scythe, she harvested her enemy's head easily. After a short moment, only a few of the 1,000-mile killers remained. As for the Million Ghosts members, only 4 of the black-robed experts still stood. Nobody would have thought that a party of players could actually render these red name experts utterly powerless. You guys are digging your own graves. 1,000-Mile Bear's eyes bulged from his anger. The Million Ghosts will not let you off the hook. We're retreating. Saying so, 1,000-Mile Bear turned and fled. However, activating Silent Steps, Shifeng immediately appeared behind 1,000-Mile Bear and sent a chop at the Berserker. Shifeng's sword drawing speed was astonishing, and all everyone saw was a silver flash. In the next moment, 1,000-Mile Bear's body fell to the ground. The Berserker could not believe that someone could actually execute such a fast attack. It was so fast that he had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was watch as his HP descend until it reached 0. Chapter 638, Forming a Caravan. 1,000-Mile Bear's instant death stupefied the Million Ghosts members who had been fleeing for their lives. Shifeng was simply too fast. They had only heard 1,000-Mile Bear finish his words, and in the next moment, his body hit the ground. And before anyone had noticed, Shifeng stood beside 1,000-Mile Bear like the god of death monster. This thought immediately possessed the minds of the Million Ghosts members. They finally understood why Shifeng looked down on the Million Ghosts with such strength. Not even the big 3 in their guild would be his match. Both Red Rain and Rainless Path stared in shock at Shifeng quietly standing in the distance. They were very familiar with 1,000-Mile Bear's strength. Even if they worked together, they would need to expend a lot of effort to defeat him. 1,000-Mile Bear might even escape. However, as if he stepped on an ant, Shifeng only needed an instant to kill the Berserker. They could no longer fathom just how strong Shifeng was. And here I thought that his companions were strong enough. I never imagined that the man himself would be even stronger. Thank goodness I accepted his request. Red Rain was somewhat afraid as she thought back to how she had taken a gold coin from Shifeng. Fortunately, she had not offended Shifeng with her words or actions. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. So that's what a real expert looks like. An indescribable excitement rose in Rainless Path's heart when he recalled Shifeng's attack, which had been as quick as lightning in Starfall City. He was already considered one of the city's peak experts. There were not many worthy opponents for him in the city. However, upon seeing Shifeng's stunning performance, he finally understood what a real expert was. A real expert was someone who could exert their body and techniques to their limits, someone who could utilize their strength with maximum efficiency, and someone who was more than just slightly stronger than an ordinary player. After 1,000-Mile Bear died, Fire Dance and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining Million Ghosts members and collected some excellent equipment. Although these level 25 dark gold and fine gold items were of no use to Fire Dance and the others, there were a bunch of people in the guild who would fight over for them. Hence, the party silently pocketed the equipment, not bothering to leave any for the Red Rain Caravan. Many thanks for Big Brother Expert's help. Without you taking action, our Red Rain Caravan would have been obliterated. Red Rain repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Shifeng. Although Shifeng hid his name from the vague appearance Red Rain saw beyond the cloak, she could tell that Shifeng was not a child. Hence, she referred to Shifeng as Big Brother Expert. There is no need to thank me. I am only doing my job as a guard. Shifeng waved his hand. He then shifted his eyes to the Million Ghosts' corpses, commenting softly, "A dark guild is already targeting this trade route. In the future, any caravans that pass through here will have to pay a toll. I wonder what plans Miss Red has for the future?" Compared to ordinary guilds, dark guilds were far more overbearing. They would not give up a potential source of income just because of one failure. They would mobilize their forces, attacking again and again like a pack of hungry wolves. They would not give up before achieving their goals. After all, dark guilds had significantly fewer sources of income than ordinary guilds. In order to develop themselves, it was a necessity to resort to such desperate actions. Moreover, as players' levels increased, trade routes would become increasingly prosperous. One could collect astronomical tolls. Moreover, it was a costless business. If a dark guild managed to take control of multiple important trade routes, its income would most likely exceed even the candlelight trading firms, which was why it was impossible for the Million Ghosts to give up on the trade routes. For a caravan of independent players like the Red Rain Caravan, there was no safety to speak of. Even an expert like Rainless could not change the outcome. After all, an independent expert's strength was limited. In the past, after Violet Cloud left Ouroboros, she had similarly established her own workshop to serve as her foundation. Otherwise, she would not have become a Tier 6 cleric god being questioned by Shifeng in such a way. Red Rain quickly realized the severity of the situation. Even if an independent caravan were powerful, it could not stand against a large guild. If this path is too risky, then our Red Rain Caravan can only move to other cities to develop ourselves. Red Rain could not help but sigh. She had never imagined that, shortly after the Red Rain Caravan improved and was about to follow a profitable path, an incident like this would happen. Move to other cities, huh? Very quickly. Rainless noticed a crucial point. Shaking his head, he said, "Sis, I think the other cities will have the same issue. It's only a matter of how high the tolls they are." Red Rain's mood soured further upon hearing Rainless logic. If that were the case, independent players could no longer survive. "Miss Red, if you still wish to continue transporting goods, I know of a good option. I'm just not sure if you will be interested." Shifeng said, smiling. "Big brother expert, please tell us." Red Rain was definitely interested in what Shifeng had to say. "The candlelight trading firm has recently begun to hire caravans to ship its goods to other kingdoms and empires. With the backing of the trading firm, you won't have to worry about large guilds robbing you when transporting goods in the future." Shifeng finally revealed his true goal. Red Rain and her group were experienced in the transportation of goods. As the candlelight trading firm continued to develop, sooner or later, it would require its own caravan. By recruiting the Red Rain Caravan, not only would he establish a foundation for the trading firm in advance, but he could also deepen his connection with Red Rain and Rainless. The candlelight trading firm? Is that the famous trading firm that Zero Wing established? Red Rain's breathing grew a little rushed. If the candlelight trading firm were really hiring caravans to transport goods, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. With the support of the trading firm, they would gain an additional layer of protection. The only issue was that they would have to prioritize the candlelight trading firm's goods. However, in the future, the Red Rain Caravan would no longer have to worry about robberies. Zero Wing was currently like the midday sun throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was a guild that even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was helpless against. There was no need to mention the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Thank you for the advice. I'll begin preparing once we return to Star Moon Kingdom. Red Rain repeatedly thanked Shifeng, following which, Red Rain and the others began to clear the battlefield. After completing this shipment, they intended to try their luck with the candlelight trading firm. Standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose asked curiously, "Guild leader, since when did Candlelight begin recruiting caravans? Why didn't you tell me about this before?" It was not an easy task for a caravan to transport goods. The previous battle made this obvious. There were many problems involved in such an operation, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. "I just decided it." Shifeng laughed. Aqua Rose was speechless. She could not help but shift her gaze towards Red Rain, before returning her gaze to Shifeng, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. She looked at Shifeng as if saying, "I see." Oh. Half an hour later, the Red Rain Caravan arrived at the exit of the Great Forest of Soria. Reaching this point, Shifeng and the others had fulfilled their agreement. After parting with Red Rain and the others, the party advanced into the inner regions of the Great Forest. Roughly 4 hours later, Shifeng's party arrived at a small lake. In the forest. Guild leader, aren't we trying to capture a guild mount? Why aren't there any monsters here? Blackie glanced at his surroundings, failing to find a single monster around the lake. No matter how he looked at it, This was not an area for capturing mounts. Shortly after Blackie finished speaking, the sound of wings reached his ears. Turning to the source of the sound, Blackie noticed a golden-winged lion that was over 20 meters long descending from the sky, landing beside the clear lake. A great lord. Blackie gaped as he saw this monster. Every member of the party was shocked. Chapter 639 Rare Mount. Guild leader, don't tell me we're going to capture that? Blackie inquired. He gulped audibly as he stared at the massive figure in the distance. The golden-winged lion king before him was a bona fide great lord. Moreover, it was no ordinary great lord. It was a level 60 great lord. It was definitely part of the ruling class of monsters. It could obliterate them with a sneeze. Golden-winged lion king. Demonic beast, great lord. Level 60. HP 30 000 000/30 0000000. Capture it. Sherfong rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "You must be crazy." Although the golden-winged lion king could be captured, it was a level 60 great lord. He wasn't that good. Unless they had a 100-man team of level 70 tier 2 players or above, they had absolutely no chance of capturing the great lord. Sherfang's reply left Blackie speechless. However, the other members of the party released a sigh of relief. Capturing a monster was several times more difficult than killing one wheel head over once it leaves. Sherfong said in the team chat. This golden-winged lion king was this area's overlord. Hence, no other monsters dared to approach the area around the lake. However, nobody would have thought that not only was the golden-winged lion king a field boss, but it was also a guardian boss. It was a boss specifically tasked with guarding a treasure in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher led a team of players to exterminate this golden-winged lion king, they discovered a secret. When that secret got out, it shocked the various large guilds throughout God's domain. Back then, even ordinary players had their own mounts. The various large guilds had also realized the importance of rare mounts and constantly searched for their own unique monster. The commotion these guilds caused as a result had disrupted God's domain's peace and tranquility. However, nobody would have imagined that the Fantasy Shrine had actually managed to obtain a 5-star mount. The star ranking of a mount represented its growth potential. A guild mount's rank could be upgraded when properly nurtured. Furthermore, with a higher star rank, a mount had a higher promotion success rate. The majority of the guild mounts throughout God's domain were 1-star mounts. A 1-star mount started out as a common mount. It was a general mount, and most guilds would not capture a 1-star mount for a guild mount as there was only a 10% chance for it to become a bronze mount. A 2-star mount started out slightly stronger than a 1-star mount, and there was a 20% chance that it could become a bronze mount. As long as guild members were willing to pay the price, they could nurture their 2-star mount into a bronze mount. It was much cheaper than just purchasing a bronze mount, as for 3-star mounts they were rarely seen. Not only could the additional movement speed they provided initially reach 110%, but there was also a 30% chance that they could nurture them to become bronze mounts. However, few guilds were capable of obtaining 3-star mounts. 4-star mount was a rare mount. Not only could its initial movement speed reach 115%, but there was also a 50% chance for it to become a bronze mount. Impressively, there was a 15% chance for it to become a mysterious iron mount. This was a potential that 1-star to 3-star mounts did not possess. Hence, 4-star mounts and above were considered rare mounts. Various large guilds throughout God's domain drooled over the idea of their own 4-star mount, although there was only a difference of 1 rank between a bronze mount and a mysterious iron mount. The latter possessed storage capabilities. Moreover, unlike bronze mounts, mysterious iron mounts' combat capabilities allowed them to make a difference in a battle. 5-star mounts were even more powerful. The additional movement speed they provided initially could reach 120%. Its speed was practically equivalent to an ordinary bronze mount. Only, it did not possess any combat capabilities. However, 5-star mounts had a 70% chance to become bronze mounts. Not only could they be upgraded within a short amount of time, but they also had a 30% chance to become mysterious iron mounts and a 3% chance to become secret silver mounts. The most powerful guild mount Sherfong had seen in the past was a 6-star mount. Its rarity could even rival that of a legendary item. There was a 90% that it could become a bronze mount, 50% chance for mysterious iron rank, and 10% chance for secret silver rank. Just the thought of a guild outfitting its members with secret silver mounts was frightening. After all, unlike mysterious iron mounts or below, Secret silver mounts possessed skills that could assist players in battle, increasing their combat power significantly. This was also why so many guilds had been so desperate to collect rare mounts in the past. After Fantasy Extinguisher's team killed the Golden-Winged Lion King, they discovered a 5-star mount and became one of the few large guilds throughout God's domain to possess one. After over an hour, the Golden-Winged Lion King finally quenched its thirst and finished its rest. It then flew from the clear lake. "Alright everyone, drink your potions and follow me." Shifeng did not bother to explain much. Immediately he retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents. The underwater breathing potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 2 hours. After drinking the potion, Shifeng led his team and dove into the lake. Although the Golden-Winged Lion King was a guardian monster, it did not guard this place constantly. It normally left the area for an hour or so, giving players a loophole to exploit. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have been confident of capturing 5-star mount that hid behind a great lord. After swimming for about a dozen minutes or so, the party discovered the ruins of a shrine. However, the shrine's thick, stone doors were currently shut tight. Even after combining their strength, they could not open the doors. It was obvious that they needed some sort of item to gain passage, just as everyone was at a loss on what to do. Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement and entered the space beyond the stone doors. A minute later, the stone doors slowly opened. Everyone was amazed by this scene. They had not thought that the doors could be open like this. "I wish I had an item with space movement. I could easily teleport into any shrine I find without wasting effort looking for a way to open the doors," Blackie said enviously. "This method is only viable for shrines that are not magically sealed. You wouldn't be able to teleport into shrines with magic seals or their own spaces." Shifeng wished the same, but there were very few non-magically sealed shrines throughout God's domain. There were even fewer items with skills similar to space movement normally. In order to enter this shrine beneath the lake, players were required to obtain the key by killing the Golden-Winged Lion King. "Alright, we don't have much time left. We have around 40 minutes before the Lion King returns. We need to finish the job within these 40 minutes. Shifeng no longer bothered to explain. Immediately, he swam further into the shrine. The shrine was not large, being only 3 stories tall. The first floor was completely flooded. There was nothing special about the second floor beyond the various idols that cluttered the space. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor of the shrine, the party felt as if they had entered a different space entirely. The 3rd floor was actually a forest. Various wild beasts and demonic beasts lived here, and the monsters were all level 50. However, the beasts living here would not actively attack players. Meanwhile, slumbering in this forest's heart was a blue wolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Despite being asleep, blue arcs of electricity flashed around the wolf's body, preventing others from approaching it. Thunder Wolf, demonic beast, Lord. Level 50. HP 9000000/9. 000000. Such a handsome wolf. Kola was immediately mesmerized by the Thunder Wolf. In comparison, the horses of the Red Rain Caravan's bronze carriages looked like ugly toads. The Thunder Wolf was twice as large as a horse. If he could ride the beast through the city, he would become the envy of all. "We only have 30 minutes left. Get into position as I taught you. If we fail, we'll have to spend a long time running back to this place." Shifeng hurriedly commanded quickly. Everyone stealthily approached the Thunder Wolf under Shifeng's command. Chapter 640 Astonishing Attack Power. The Thunder Wolf cracked opened its eyes upon detecting Shifeng's party. It then emitted a low growl, warning the approaching humans. Although the demonic beasts on the 3rd floor would not actively attack players, they would give warnings when players got too close. If the players refused to heed their warning, they would attack Kola. "Make sure you're ready to aggro the wolf. Blackie, focus on using Guardian of Light. Violet, focus on healing. Everyone else, use the hunting scroll when the time arrives." Shifeng hurriedly commanded his team. When he noticed the Thunder Wolf beginning to stand normally, it was practically impossible for them to capture a level 50 lord. However, the Thunder Wolf was slightly special. One could use a special method to capture it. The first condition for capturing a wild beast or demonic beast was to lower the monster's HP to exactly 10%. If its HP were above or below 10%, one could not capture the monster. It was a stringent condition, and it was one of the reasons why killing a monster was much easier than capturing one. Kola was currently level 30, and wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. He also had the divine Bluefire shield. Even so, he could not hope to tank a level 50 lord. Finished with his commands, Shurfeng revealed the Bible of Darkness and began activating demon summoning. Emerge, demon. When Shurfeng finished chanting the incantation's final verse, the demon gate slowly opened. From behind the gates, a human-shaped demon, an evil blade spirit, stepped out. Sharp spikes and black scales covered the demon's body. This demon was a pure attack type and would not possess any support spells like the Heart Devourer Evil Blade Spirit. Evil Spirit. Level 36. HP 300000/30000000. Not bad. At least it's a Tier 2 demon. Shurfeng smiled at the Evil Blade Spirit in satisfaction. Although it was not as strong as the Thunder Wolf, it would still be of significant help. It was fully capable of pinning down the Thunder Wolf for a long period. Everyone, assist the Evil Blade Spirit and attack the Thunder Wolf. Make sure you dodge the Wolf's lightning attacks. Shurfeng then commanded the Evil Blade Spirit to charge at the Thunder Wolf. The Evil Blade Spirit fought like a berserker. Activating Shadow Charge, it appeared before the Thunder Wolf like a ghost. The Blade Spirit's sword-like arms then sliced fiercely at the Thunder Wolf's body. 519-16, 749. 2 damages that were over -10,000 points appeared above the Lord's head, shocking the team. Such a high attack power. Shurfeng was also surprised. We lucked out. This Tamiya level 36 Lord had no chance against a level 50 Lord. The latter's defense was many times higher. The Thunder Wolf's defense was even greater than an ordinary level 35 Great Lord. For Shurfeng, he would have to enter his twofold berserk state to inflict more than -10,000 damage to the Thunder Wolf. Yet, the similarly Lord-ranked Evil Blade Spirit could easily deal more than -10,000 damage. The demon's attack power was stronger than even a high lord of the same level. The Thunder Wolf howled. Countless blue arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and surrounded its body, significantly increasing its speed. It then swung its claws at the Evil Blade Spirit. The Tier 2 Evil Spirit had no opportunity to block or evade before the attack struck, and sent it flying backward by more than 10 yards. As it crashed to the ground, the resulting impact formed a large crater. The Thunder Wolf's claws easily sliced through the Evil Blade Spirit's scale armor, leaving multiple scorched scratch marks. The Evil Blade Spirit's HP instantly fell by 41,864. The difference in strength between them was instantly obvious. And its attack a little too powerful? If I don't activate life-saving skills, I'll most likely die with a single hit. Standing a short distance away, Kola gulped when he saw the Thunder Wolf's damage. He no longer dared underestimate the demonic beast. The Thunder Wolf's attack power was many times stronger than even the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Just how were they supposed to lower this monster's HP to 10%? Violet, heal the Evil Blade Spirit. Everyone else attack from a distance. Shurfeng was not particularly surprised by this result. Level 50 was another great divide of levels. At level 50, players could become Tier 2 classes. Hence, monsters would become a lot more powerful after reaching level 50 as well. Moreover, the Thunder Wolf was a super attack type demonic beast. Naturally, its attack power was dismaying. However, this astonishing attack power was the key factor in capturing the Thunder Wolf, following which, Shurfeng controlled the Evil Blade Spirit and began to lure the Thunder Wolf elsewhere. At the same time, Violet Cloud continuously healed the Evil Blade Spirit. Although each of her heals could only recover several thousand HP for the Tier 2 Evil Spirit, they added up. As long as the Evil Blade Spirit fought while it fled, it will soon recover to full HP. Meanwhile, Blackie and Aqua Rose were the party's main damage dealers. Unfortunately, when Aqua Rose used the Tier 1 spell, Fire Dragon's Dance, she only caused a little over -1,500 damage. As for Blackie, who wielded an epic staff, he only dealt over -2,000 damage with the Tier 1 spell, Darkness Ball. Against the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP, their attacks were practically negligible. Only after including the Evil Blade Spirit's attacks did their damage surpass the Lord's battle recovery. After Shurfeng lured the Thunder Wolf to a low-lying area, he stopped actively controlling the Evil Blade Spirit and allowed it to attack on its own. This should be the place. Shurfeng observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no problems, he recovered a dark blue Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag. Everyone, distance yourselves 50 yards from the Thunder Wolf. Hearing Shifeng's command, although Blackie and Aqua Rose wondered why he wanted them to stop attacking, they had no choice but to back away from the Thunder Wolf. After seeing Blackie and Aqua Rose retreat, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and began chanting the incantation recorded within at this moment. The evil blade spirit, which confronted the Thunder Wolf head-on, lost HP rapidly. Each of the Thunder Wolf's attacks dealt over -40,000 HP, while its skills dealt over -70,000 damage. The evil blade spirit only had 3 million HP. Very quickly, the demon's HP fell below 2 million. On the other hand, the Thunder Wolf had only lost around 100,000 HP. Blackie used Guardian of Light on the blade spirit. Shifeng said sternly through the party chat after completing his preparations immediately. Blackie cast Guardian of Light on the evil blade spirit. Guardian of Light was an additional skill of Mavis's guard. When activated, the skill granted immunity to all magic damage, reduced physical damage taken by 80%, and recovered 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was one of the most powerful life-saving skills at this stage of the game. After receiving Guardian of Light, the damage the evil blade spirit received fell sharply from over -40,000 points to just over -2,000 points. Moreover, it also recovered 5% of its HP every second. For the evil blade spirit, that was 150,000 HP every second. Not only did the evil blade spirit stop losing HP, but its HP also recovered rapidly. What's going on? Aqua Rose was surprised. The Thunder Wolf had initially dealt over -40,000 damage to the evil blade spirit. Even if its damage were reduced by 80%, it should still deal over -8,000 damage. Yet now its attacks only inflicted over -2,000 damage. Before Aqua Rose could make sense of the situation, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 magic scroll, Waterfall, in his hand. Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared above the Thunder Wolf. A torrent of water then gushed out of the magic array, pummeling the Thunder Wolf and causing damages of over -4,000 points to appear above the Lord's head. The magic scroll's effect lasted for 4 seconds. We're finally done. All we need to do now is to watch the show. Shifeng smiled faintly. Watch the show? Doubt flashed in Fire Dance's eyes. Everyone was clearly confused. They did not understand Shifeng's actions. It was merely a Tier 2 magic scroll. Moreover, it wasn't dealing much damage in the next moment. However, everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Suddenly, damages of more than -60,000 points started appearing above the Thunder Wolf's head. This is when Fire Dance noticed the Thunder Wolf's claws falling into the pooled water from the waterfall, and it receiving massive amounts of damages as a result. She immediately came to a realization. That's right. The Thunder Beast's attacks are mainly lightning-type magical attacks. Using the electrical conductivity of water, although the water will amplify the power of its attacks, it will also become a victim of its own power. Shifeng explained, grinning. If it were any other monster, he would have no method to capture it. Unfortunately for the Thunder Wolf, its attacks were lightning-based, so its greatest weakness was water. Hence, when the Fantasy Shrine had faced enemies with water-type OE spells, they would not utilize their Thunder Wolf mounts to assist them in battle, as doing so would cause more harm than good. For a time, the Thunder Wolf's 9 million HP rapidly decreased. Everyone, get ready. Watching the Thunder Wolf's HP about to reach 10%, Shifeng immediately ordered everyone to retrieve a hunting scroll and begin the capturing process. Chapter 641 Battle Demon. Black Dragon Empire. Sandstone Town. Sandstone Town occupied the Black Dragon Empire's southern border, and was the nearest town to the Star Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the forces of darkness occupied this town, so ordinary players could not venture here. Only players who had joined the forces of darkness could enter the town safely. The forces of darkness controlled very few towns, so many dark guilds were based in Sandstone Town. Among them, the most powerful dark guild was the Million Ghosts. One could say that the Million Ghosts was Sandstone Town's absolute overlord. 1,000 Miles team was defeated? Impossible. We sent 12 core members to assist them. With the strength of the independent caravans that travel between Starfall City and Copper Mountain City, how could they possibly lose? Inside the conference hall of the Million Ghosts, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were flabbergasted when they received news of Thunder Mile Bear's defeat. Dark Guilds were different from ordinary guilds. Their members relied on strength to raise their positions within the guild. Meanwhile, every person who became a core member was an expert who had fought hundreds and thousands of guild members to get to there. There were only slightly more than 100 core members in the Million Ghosts. If these core members were members of any of the ordinary large guilds, everyone would easily become one of the top few experts within the guild. Yet, of the 12 core members they dispatched, not a single one managed to return alive. It was simply inconceivable. What did the 12 that died have to say? The middle-aged man who occupied the guild leader's seat asked. This middle-aged man had dark eyes, a stalwart body, bronze skin, and a chiseled face. When this man spoke, the conference hall immediately fell silent. Nobody dared to act presumptuously before this man. This man was the Million Ghosts Guild leader, Lifestealer. He was also an intimidating character who the various large guilds in Black Dragon Emperor had nicknamed Battle Demon. In an ordinary guild, the position of guild leader was only a symbol of status, not a symbol of strength. This held true for most guilds in God's domain. However, for dark guilds, the position of guild leader was the symbol of both status and strength. The fact that Lifestealer had become the Million Ghosts Guild leader proved that his strength ranked number 1 in the entire guild due to Lifestealer's presence in the Million Ghosts. The various large guilds in the several nearby cities avoided provoking the Million Ghosts at all. Even the guild ruling over Bronze Mountain City, the Holy Church of War, deferred to the Million Ghosts. The Holy Church of War was a second-rate guild with control over 5 cities. It was a top-tier second-rate guild that had over 300,000 members. The guild also had 2 experts who ranked on the God's Domain experts list. Yet, such a guild still allowed the Million Ghosts to manage the trade route to Star Moon Kingdom freely. This was all due to the Battle Demon Lifestealer. Their opponents wore cloaks, so they did not see who they were fighting. However, judging by the enemy's tone, it seems that they looked down on the Million Ghosts. They even warned us not to touch the trade routes. They're taking us too lightly. Guild leader, let me lead some men and hunt down those bastards. If we don't do anything about this, the reputation our guild has built will be ruined. Guild leader, I'll go as well. The nearby large guilds should have learned of this by now. The Holy Church will also be watching. If we show them what the consequences are for messing with us, the Holy Church won't dare consider vying for dominance. The elders in the conference hall began stepping up, one after another, all wanting to teach those who dared provoke the Million Ghosts a lesson. It seems that our guild's reputation isn't as well known as it should be. To think that even the people from Star Moon Kingdom dare provoke us. However, there is no need to be anxious. Since they have done such a thing, it shows that they possess certain confidence and background. Have our members stationed in Starfall City investigate this matter. Once we know who we're dealing with, we'll give them a taste of hell. Lifestealer revealed a malicious grin. Seeing the smile on Lifestealer's face, everyone involuntarily shuddered back when the third-rate guild, Divine Flurry, had provoked their guild. Their guild leader had revealed this exact smile. For days after the initial incident, every core member of Divine Flurry died over a dozen times, and the guild disbanded as a result. Now that Lifestealer wore this smile once more, Starfall City would most likely fall into chaos. Meanwhile, inside the shrine in the Great Forest of Soria, watching the Thunderwolf's HP rapidly approach 10%, tension grew in the party. This was the crucial moment to capture the Thunderwolf, and any mistakes could waste all of their previous efforts. Suddenly, Surefong controlled the evil blade spirit to leave the flooded area. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others dashed towards the Thunderwolf, each holding a hunting scroll. 12%, 11%, 10%. Start. Surefong immediately lured the Thunderwolf out of the flooded area. The Lord's HP stopping at precisely 10% upon reaching her position. Fire Dance chanted the last verse of the incantation and activated the hunting scroll Shio. A pitch-black chain emerged from the hunting scroll and bound one of the Thunderwolf's hind legs. Meanwhile, Fire Dance affixed the scroll on the ground. The hunting scroll's purpose was to trap the targeted beast. However, its effect only lasted 1 short minute. At the same time, everyone else in the party also activated their hunting scrolls, binding all 4 of the Thunderwolf's limbs and preventing the demonic beast from moving away. The Thunderwolf howled in anger suddenly. Dense dark clouds condensed above the fight, releasing blue strikes of lightning towards the affixed hunting scrolls. Reacting quickly, Fire Dance activated Wind Steps, utilizing the skill's nearly 1 second invulnerability to block the oncoming lightning strike. However, though she was unscathed from the attack, the hunting scroll was obliterated. Continue using hunting scrolls. Do not let it go no matter what. Surefong also retrieved a 5-star cage from his bag and charged at the Thunder Wolf. The second key aspect when capturing a beast was timing. Cages required time to activate. During this period, the target must not escape the cage's range. Otherwise, the capture will fail, rendering the cage useless. Fire Dance and the others understood what they needed to do. They retrieved more hunting scrolls from their bags and activated them. Meanwhile, the Thunder Wolf continuously destroyed the affixed hunting scrolls in a fit of rage. At this moment, Shifeng found an opportunity as he abruptly leaped into the air, jumping above the Thunder Wolf and activating the cage. Fixing the cage to a specific location required approximately 2 full seconds. However, the 5-star cage's enclosure was not larger. The Thunder Wolf released an angry howl. Suddenly, more dark clouds collected in the sky, the lightning strikes increasing in number as well. Immediately, 2 of the 5 affixed hunting scrolls were destroyed. The Thunder Wolf then made an angle jump, escaping the cage's enclosure in the nick of time. Capture failed. Following which, Fire Dance and the others hurriedly used more hunting scrolls to pin down the demonic beast. However, Shifeng's second capture attempt also failed. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 2 5-star cages remaining. In other words, he only had 2 chances to capture the Thunder Wolf left, as expected of a 5-star rare mount. Really is lively. This was the first time Shifeng had attempted to capture a 5-star mount in either life. The Thunder Wolf was far more difficult to capture than he had expected. However, Shifeng was not someone to be trifled with. For his third attempt, he activated one of the Abyssal Blade's skills, Abyssal Curse, preventing all targets within a 30-yard radius from moving for 5 seconds. Although the Thunder Wolf was a level 50 lord, the skill would still affect it somewhat suddenly. The Thunder Wolf's movements visibly slowed. Shifeng then activated Heavenly Dragon's power and used Thunder Flame Explosion on the demonic beast 679. Although his damage was negligible, Thunder Flame Explosion had a movement speed reduction effect. As a result, the Thunder Wolf's speed dropped. Further used the hunting scrolls quickly. Shifeng shouted anxiously. Hearing Shifeng's command, Fire Dance and the others activated their hunting scrolls. This time 5 chains simultaneously bound the Thunder Wolf. Still not satisfied, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind as well. 9 chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, locking the Thunder Wolf in place. However, despite the many restrictions, the chains began to shatter. One after another, Shifeng began setting a cage into position once more. For a moment, everyone forgot to breathe just to hold the Thunder Wolf in position. They had used more than 60 hunting scrolls. Each person only had a few hunting scrolls remaining. The cage's channeling time slowly decreased 2 seconds. 1 second. In you go. Shifeng roared. Immediately, a massive steel cage fell from the sky, trapping the Thunder Wolf within. Chapter 642 Formation of the Dark Gods Legion. The Thunder Wolf struggled desperately inside the cage, repeatedly slamming its body against its steel bars. The 5-star prison even began showing signs of strain. Seeing this scene, Shifeng hurriedly chanted an incantation. In the next moment, the magic runes carved into the cage glowed. The cage itself then proceeded to shrink, only stopping when it was squeezing the Thunder Wolf. At this point, the Thunder Wolf no longer had space to generate enough momentum for a powerful charge. It sure is difficult to capture a demonic beast. Aqua Rose swept a glance at the numerous little craters around her, the aftermath of the Thunder Wolf's attacks on the anchors of the chains binding it. Fortunately, the few of them managed to react and evade the Lord's lightning attacks quickly, allowing them to capture the Thunder Wolf without any fatalities. Let's get ready to leave then. Shifeng took a look at the time. They were cutting things fine. The Golden-Winged Lion King would return soon. He then retrieved a bunch of storage space scrolls from his bag. Though they had already captured the Thunder Wolf, the demonic beast's massive frame was over 3 meters tall. In addition, there was the massive steel cage. Transporting the Thunder Wolf out of this place would be extremely troublesome. They would require many players with high strength just to lift the cage and the Thunder Wolf. And even if they did manage to lift them, their movement speed would be significantly reduced. They would also encounter many dangers while carrying the demonic beast. Who knew just how much time they would have to waste conveying the Thunder Wolf back to White River City? Hence, storage space scrolls were available for purchase in God's domain. These scrolls could be used to store large items. Not only was the Thunder Wolf massive, but it was also a living creature. Shifeng had to use a total of 20 storage space scrolls in order to fit the Thunder Wolf into his bag space. The Thunder Wolf instantly took up 20 slots there. However, the duration of the storage space scrolls was not indefinite. They could only be used to store items for up to half an hour, following which, everyone used return scrolls and departed from the shrine. White River City Zero Wings Guild residence. After Aqua Rose and the others went to rest, Shurfeng went to the warehouse inside the guild residence by himself. He then placed the Thunderwolf inside the warehouse, as well as took out several magic crystals from his bag, and put them inside the Thunderwolf's cage. Demonic beasts were different from wild beasts. Their primary source of food was magic crystals. Just a single crystal could sustain a demonic beast for a long time. Now that I've obtained a rare mount, next up will be constructing a stable. When Shurfeng looked at the ferocious Thunderwolf, he grew eager to construct a stable as soon as possible. Only after he had a stable could he begin taming the Thunderwolf. Demonic beasts were much more difficult to tame than wild beasts. Moreover, the higher the star ranking of a creature, the longer the time required to gentle it. Complete taming of the Thunderwolf would need at least 10 to 15 days. If he could finish the stable even a day sooner, he might be able to have the Thunderwolf trained by the time the guild's core members reached level 40. If he could pair every core member with a Thunder Beast, their combat power would soar through the roof. Only too many materials were required to construct a stable. The stable was different from the other structures inside the guild residence, which needed only money to build. Moreover, many of the materials required for a stable were obtainable only from large-scale team dungeons. I need to speed things up a little bit. Shurfeng then thought about forming the Dark Gods Legion. Whether it was the collection of the materials for the stable or for the Candlelight Trading Firm's future development, he needed to form a powerful Dark Gods Legion right away. Shurfeng had already experienced the development process of God's Domain before, so he knew full well that as players reached higher levels, battles between players would occur more frequently. Guild wars would also grow increasingly intense. If a guild did not possess a formidable legion that could serve as a deterrence, said guild would get embroiled in many wars in the future, following which, Shurfeng instructed Aqua Rose to pick roughly 300 elites to form the Dark Gods Legion. Meanwhile, the equipment provided to the members of the Legion would be inferior only to that of Zero Wing's main force. Shortly after Shurfeng began establishing the Dark Gods Legion, news of this matter spread like wildfire throughout the entire White River City. The development immediately attracted the attention of the many guilds in the city. However, the ones paying the most attention to this matter were still the independent players. At this point, Zero Wing was no longer the small guild it was in the past. Not only did it have over 100,000 members, but it also had the strength to clear the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Whether it was grinding monsters or questing out in the fields, not a single guild dared to do anything to the members of Zero Wing within the region of White River City. This situation had made many independent players envious of the members of Zero Wing at this stage of the game. Large guilds already occupied all available high-resource maps. As independent players, even when they were out doing a high-level quest, there was a chance that guild players would target and kill them. As a result, leveling up and upgrading equipment became extremely difficult for them. Hence, many independent players were considering joining a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was currently forming a Dark Gods Legion. Moreover, the members of the Legion received treatment that was inferior only to the guild's main force. It should be known that, while every guild had plenty of ordinary teams in its midst, there would be only one main force. Zero Wing's formation of a legion was equivalent to establishing a second main force. This situation tempted many independent players to join Zero Wing for a time. The number of players trying to enter Zero Wing surged once more. Shurfeng spent 2 whole days carefully choosing the members of the Dark Gods Legion. After all, the number of people he could use Light of Darkness on was limited. Even though he could take back the power of darkness he bestowed, he still preferred not to flaunt it. Meanwhile, during this period, Shurfeng produced quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, which were all meant for the members of the Dark Gods Legion. During these 2 days, many things happened throughout God's Domain as well. One of these developments was that many guilds had succeeded in raiding 50-man team dungeons, and had moved their competition onto 100-man team dungeons. However, 100-man dungeons were significantly different from 50-man dungeons. One could say that 50-man dungeons were warm-ups for 100-man dungeons. The number of monsters and the monster strength inside a 100-man dungeon were both significantly higher than in a 50-man dungeon. Of course, the loot from a 100-man dungeon would also make many players drool initially. Level 30 fine gold equipment was extremely difficult to obtain. However, it much easier to get in a 100-man hard mode dungeon. Even the chieftain ranked monsters inside the dungeon would drop it. There was also fine gold set equipment specifically meant for the various classes. Nevertheless, the most attractive part about 100-man dungeons would still have to be the forging designs and various sorts of rare potion recipes that were not obtainable from any other place. Getting even a single design or recipe would mean endless riches. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was also desperately trying to raid a 100-man dungeon. However, despite obtaining the power of darkness, the progress of Zero Wing's main force was only subpar at best. A 100-man dungeon had a total of 6 main bosses. Currently, Zero Wing had managed to defeat only 2 of them. They had yet to see what the final boss looked like aside from competing over 100-man dungeons. The next thing that excited players the most was the activation of the Colosseum list to experts. This was a relatively good benefit. The Colosseum list also served as an incentive for players to improve their skill completion rates and combat power. The Colosseum list was the combat power rankings of the Divine Colosseum. As long as one managed to rank within the list, they would obtain the corresponding Colosseum points. Players could use these points to exchange for many items such as equipment, skills, potions, rare materials, and many more items. Among them, the greatest attraction was the equipment available. Not only was there level 30 dark gold equipment available, but even level 30 dark gold set equipment was also up for exchange. Due to this reason, Divine Colosseums throughout God's domain became extremely popular. Many players fought desperately to raise their rankings on the Colosseum list. Large guilds sent their core members one after another to challenge the Divine Colosseum. For a time, many hidden experts emerged throughout God's domain, giving players a great shock. Nobody had thought that there were actually so many experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, Shifeng was currently seated in a large private room in the Divine Colosseum of White River City. Chapter 643. Astonishing Financial Resources. Inside the towering Divine Colosseum, dozens of large screens hung inside the main hall of the Divine Colosseum were currently displaying the battle videos of experts who had managed to reach the 4th floor of the Colosseum. The challenges inside the Divine Colosseum were purely meant to test how much combat power a player could exert. The quality of a player's equipment was irrelevant in these challenges. Even a player wearing only bronze equipment could get past the 4th floor. However, ordinary players would have a difficult time just getting through the 1st floor of the Divine Colosseum, not to mention the 4th. In White River City, experts capable of breaking through the 4th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. As for players who did not have any magic crystals to challenge the Divine Colosseum, they could also watch the battle videos of experts at the main hall. Of course, these videos were only released with the consent of the players involved. Players could also use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Look, Heaven's Burial is here again. Everyone in the hall quickly noticed the arrival of a group of players. These players were uniformly level 30, and they were members of Heaven's Burial's current main force. If not for the fact that they were aiming to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, these players would have long since leveled up. Even so, their levels were currently far ahead of ordinary players. Besides their levels, the equipment of Heaven's Burial's members was also extremely eye-catching. Most of them boasted level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the most inferior being level 25 dark gold equipment. In contrast, the typical equipment of current ordinary players was only level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Only elite players possess several pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. Not only does Heaven's Burial have so many experts, but these experts also come here to train multiple times each day. It makes you wonder just how strong they are. What do you even know? Having more experts in a guild is better, of course. Moreover, by training here, they can increase their rankings on the Colosseum list and earn points to exchange for dark gold equipment. Aside from improving their combat techniques, that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Recently, Heaven's Burial has been growing increasingly stronger. Initially, they had less than 10 members who managed to pass the 4th floor. Now, after only a few days, that number is up to 20. 2 members of the guild even have managed to get to the 6th floor. In the entire White River City, Heaven's Burial is only slightly inferior to Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing. Isn't that only because the guild is rich? Challenging the Trial Tower costs 1 magic crystal each time. Normally, when we raid dungeons, we will only get 1 magic crystal after a lot of difficulties. Even then, we still have to split it among several people. After raiding dungeons all day, our turn to get a crystal might still not come. Meanwhile, the members of Heaven's Burial's main force get a daily allowance of 5 magic crystals, so they get to challenge the trial tower 5 times a day. With 100 members in the main force, Heaven's Burial has to spend 500 magic crystals per day. Due to the Divine Colosseum, the current price of magic crystals has long since gone up by several fold. Right now, each crystal is worth 20 silver. Yet there is a shortage. There is still room for prices to rise. That's right. I knew I should have stocked up on some magic crystals. I would have been able to make a small fortune by now. It would be great if I could become a member of Heaven's Burial's main force. Many players looked on with envy as the members of Heaven's Burial walked towards the trial tower. Not even the wealthy overwhelming smile could afford such extravagance. Currently, 500 magic crystals were equivalent to 100 gold. Of course, a majority of these magic crystals came from the dungeons raided by the guild. Otherwise, even Heaven's Burial would find it extremely taxing to fork out 100 gold every day. Meanwhile, Shurfeng, who had rented a large private room in the Divine Colosseum, was currently standing before 300 people. These people were all players he had selected for the Dark Gods Legion. Currently, everyone in the Dark Gods Legion was feeling excited. These members had not expected to be able to meet their legendary guild leader, Black Flame, in person. Moreover, Black Flame was even going to nurture them himself. This training was a privilege that was not available anywhere else in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom did not know of one hit Asura. The publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom tuition with the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom was a privilege beyond price. I'll put this out first. Although you all official members of the Dark Gods Legion and get to enjoy extremely high benefits, the Dark Gods Legion operates on an elimination system. Waiting behind you are 700 reserve members. If your strength is found wanting, a reserve member will take your place, Shurfeng said in a somber tone. From today onwards, each of you will receive 10 magic crystals daily to challenge the trial tower. I will rank you based on your battle record in the trial tower. At the end of each week, I will compare the last 30 official members with the top 30 reserve members. The winners will be official members, while the losers will go on the reserve team. Everyone could not help but gasp. The competition was incredibly intense. Up to 30 people might switch out each week. However, everyone was also shocked at Zero Wing's generosity. The Dark Gods Legion had 300 members in all. If every member could spend 10 magic crystals a day, that meant that Zero Wing would expend a total of 3,000 crystals, or 600 gold daily. This outlay was simply inconceivable. Even a first-rate guild did not boast such frightening financial resources. What no one knew was that, even if Zero Wing had that much money, it was impossible to purchase so many magic crystals. Currently, the various large guilds were treating magic crystals like strategic resources. They would not sell any of their magic crystals at all. One could only purchase a small amount from independent players. However, even before the release of the Divine Colosseum, Shurfeng had already tasked Melancholic Smile with purchasing magic crystals in bulk. They had spent practically all the coins they earned stocking up on magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had several warehouses full of magic crystals. Right? I forgot to mention one more thing. The top 30 people will receive an invitation to undergo training together with the guild's top-tier experts. Shurfeng laughed. I believe that all of you have probably heard how Zero Wing has a special training ground. Whether you will be able to go there and train will depend on your efforts. Guild leader, you're not tricking us, right? Can we really go to that place? Many Dark Gods members asked in anticipation. They had indeed heard that Zero Wing possessed a specialized training facility in the real world. There, one could ramp up their combat techniques. One could also learn the rumored advanced combat techniques and become a true top-tier expert. Originally, training at that place was a privilege available to only a limited number of core members. Nobody had expected that even official members of the Dark Gods Legion could receive such a treatment. As long as you can enter the top 30, you can naturally go. Shurfeng shook his head and laughed. The Big Dipper Training Center completed the renovation of the Greenwater Villa only recently. The villa was outfitted with all kinds of training apparatuses and could now accommodate more people. Otherwise, he really would not be able to extend its use to the members of the Dark Gods Legion. When Shurfeng was done speaking, the atmosphere inside the private room instantly changed. Everyone there was flushed with fighting spirit. and they could not help but want to dash to the trial tower right this instant to raise their rankings. After Shifeng distributed the magic crystals and concluded the meeting, everyone promptly rushed out of the private room and ran as fast as they could towards the trial tower. This scene stupefied the players inside the main hall. Chapter 643. Astonishing Financial Resources. Chapter 644. Secret Competition. How rich is Zero Wing? They're actually sending so many people to the trial tower all at once. They should be members of the newly formed Dark Gods Legion. I heard that the benefits they receive are only beneath what Zero Wing's main force enjoys. Being a guild's core member must be great. They get to enter the trial tower every day. On the other hand, independent players like us can only enter once in a long while. I know, right? Magic Crystal's drop rate is simply too low in party dungeons. It's only higher in team dungeons. As expected of the number 1 guild of White River City, even Overwhelming Smile can only send 200 members each day, while Heaven's Burial only sends 100 members. On the other hand, Zero Wing is sending 300 people in one go. Moreover, they are only members of the Dark Gods Legion. Everyone was incredibly jealous. Only the members of large guilds had access to such a large supply of magic crystals each day. Independent players had to struggle just to obtain a single crystal. As for small guilds, although they could also afford to supply their members with magic crystals, they could not afford to offer a large amount every day. One could gauge a guild's financial strength in White River City by the number of members that entered the trial tower. What's so amazing about Zero Wing? Can its financial strength compare to Overwhelming Smile? The level 30 Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, sneered as he entered the Divine Coliseum. Ever since the Dark Star's disbandment, Lone Tyrant held firm to his hatred of Zero Wing. If not for Zero Wing, Dark Star would have been White River City's ruler, and he would have stood as its emperor. Due to Zero Wing's constant rise, he was now only one of Overwhelming Smile's core members. He was not even the guild's chief MT. He was nothing more than cannon fodder. However, it was also because of this that he was able to experience just how frightening Underworld was. Particularly, after the third evolution of God's Domain, Underworld had increased its investment in God's Domain by several folds, pouring a massive sum of money into the game. Not only did the organization begin recruiting a large number of experts, but it had also collected a large stock of magic crystals, which were extremely important to current players. Even a first-rate guild could not compete with Underworld's financial resources. Underworld's influence covered a vast expanse of God's Domain. It could purchase magic crystals through several avenues. This was an advantage that many first-rate guilds did not possess. With all these magic crystals, Underworld could quickly nurture plenty of experts through the Divine Coliseum. God's Domain was not a game that could be dominated by a single player's strength. Even if Shifeng were stronger, he could only defend White River City. However, White River City was not the only city in Star Moon Kingdom, much less God's Domain. As far as Lone Tyrant knew, Underworld had yet to give up on the feast that White River City offered. Hence, the organization had once more invested significant funding in magic crystals, enough to even put a first-rate guild to shame. On the surface, Overwhelming Smile sent only 200 members to the trial tower each day. Moreover, every member could only challenge the trial tower 3 times a day. In reality, however, Overwhelming Smile secretly sent a large number of hidden experts to challenge the trial tower as well. This group of experts consisted of nearly 400 people, double that of what the guild sent openly. In total, Overwhelming Smile sent nearly 600 people to the trial tower every day, affording each member 3 challenges. The public was already astounded by Heaven's Burial's financial strength. Unfortunately, compared to Overwhelming Smile, Heaven's Burial was nothing. After including the additional resources that Warwolf and his group of top-tier experts had received, Overwhelming Smile was spending nearly 2,000 magic crystals every day. What did Heaven's Burial's expenditure of 500 magic crystals amount to? Lone Tyrant, control your mouth. It is not the time for Overwhelming Smile to display its strength. Let Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial bask in the limelight. Watching the Dark Gods Legion enter the trial tower, a faint smile appeared on Feng Xuanyang's face. With pride and arrogance he said, "Black Flame, your complacency won't last." In truth, Feng Xuanyang had not expected Underworld to continue investing in White River City. He had thought that the organization would just let Overwhelming Smile, the guild he controlled, fend for itself. Currently, There were extremely few experts who had managed to pass the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum among them. Zero Wing had the most with a total of 36 people. Overwhelming Smile came in second. It had 29 people in total. Next up was Heaven's Burial. It had 20 people. Assassin's Alliance stood in 4th place. The Guild only had 14 people at 5th place. Cloud9 had 12 people at 6th place. Enyang Court had 11 people. However, Overwhelming Smile had hidden a large fraction of its forces. For example, their 29 experts did not include Warwolf and his team. In reality, the Guild had more than 50 people who had passed the 4th floor. Overwhelming Smile had long since surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, that number would only increase. Soon it would be Overwhelming Smile's turn to rule over White River City. While the various large guilds in White River City competed over the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, and compared their progression in the Divine Colosseum, Shifeng had used the Bible of Darkness to travel to the Evil Ghost domain after his 2-day absence. Shifeng found that District 1 had developed rapidly. The shelter had annexed 6 other shelters and invested all of the soul crystals they obtained into promoting the Lion's Bar, upgrading it to a 2-star bar now. The 100 berry wine's production had increased to 50 bottles per day according to Shifeng's arrangements. 20 bottles would be held for District 1's shelter, while he would take the remaining 30 with him. Shifeng had been away for 2 days now, so he had a stockpile of 60 bottles. Shifeng had also brought with him a huge stock of lightstones for Blue Frost and the others. The nights in the Dark Den were longer than the days. Hence, lightstones were far more useful to these players. Having a guild is awesome. I never imagined that we would get our hands on an item like this. Even at night, our top 10 parties will be able to grind safely. Blue Frost expressed his shock as he stared at the lightstone in his hand. Not a single shelter in the Dark Den had anything like the lightstones other than grinding and questing. The lightstones could also be used during monster attacks to weaken the monsters, making it much easier to defend the shelter. Right. My main goal in coming here this time is to give this to you, Shifeng said as he retrieved the Chapter of Shelter from his bag. The Chapter of Shelter was an item that could promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. When everyone saw the Chapter of Shelter, they were stupefied. Up until now, large shelters were something that only guild forces possessed. Although they had thought of upgrading District 1's shelter to a large shelter countless times before, it was simply too difficult for independent players. They would require at least a month to gather the required manpower and resources. That time might be extended further depending on their progression on the quests involved. Now, however, with the Chapter of Shelter, they could upgrade District 1's shelter into a large shelter without going through all that trouble. They would then qualify to compete for dominance in the Dark Den. Zero Wing was astonishing. Shifeng's generosity had engraved this notion on Blue Frost and everyone else's hearts. The many guild forces in the Dark Den had spent a ridiculous amount of effort to upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. They had gathered all of the resources from the shelters under their control, and had spent significant time to do so. On the other hand, Shifeng had completed a similar feat by casually revealing a Chapter of Shelter. If the other guild forces discovered this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Lotus, begin the preparations. We're going to upgrade the shelter, Blue Frost proclaimed, grinning at the Chapter of Shelter in Shifeng's hand. Chapter 645 Administrator. The Evil Ghost domain was vast. It was roughly the 1/5 the size of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also several shelters within the domain. Among these shelters, some were under the control of large guilds. However, not a single shelter within the Evil Ghost domain had been promoted to a large shelter until today. One could just imagine how difficult it was to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, its player capacity increased from 30,000 to 100,000. Not only would this increase the shelter's defensive capabilities, but the larger population would also improve collection speed of soul crystals by several times. Most importantly, upon becoming a large shelter, a shelter could have 3 specialties, which was 2 more than a medium shelter. Moreover, these specialties' production volumes would increase significantly. Originally, the 1-star Lion's Bar only produced 20 bottles of 100 berry wine per day. After becoming a large shelter, the Lion's Bar's production of 50 bottles a day doubled. In other words, the 2-star Lion's Bar could produce 100 bottles of 100 berry wine each day. The 100 berry wine was a rare tool that could increase a player's compatibility rate with their weapons for a short time, allowing players to grasp the feeling and subtlety of improved compatibility rates. It was the best item for cultivating experts. The 100-berry wine was far more effective than the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum otherwise. With no Divine Colosseums inside the Dark Den, these players would stagnate and fall far behind players elsewhere. Half an hour later, the heavenly crystal pillar inside District 1's shelter released a dazzling red light that shot into the sky. A faint red barrier then began to form around the shelter. For a time, aside from Shurfeng and the others who were currently inside the heavenly crystal pillar, every player was teleported out of the shelter in the next moment. The shelter began to expand. At the same time, new buildings began appearing, one after another. A short while later, the medium shelter's size had increased by 10-fold. When the shelter stopped expanding, a system announcement reached out to every player inside the Evil Ghost Domain. Evil Ghost Domain System Announcement. Congratulations to the shelter of District 1 for becoming the first in the Evil Ghost Domain to become a large shelter. Rewarding 1,000 soul crystals to the shelter. All players of District 1 will receive a 2-day protected buff that increases all attributes by 10%. Production volume of the shelter's specialties will be increased by 100% for 7 days. The system announcement excited District 1's stunned players. Our District 1 is too amazing. We actually became a large shelter. We won't have to worry about getting mounts once we reach level 40. Everyone celebrated the new achievement. Currently, the shelter's players were nearing level 40. It wouldn't be long before they reached that milestone. However, upgrading a medium shelter to a large shelter was not achievable in a short amount of time. If they wanted to obtain mounts, they would have no choice but to travel to other large shelters and pay an exorbitant fee to purchase one. Moreover, they had to obtain permission from the ruling parties of said shelters beforehand. Otherwise, they would not be able to purchase a mount even if they could afford one now. However, they no longer had to worry about such problems. They could just buy a mount at cost price from their own shelter. Meanwhile, the various other shelters in the Evil Ghost Domain were stupefied. Normally, to promote a medium shelter to a large shelter, one had to pool the majority of the resources available within a domain and invest a lot of time. Although District 1 was one of the strongest shelters in the Evil Ghost Domain and had annexed several competitors, it should still require a long time before becoming a large shelter. Yet, after only a few days since District 1 began annexing other shelters, it had successfully upgraded to a large shelter. It was simply inconceivable. Contact the leader of District 1's first party, Blue Frost, immediately. Tell him that our District 9 is willing to submit. How did they manage this so quickly? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to join District 1, rather than joining a guild force now? We need to head to District 1 and discuss an alliance. Oh. Shortly after the system announcement, the top 10 parties of many shelters discuss currying favor with District 1. When a medium shelter became a large shelter, it could hold 70,000 more players than before. It could easily fit the population of 2 or 3 medium shelters. If they could obtain a slot for themselves, they would not have to worry about obtaining mounts in the future. They could also enjoy the various benefits only available in a large shelter. Meanwhile, inside District 1's heavenly crystal pillar, Blue Frost and the others were similarly surprised. Although they had expected the shelter's promotion, they had never expected their hold over the shelter to become more powerful. All along, the shelter belonged to all of its residents. Meanwhile, the shelter's top 10 parties, only acted as managers. They were not the owners. The managers were determined through contribution shares. If another party possessed more contribution shares than they did, they would be replaced immediately. Normally, this rule held fast even after a shelter was upgraded. Only after a shelter's promotion, the top 10 ranking parties would receive a massive amount of contribution shares, making it more difficult for other parties to compete for the top 10 positions. However, while it might be difficult for a guild force to take over a powerful shelter by force, it was not entirely impossible. However, after Shurfeng used the chapter of shelter, the management system had changed. Shurfeng had become the shelter's administrator. An administrator was far more powerful than the managers. Shurfeng could now arbitrarily delist players from District 1, exiling them from the district and the benefits the shelter offered. No other player possessed this authority. Of course, this was useless against the shelter's top 10 parties. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of players an administrator could delist each day. Even so, an administrator's authority was plenty frightening. Now they had the ability to remove potential threats easily, preventing other shelters from scheming against their shelter. More importantly, an administrator had the authority to veto a decision. For example, If the top 10 parties wished to construct something, even if all 10 parties agreed, the administrator could voice their refusal, and the matter would end there. Moreover, the position of administrator was unrelated to contribution shares. In other words, even if someone else accumulated more contribution shares than the administrator, they could not replace the administrator. The only way to overthrow an administrator and take over a shelter was to assault the entire shelter and destroy it. However, it was not easy to assault a large shelter. In other words, currently, the shelter of District 1 was under Zero Wing's complete control. Outsiders could not steal it, so the chapter of shelter has such a function as well. Shifeng also only learned this after using the chapter of shelter. However, with this, he would not have to worry about losing the shelter to other guilds. He could rule with an iron fist. With that out of the way, he could invest more resources in District 1's shelter, transforming it into an iron fortress, following which, Shifeng left the shelter's management to Blue Frost. He then purchased all of the available bottles of 100-berry wine from the Lion's Bar, and took the massive batch of gemstones Blue Frost had prepared before returning to White River City. As the shelter had just upgraded to a large shelter, its specialties production had improved. As a result of the 7-day bonus, the Lion's Bar could produce up to 200 bottles of 100-berry wine each day. However, as Blue Frost and the others had already purchased 50 bottles, there were only 150 bottles remaining. Even so, Shifeng was satisfied with this amount. Even one bottle of 100-berry wine could tempt many experts, not to mention 210 bottles. With this many, he could raise the combat power of Zero Wing's core members to a whole new level. Chapter 646, Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. Shortly after Shifeng used a return scroll and returned to White River City, the shelter of District 1 hummed with activity. Now that the shelter's population potential had increased so drastically, many players in the Evil Ghost domain planned to migrate to District 1 to enjoy the benefits of a large shelter. Hence, reviewing the invitations demanded a considerable amount of work. In addition, the promotion to a large shelter did not mean that players could purchase mounts immediately. There was a need to construct a taming facility first, and the construction of a taming facility required a massive amount of soul crystals. Meanwhile, after District 1's shelter became a large shelter, many guild forces based in the Evil Ghost domain began to consider it a target. They all wished to conquer the large shelter. In the past, although District 1 occupied valuable land, and the shelter was relatively strong to guild forces, it had been a trivial opponent. After all, independent players ran District 1. It was of no threat to guild forces. Now, however, things had changed. District 1 had become the first district to own a large shelter in the Evil Ghost domain. This would greatly affect the situation in the Evil Ghost domain. The medium shelters under their control held no advantage against a large shelter if they could take control of District 1. Not only could they extinguish any looming threats, but they could also increase their own strength. They also wouldn't have to waste effort collecting and pooling their guild's resources to obtain a large shelter for themselves. Most importantly, District 1's large shelter had not been promoted by a guild force. As far as they were concerned, District 1 was like a heap of loose sand. Its residents were not united. They could take advantage of this and take the shelter by storm. With this, they could kill two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? For a time, the many guild forces in the Evil Ghost domain secretly plotted to insert their own men into District 1's shelter. Meanwhile, although Blue Frost and the others had predicted these guild forces' intentions, not only did they not attempt to stop them, but they also actively encouraged it. After all, they were not afraid of anyone trying to replace them. They earnestly wished the various guild forces would come and offer them more resources. The matter of District 1 joining Zero Wing was only known by a few of District 1's upper echelons. In the eyes of outsiders, District 1 had only obtained a large shelter due to its managers being very united, powerful and lucky. Moreover, there were only so many guild forces in the Evil Ghost domain. Everyone knew which shelters belonged to which guild forces. Hence, everyone believed that District 1's shelter had yet to ally themselves with a guild. Normally, if players wished to join a shelter, the shelter's managers would welcome them with open arms. After all, more players would strengthen the shelter itself and increase the number of soul crystals the shelter could obtain. For District 1, however, other than those who had been recruited by the shelter's upper echelons, any player who wished to join District 1 was required to pay a fee of 1 soul crystal. Although the price was high, current players were much higher leveled than before. As a result, the difficulty of obtaining soul crystals and the price of soul crystals had decreased. Compared to Shifeng's initial arrival in the Dark Den, soul crystals' prices had fallen by 2 to 3 times. Currently, every elite party had at least one soul crystal on hand at all times. If they worked hard for a week or so, they could collect 6 soul crystals. Obviously, Guild Force's elite teams had a far easier time of collecting the crystals. Even after Blue Frost and the others recruited some players, there should still be 50,000 spots remaining. Charging 1 soul crystal per person, if they managed to fill all 50,000 slots, they would receive an additional 50,000 soul crystals. A player's ownership of 50,000 soul crystals was vastly different from a shelter's ownership. Take the Lion's Bars promotion for example. If Blue Frost and the others funded the promotion themselves, they would only have to spend 500 soul crystals to promote the bar to 3 stars. However, if they used the shelter's cumulative resources, they would have to spend 10,000 crystals. With 50,000 soul crystals, not only could they easily construct a taming facility, but they could also construct 2 more buildings that supplied specialties and upgrade both buildings to 2 stars. In addition, they would have enough leftovers to upgrade the Lion's Bar to 3 stars, increasing the production volume of the 100-berry wine once more. Meanwhile, Shifeng had returned with a large stock of gemstones, and 100-berry wine to White River City. Gemstones were extremely rare. Ordinary players would be reluctant to embed the gemstones they had obtained into their equipment. If the item were destroyed, the gemstones would similarly be destroyed. Players would generally only embed gemstones in top-tier equipment, as it was a safer option. When the need arose, they could simply remove the gemstones and reuse them with other top-tier equipment. Currently, Tier 1 gemstones were very cheap in the Evil Ghost domain. Each crystal only cost 3 silver. In Starmoon Kingdom, however, each Tier 1 gemstone sold for 9 silver. As for Tier 2 gemstones, each sold for 30 silver in the Evil Ghost domain, while prices in Starmoon Kingdom fluctuated around 1 gold. Starmoon Kingdom's prices were at least 3 times higher. Shifeng had obtained 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones from Blue Frost. These gemstones had either been secretly purchased from the various shelters in the Evil Ghost domain or traded for light stones. A single stack contained 20 gemstones. Shifeng had returned with a total of 1,500 stacks of Tier 1 gemstones, valued at a total of 900 gold, which practically filled his entire bag. As for Tier 2 gemstones, he had not bothered taking any as he had the Philosopher's Stone. Through alchemy synthesis, he could produce Tier 2 gemstones from Tier 1 gemstones. After returning to White River City, Shifeng first headed towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. At this point, the Candlelight Trading Firm was the most lively location in White River City. It could be considered the business center of all of Starmoon Kingdom. The trading firm was the organization with the highest number of forgers and other lifestyle classes in the entire kingdom. There were all sorts of player-made advanced products for sale on its shelves. If it were available in Starmoon Kingdom, the Candlelight Trading Firm would almost certainly have it. Only certain exclusive items such as the overwhelming trading firm's Fire Dragon Potion were not available, as not even Zero Wing could obtain the designs and recipes for these items. Even so, the wide variety of products they offered was enough to overwhelm players other than Starmoon Kingdom. Thanks to Phoenix Rain's help, the Candlelight Trading Firm had also set up branch shops in the major cities of neighboring kingdoms and empires. The trading firm's daily profits reached several thousand gold. However, this placed a heavy burden on the firm's manager. Melancholic Smile. The Candlelight Trading Firm's ability to earn money far surpassed even first-rate guilds. Only super first-rate guilds and super guilds could rival the trading firm now. However, as time progressed, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would definitely surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm due to their massive range of influence in God's domain. The resources and contacts they possess far surpass the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm could continue to expand, Zero Wing simply did not possess the required strength and manpower to keep up with it. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since prepared for this situation. He had not been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past for nothing. Since the first day he logged into God's domain in this life, he had been thinking of ways to improve his guild's background and had come up with a series of plans. At this point, his plans had finally produced some results. Shifeng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his personal warehouse and arrived at his exclusive advanced forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm. He then began to synthesize the Tier 2 gemstones. If he sought out the aid of NPC alchemists to synthesize high-tiered gemstones, not only would he have to foot an exorbitant labor fee, but the success rate was also not particularly high. For Tier 2 gemstones, NPCs only had a 30% success rate. Synthesizing a Tier 2 gemstone required 4 Tier 1 gemstones. With acceptable luck, he might obtain 1 Tier 2 gemstone for every 12 Tier 1 gemstones. However, the Tier 2 gemstones was only 10 times more valuable than Tier 1 gemstones. Hence, it was not profitable to synthesize high-tiered gemstones. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone in Shifeng's possession had a 100% success rate for synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. If he synthesized Tier 2 gemstones using the Philosopher's Stone, he could easily multiply his profit. Naturally, Shifeng could not let this opportunity escape him. Shifeng's goal was not to earn money. Tier 2 gemstones have already become a mainstream item among large guilds. If I want Zero Wings main force to clear a 100-man dungeon even a day sooner, I will have to set Tier 3 gemstones as the standard. Shifeng took out his Tier 1 gemstones and began the alchemy synthesis. Chapter 647 Realm of Experts. Currently, the highest tiered gemstone one could obtain from monsters in God's domain was a Tier 2. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they only drop from level 30 and above large-scale dungeons. Meanwhile, NPC alchemists only had a 20% success rate to synthesize Tier 3 gemstones. The cost involved was massive. Currently, Tier 2 gemstones sold for 1 gold. Ignoring the labor fees and with average luck, one would require at least 20 Tier 2 gemstones to synthesize a Tier 3 gemstone. The cost alone was 20 gold. It was simply not realistic for a guild to supply its main force with Tier 3 gemstones. However, the attributes Tier 3 gemstones provided were significantly higher than Tier 2 gemstones. Tier 1 gemstones only increased a single attribute by 3 points. Tier 2 gemstones increased a single attribute by 6 points. As for Tier 3 gemstones, they increased a single attribute by 12 points. If one embedded every piece of equipment they had with Tier 3 gemstones, it would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment. This would significantly increase a player's combat power to the large guild's main forces. Upgrading attributes was limited because their equipment had already reached a certain level. If an ordinary player swapped out their full set of bronze equipment for a full set of mysterious iron equipment, their strength would rise by a single level. However, a large guild's main force usually wore the highest quality equipment they could get their hands on. If it were not dark gold rank, then, at the very minimum, they would wear fine gold rank. Hence, it was extremely difficult to upgrade their equipment. If they could receive a bonus to their attributes that had as large of an impact as another piece of dark gold equipment, it would make a huge difference without rest. Shifeng spent half the day synthesizing Tier 2 gemstones. In the end, he transformed the 30,000 Tier 1 gemstones into 7,500 Tier 2 gemstones. The success rate for synthesizing Tier 3 gemstones is actually as high as 80%. Shifeng could not help but grin when he saw the message that the Philosopher's Stone displayed initially. Shifeng would have been satisfied with a 60% success rate. After all, NPC alchemist's success rate was only 20%. Furthermore, Shifeng's luck attribute was also relatively high. That would most likely lower his expenditure even further. 4 hours later, Shifeng had a total of 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, 174 more than his initial estimation. If I sold all these Tier 3 gemstones, just how many more plots of land could I buy for the candlelight trading firm? Shifeng sighed as he stared at the Tier 3 gemstones cluttering the table. It was no wonder why the Philosopher's Stone was a treasure that could incite war between kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was currently incomplete. Shifeng could not even begin to fathom just how powerful the complete Philosopher's Stone would be in the past. During God's Domain's initial stages, a Tier 3 gemstone could sell for 25 gold. Its price was more than 10 times higher than Tier 2 gemstones. If Shifeng sold all 1,674 Tier 3 gemstones, he could earn over 40,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase 3 or 4 golden lands. Meanwhile, he had only spent 900 gold on the gemstones. However, Shifeng had no intentions of selling the Tier 3 gemstones. What Zero Wing lacked right now was a large group of experts. With these Tier 3 gemstones, he could elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. That way, the guild would have the power to support and stabilize the candlelight trading firm's development. Just as Shifeng was excitedly contacting Aqua Rose and preparing to replace the main force's Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, The situation at White River City's Divine Coliseum had reached a boiling point. More experts from Heaven's Burial suddenly broke through the fourth floor of the trial tower. Currently, the guild had a total of 42 members who had reached the fifth floor, double that of their previous record and surpassing Zero Wing's previous record of 36 people. Although 3 more people from Zero Wing have passed through the fourth floor, Heaven's Burial is superior. Another 22 of their people have passed the fourth floor within the same time span. It really makes you wonder just how they have nurtured so many experts. It seems that Heaven's Burial has a chance of replacing Zero Wing as White River City's overlord. Overwhelming Smile isn't doing too bad either. Today, another 8 people have reached the fifth floor, pushing their total to 37. Right now, Overwhelming Smile is only behind Zero Wing by 2 people. In another 1 or 2 days, Overwhelming Smile's number of experts will probably surpass Zero Wing as well. Due to the increase of each guild's number of experts in the Divine Coliseum, many players had begun changing their opinions of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Although one could not tell much by the number of experts, it could indicate a guild's potential in the God's domain of today. Due to Shurfeng repeatedly shattering the concept of strength by numbers, the public no longer evaluated a guild based on how many members it possessed. Then, how could one judge a guild's strength? The first method was by examining the guild's raid progression of large-scale team dungeons. This was the best way to judge the comprehensive strength of a guild. The second method was by reviewing the number of experts a guild possessed. At present, passing the fourth floor was the commonly accepted standard for an expert very quickly. This matter attracted the attention of the various large guilds in White River City. Originally, Zero Wing had been White River City's sole ruler. Now, however, it would seem that 3 rulers would sit on the city's throne. Heaven's Burial, in particular, was very mysterious. The guild developed as fast as Zero Wing had in the past. Even the famous Ghost Shadow Workshop had joined Heaven's Burial. One could just imagine how powerful the guild's backing was. Previously, Zero Wing had relied on Shurfeng to shoulder its success. Now, however, Heaven's Burial's potential was even greater than Zero Wing's. Not only did it possess well-known top-tier experts, but it also had the financial strength to rival Overwhelming Smile. Heaven's Burial was definitely a powerful competitor for a time. Many players were tempted to take part in Heaven's Burial's entrance examination. Heaven's Burial was constantly recruiting guild members. Moreover, its entry requirements were a lot lower than Zero Wing's. If they joined Heaven's Burial now, by the time the guild grew into its power and became White River City's overlord, their statuses would rise with the tide. It was just like the Zero Wing of today. Currently, even a normal member of Zero Wing was enviable. Zero Wing's guild residence. The members of the main force had gathered in the conference hall after receiving Shurfeng's summons. At this moment, they discussed events among themselves. Did guild leader summon us because of the Divine Coliseum? Probably. After all, this is a matter concerning the guild's reputation. Zero Wing is the #1 guild in White River City. Yet right now we have fewer experts who have passed the fourth floor than the newly established Heaven's Burial. We have to do something to restore our reputation. How could the trial tower's fourth floor be so easy to break through? I am still stuck in the fourth floor's middle sector, not to mention the end. Indeed. Based on what I heard from guild leader, if one cannot display 50% of their actual combat power, they will not be able to overcome the fourth floor. Everyone felt disheartened when they spoke about the Divine Coliseum's trial tower. They all were members of Zero Wing's main force and were the envy of ordinary players. In reality, however, they knew that, without breaking through the trial tower's fourth floor, they could not be considered as true experts despite Zero Wing providing far better resources than Heaven's Burial or Overwhelming Smile. For some reason, only a small number of people had managed to reach the realm of experts. As everyone chatted, Shurfeng entered the conference hall, leading Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. The conference hall suddenly fell silent, everyone in the room shifting their gazes towards the black-cloaked Shurfeng. Chapter 648, Rapid Improvement. As Shurfeng appeared, the atmosphere inside the conference hall became extraordinarily heavy. The benefits that this Zero Wing team enjoyed were far more generous than what Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial offered. Not only had everyone received their own rooms, allowing them to store up the double EXP buff easily, but they also had access to an extravagant number of magic crystals. Each of them received 10 magic crystals each day. This was double what Heaven's Burial's main force received. Yet, in the end, Heaven's Burial had more members reach the 5th floor. If the public learned about the benefits that Zero Wing's main force enjoyed, they would ridicule the team as a bunch of trash. Knowing this, everyone had prepared themselves to receive Shifeng's scolding. Shifeng took his seat on the guild leader's throne. Without saying a word, he took out a cyan wine bottle and placed it on the table. Everyone shifted their gaze to the bottle curiously. The wine bottle's information displayed the name, 100 Berry Wine. It was only a bottle of wine. Guild leader, you're not forcing them to get drunk as a punishment, are you? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Shifeng intended to do. At this moment, rather than admonishing everyone for their arrogance, which had led to their complacency, Shifeng instead revealed a bottle of fine wine. Just what was he trying to do? I am not that extravagant. Shifeng shook his head and laughed. I've prepared this bottle of 100 Berry Wine as a reward. As for the matter regarding Zero Wing's performance falling behind Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial, it had not surprised Shifeng whatsoever. These two guilds were not as simple as they appeared. Both guilds had been recruiting talents from everywhere, not just White River City. In addition, both guilds possessed powerful backgrounds with long histories. Now that these two guilds had familiarized themselves with God's domain, their advantage began to reveal itself. It would still be a while before a newly established guild like Zero Wing would catch up to these two. This was also why first-rate and second-rate guilds looked down on upstart guilds like Zero Wing. Every time a new game came out, many upstart guilds would appear. They rose very quickly and fell very quickly. These newly recognized guilds were like the nouveau riche. How could they possibly compare to the wealthy aristocrats who had been tested over time? Only those capable of withstanding the test of time were able to set foot into this realm. Reward? Everyone curiously stared at the bottle of 100 Berry Wine on the table. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. They would usually have plenty of excess money to spend, and normally, they would treat themselves at high-class bars and restaurants. After all, the food and wine that these establishments served were far superior to those in the outside world. It had become a trend for many wealthy princes and princesses to dine at these establishments. However, despite frequently enjoying those delicacies, none of them had ever heard of a wine named the 100 Berry Wine. Moreover, what could they do with only one bottle of wine? This 100 Berry Wine can assist you with improving your combat techniques. I doubt any of you will take my word for it, so I intend to allow each of you to test it. Everyone will receive one bottle. When you have reached your limit inside the trial tower, drink the whole bottle. At that time you'll see what I mean. Shifeng laughed. He then took out another 99 bottles from his bag. After this, if any of you want the 100 Berry Wine again, that will depend on your improvement speed and strength. Once every 3 days, I will reward at least one bottle to the top 10 ranking members in the trial tower. The first place will receive 3 bottles, second and third will receive 2 bottles, and the rest will receive 1. The top 10 to improve the most during the 3 days will also be rewarded. At that time, how many bottles you receive will depend on your own ability. Although Shifeng wished to supply everyone with a bottle of 100 Berry Wine, enabling them to search for that feeling, the wine's production volume was simply too low. He could only offer it to very few of the guild's elites. Guild leader, can this item really improve a person's combat techniques? Aqua Rose also knew quite a bit about God's domain. However, she had never heard of an item capable of improving a player's combat techniques. If the 100 Berry Wine was truly capable of such a feat, the rest of the team similarly doubted Shifeng's claim. Improving combat techniques was not something that could be done overnight. The process involved a lot of learning and practice. The Divine Colosseum's trial tower also offered suggestions on how to improve one's combat techniques. Although the guidance was minimal, everyone considered it very helpful. You'll find out once you test it. Shifeng smiled, not bothering to explain. Inside the Divine Colosseum, in order to promote their guilds, Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile publicized their battle videos through the screens in the Colosseum's main hall for free. Many players took the time to study these videos. Zero Wing's members are here. Are they trying to wrestle back their glory? Probably. However, the likelihood of them succeeding is slim. Some time ago, a few more experts from Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile broke through the 4th floor. Currently, Heaven's Burial has 49 people who have reached the 5th floor. The guild even has 8 people who have reached the 6th floor. Their position as White River City's #1 guild is solid now. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile is closely following behind, with 45 people who have reached the 5th floor and 6 who have reached the 6th. Both guilds are way above Zero Wing, who only has 39 people on the 5th floor and 4 on the 6th. Many players were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances. Whether it was the members of the guild's main force or the Dark Gods Legion, both had already challenged the trial tower today. I never thought that there would be a moment when Black Flame would panic. However, his actions only bring him more despair. Seated in a room on the 2nd floor, Feng Xianyang quickly noticed Shifeng enter the Divine Colosseum with the other members of Zero Wing's main force. With excitement filling his eyes, he said, "Go, notify Warwolf's team. It's time to show the public who the true ruler of White River City is." Originally, Feng Xianyang had intended to keep overwhelming Smile strength hidden for a little while longer. However, after seeing Shifeng personally show up at the Divine Colosseum, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. Although he could not do anything to Shifeng directly, it would soothe his heart if he could strike a mental blow to Shifeng. As long as Warwolf's team took action, Overwhelming Smile would immediately have a large group of experts pass through the 4th floor. At that time, Zero Wing's efforts to make a comeback would be rendered futile. Its reputation would be in tatters. Meanwhile, the members of Zero Wing's main force, who had just entered the trial tower, felt a burden of expectation. Everyone clearly understood their own combat power. To put it simply, it was extremely difficult for them to break through the 4th floor. However, since Shifeng had told them to give it a try, they could only grit their teeth and follow his commands very quickly. The members of Zero Wing's main force passed through one floor after another. Upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone grew anxious. The trial tower's tests were set according to the player's strength. For every test, the system would generate a perfect doppelganger of the challenger. The doppelganger possessed the same combat power as the challenger. However, the doppelganger's actual combat power varied depending on one's progression in the trial tower. Each floor was also divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. Through the battles with their own doppelgangers, players could learn their own shortcomings. Meanwhile, players who were capable of defeating the doppelganger during the 4th floor's late stage would basically be able to display 50% of their actual combat power. These players were regarded as experts of God's domain. However, based on the standard of the current players of God's domain and the time they had to develop themselves, very few were capable of reaching the standard of an expert. Hopefully I can pass through the late stage this time, Blackie prayed as watched his doppelganger before him. He then took out the 100-berry wine from his bag and emptied the bottle's contents, swallowing every last drop. Suddenly his mind felt clear. Moreover, his compatibility rate with his weapon and equipment began to rise rapidly. The items felt like an extension of his own body. This is amazing. The others were similarly shocked after drinking a bottle of 100-berry wine. Their perception of the world had undergone a complete change when everyone casually used a skill. They immediately discovered their skill completion rates had significantly improved. Even Shadow Sword and the others who had been stuck at around an 80% completion rate could now easily achieve an 85% skill completion rate, their combat power soaring. After familiarizing themselves with this new sensation, everyone tackled their respective opponents. Chapter 649, The Number 1 Guild's Background. Shortly after Zero Wing's main force entered the trial tower, both Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial simultaneously dispatched a large number of players to challenge the trial tower as well. Due to the competition between these 3 guilds, the originally quiet Divine Colosseum suddenly grew lively. Many players who had returned to the city to rest had quickly made their way to the Divine Colosseum, hoping to witness this competition's outcome and watch the exciting battle videos. Compared to the battle videos of normal PvP battles, these battle videos were far more valuable as references. It was especially true for the battle videos after the 4th floor. This was because the system would specifically display the fighting styles of the various classes, making the battle videos much more instructive. Normally, guilds would not release such instructive battle videos to the public, keeping them for their own members. Some experts would even earn money with their battle videos. Other players would have to pay these experts a fee to watch. Many players who wished to improve themselves usually went for this option. As for those who did not wish to spend money, they would come to the Divine Colosseum to observe the battle videos for free. However, that which one can obtain for free lacked value. One would not learn the truly powerful techniques from a free battle video. As a result, the gap between paying and non-paying players widened, little by little. Meanwhile, The three great guilds of White River City occupied themselves with their competition. Although the battle videos these guilds publicized was limited to the 4th floor, it was enough to excite many players. I wonder which guild will obtain first place this time. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. Of the members of Heaven's Burial I saw going in to challenge the Trial Tower a moment ago, a few were well-known experts of other virtual reality games. Heaven's Burial really is amazing. It has actually recruited so many experts. It won't be long before they try to claim the seat of White River City's overlord. That's right. Now that Ghost Shadow Workshop has joined Heaven's Burial, the guild's strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Ghost Shadow himself still maintains the highest record in the Trial Tower. Ghost Shadow indeed deserves to be called one of the virtual gaming world's top-tier experts. Even now, no one else has reached the 7th floor. Moreover, he even reached the middle stage of the 7th floor. I heard that Star Moon City's best record stopped at the 6th floor's middle stage. This is simply madness. I'm an elite member of the Assassin's Alliance, but even until now, I am still stuck on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is still out of my reach. It really makes you wonder just how those experts managed to do it. However, isn't Black Flame Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert? Did Black Flame fail to reach the 7th floor? I'm not sure. However, Black Flame's name isn't on the trial list. Maybe he hasn't challenged the Trial Tower yet. Hasn't challenged it yet? He must be afraid of embarrassing himself. If he fails to surpass Ghost Shadow, he will lose his title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Everyone grew excited as they examined the Trial Tower's ranking list. Normally, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to meet experts like Ghost Shadow. They lived in two completely different worlds. Now, not only did they have the chance to see these experts in person, but they also got to watch these famous experts compete against the main force of White River City's #1 guild, Zero Wing. How could they not be excited? Just as everyone chatted about which guild was stronger, and which expert was more powerful, something changed on the trial list quick. Look, someone just passed the 4th floor and reached the 5th. A perceptive player quickly discovered the change. There were two ranking lists posted in the Divine Colosseum. One was the tournament list, which catered towards PvP battles, while the other was the trial list. Trial list held the names of the players who managed to clear each floor, and the name of the guild they belonged to. However, only the top 300 players on each floor would be displayed. For those who cleared the same floor, they would be ranked based on their clear time. However, the clear time held no particular meaning, as everyone only paid attention to the players on the highest floors. Nobody would care about how fast a person could clear the first 3 floors. Meanwhile, as there had yet to be a total of 300 players in White River City who had reached the 5th floor, it was very easy for players to notice a change to the number of players currently on the 5th floor and identify the person responsible for the change. Werewolf? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him before? Really though, his clear time sure is short. His clear time for the 4th floor is only longer than Ghost Shadow's. I never thought that Overwhelming Smile would have such a powerful expert. If he has cleared the 4th floor so quickly, he should be able to reach the 6th floor. Suddenly, the crowd fell into a heated discussion in White River City. The players who could reach the 6th floor were as rare as a phoenix's feather. There were less than 20 as of this moment. Moreover, these experts were members of the 3 great guilds. Meanwhile, there was only one person who had managed to reach the 7th floor. And that was the famous Ghost Shadow 6th floor? Feng Xianyang was filled with disdain when he heard the players chattering downstairs. What does the 6th floor amount to? The #1 spot on the trial list will belong to Overwhelming Smile. A moment later, Warwolf cleared the 5th floor. His name entering the 6th floor's list. The 6th floor's list housed very few people, so a new addition was bound to attract attention. At the same time, 5 more players passed through the 4th floor. Among them, 2 were members of Heaven's Burial, 2 were Overwhelming Smiles members, and the last person was Zero Wing's Blackie, who had once ranked #1 on White River City's ranking list. It seems Zero Wing really is crap. 3 more experts from Overwhelming Smile have reached the 5th floor, and 1 has even reached the 6th. As for Heaven's Burial, 2 of their players have passed through the 4th floor as well. On the other hand, despite sending so many people in, only 1 person from Zero Wing has managed to reach the 5th floor. It seems that Zero Wing is no match for the 2 other guilds when it comes to nurturing experts. Everyone made their own judgments upon seeing the obvious differences between the three guilds. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, do you see now? This is the difference between our guilds. No matter how amazing you are, do you think a guild with the support of only one person can surpass a real large guild? Feng Xianyang celebrated as he looked towards the room Feng resided in. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, something inconceivable happened. The 7th floor's list, which originally only had one lonely name on it, suddenly had two. Who is War Wolf? He has actually passed through the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. This is madness. It would be awesome if he released his battle video. The main hall suddenly exploded with activity. To the majority of current players, the 7th floor was a legend. It was a floor they could never reach. Meanwhile, sitting in one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, Ghost Shadow frowned when he saw this change. So, there's still such an expert in White River City. A hint of excitement flashed in Ghost Shadow's eyes. It was very lonely being an expert of his caliber. It was extremely difficult to find someone to compete with throughout White River City. There were only two experts who he was interested in. The first was Black Flame while the second was Flame Blood. Now one more had caught his interest. War Wolf. However, while everyone committed War Wolf's name to memory, another name suddenly joined his on the 7th floor's list. Fire Dance. Everyone knew this name, the commander of Zero Wing's main force. Many of Overwhelming Smile's experts had died at her hands. She had even fought valiantly in the Great War with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, making a name for herself. Nobody would have thought that she would once more appear in the limelight. Sure enough, Zero Wing will not be replaced so easily. Ghost Shadow could not help his elation when he saw another person reach the 7th floor. How is this possible? Feng Xianyang stared at the name on the 7th floor's list in disbelief. Fire Dance, Assassin, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. No matter how he looked at it, the name belonged to Fire Dance of Zero Wing. However, a short moment later, another new name appeared on the 7th floor's list. Violet Cloud, Cleric, Affiliated Guild, Zero Wing. Chapter 650. Breaking the Record. Chapter 650. Breaking the Record. The appearance of a fourth name on the trial list's 7th floor instantly plunged the Divine Coliseum's main hall into silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw Violet Cloud's name. How? Feng Xianyang, who occupied a VIP room, also stared slack-jawed, having lost his previous calm. He could barely accept Fire Dance reaching the 7th floor. After all, she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, he could not bring himself to accept Violet Cloud's victory. Aside from the difficulty of reaching the 7th floor, just the fact that there were two people in Zero Wing capable of this success was shocking. Yet, the second person from Zero Wing to reach the 7th floor was not even a combat class. Instead, she was a cleric, one of the healer classes. It was commonly known that, out of the 12 main classes in God's domain, the healer classes possessed the weakest combat power. It was also a lot more difficult for healer classes to advance in the trial tower, as most of their skills focused on healing rather than dealing damage. Hence, healers never ranked particularly high in the trial tower. Yet, Violet Cloud, a cleric, had actually managed to reach the 7th floor. However, what everyone did not know was that, in reality, Violet Cloud possessed a hidden class. She was not purely a cleric. Regarding combat capabilities, Violet Cloud was slightly stronger than ordinary combat classes. Moreover, Violet Cloud had a bit more control over her own body than Fire Dance. Since Fire Dance had reached the 7th floor, Violet Cloud would naturally be able to do so as well. One could say that this was expected when comparing top combat power. It was obvious with a glance which guild was superior. Zero Wing grasped a complete victory. Zero Wing really is the number one guild. They actually have two top-tier experts capable of reaching the 7th floor. If Black Flame also competes, Zero Wing will most likely have 3 people on the 7th floor. Even Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial combined are no match for Zero Wing. But it's still too early to determine anything. Zero Wing has always had many top-tier experts. It is reasonable that they are superior to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile in this aspect. However, a guild cannot survive by relying on a handful of people. It has to rely on its main force, the guild's backbone. Take a look at Zero Wing's backbone. It is clearly inferior to the other two guilds. Zero Wing's potential is still no match for the other two. We are no longer living in the past. Before, Zero Wing was White River City's absolute overlord. Now, however, just look. The person occupying the top 1 position on the trial list is Heaven's Burial's Ghost Shadow. Zero Wing might not necessarily hold the Overlord's seat in the future. Many players in the main hall began discussing the matter, and the majority did not have a favorable view of Zero Wing's future. A guild had to depend on a powerful team for support. Even if an individual was stronger, how much of a difference could they make by themselves? Not to mention, Zero Wing had yet to obtain the number 1 position on the trial list, right? This should be Zero Wing's last remaining card. What's there for me worry about? White River City will definitely be mine. Feng Xianyang calmed himself down. He had too much riding on White River City. At this point, he had already invested everything he had into White River City. As long as he succeeded, he would become the first heir to his family after being repeatedly defeated by Zero Wing. It had become an instinct of sorts to worry, however. After calming himself and giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had nothing to worry about. There were only so many experts in Zero Wing. On the other hand, in order to take control of White River City, Underworld had invested blood and sweat, and had sent the experts it recruited from all over the virtual gaming world to White River City. With White River City under its control, how could Zero Wing possibly hope to compare with Underworld when it came to recruiting talent? This was only the beginning. Now that Overwhelming Smile had surpassed Zero Wing in terms of their respective guilds' backbones, in the future, this gap would only grow. It was only a matter of time before Overwhelming Smile took control of White River City. Time gradually ticked by. Although it had been quite a shock to the spectators that 2 people from Zero Wing had reached the 7th floor, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the 5th floor's list to ordinary players. Reaching the 7th floor was an impossible dream. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was not completely out of their reach. Hence, they paid more attention to the 5th floor's list. Look, 2 more people from Heaven's Burial have passed. 3 more from Overwhelming Smile have passed as well. Oh! Just as everyone was focused on the 5th floor's list, the list suddenly began to change multiple times. What's going on? I'm not seeing things right. Why did more than a dozen names suddenly appear on the list? Wow, it's true. The total number of people on the list was 224. Now it's 242. I wonder which guild or independent players succeeded. Many among the spectators greatly admired the independent experts who had reached the 5th floor at this point. There were only a few experts in White River City who had reached the 5th floor. If one were an independent expert, large guilds would shower them with invitations and various offers. They would become famous overnight, and would no longer have to live an ordinary life. This situation had driven many independent players into a frenzy. It was one of the reasons why so many independent players were desperately challenging the trial tower. Today's mainstream experts were already on the 5th floor. After some more time passed, when these experts reached the 6th floor, it would be far more difficult for independent players to experience such overnight fame. As everyone began searching for the identity of those 18 experts, they suddenly realized that something amiss. Why does it seem like these people are from Zero Wing? This is a lie, right? All 18 people are actually from Zero Wing. None of the spectators dared to believe their own eyes. They immediately began counting the total number of players Zero Wing had on the 5th floor. In the end, they discovered that there were indeed 18 more 5th floor experts in the guild. Instantly, Zero Wing became the guild with the most experts on the trial tower's 5th floor. However, just as they finished counting, another group of experts managed to pass through the 4th floor this time. The numbers were even more frightening, with a total of 45 people. Moreover, all 45 were members of Zero Wing. Suddenly, the Divine Colosseum fell silent. Just what was this? Nobody in the main hall could make sense of what was happening in the morning. Zero Wing's main force had challenged the trial tower. At that time, however, not a single person had passed through the 4th floor. Yet now every single one of them passed. Zero Wing now had a total of 103 people on the trial tower's 5th floor, far ahead of Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile. Impossible. This is not possible. Something must have gone wrong with the trial tower. Feng Xianyang abruptly stood, his eyes bulging as he stared at the trial list. If it were just an additional dozen or so people, he would have at most been surprised. However, if every single member of Zero Wing's main force was an expert who passed the 4th floor, the term shock was no longer appropriate. This was simply terrifying. To obtain more experts who could pass through the 4th floor, Feng Xianyang had scoured and poached talents from various other cities. He had also received a continuous supply of experts from Underworld. Yet, even so, he still couldn't produce a 100-man team of such experts. What about Zero Wing? Not only was it a guild without any backing whatsoever, but it also lacked a wide array of connections. How did such a guild manage to obtain so many experts? Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Ghost Shadow squinted his eyes at the 5th floor's list. He too felt a heavy pressure weigh on him. There was no longer anybody who dared to look down on Zero Wing. Nobody dared disparage the guild anymore. Claiming that its position as White River City's overlord was no longer stable. What a joke. If Zero Wing's entire main force consisted of 5th floor experts, which guild in White River City could contend with it? Not to mention White River City, even in all of Star Moon Kingdom, there was not a single guild that was a match for Zero Wing. However, before everyone could recover from their daze, another change occurred on the trial list's 7th floor. This time, however, there was no addition to the list itself. Instead, the rankings had changed. The lofty and overweening Ghost Shadow, who had stood at the very top of the trial list, had fallen. Moreover, he had fallen not just 1, but 2 places, taking the 3rd place on the 7th floor. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd ranks on the trial tower 7th floor now belonged to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, respectively. Chapter 651, Sensational. Chapter 651 Sensational. The floors of the trial tower were divided into 3 stages for the trial tower's first 4 floors. The difference between each stage was small. However, from the 5th floor onwards, the required combat power would increase significantly with each subsequent stage. Hence, every time a player passed a stage after reaching the 5th floor, they had to undergo a relatively long period of training to proceed further in the Divine Colosseum. Only experts who had passed through the 4th floor would know how difficult it was to overcome each stage from the 5th floor onwards. Not to mention, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud had only recently passed the 6th floor. Arriving on the 7th floor, however, of everyone in the Divine Colosseum, the situation shocked Ghost Shadow the most. The record he maintained so far was the middle stage of the 7th floor. In other words, both girls from Zero Wing had at least reached the 7th floor's middle stage and had performed better than he had. He knew full well just how difficult the battles on the 7th floor were. That was no longer a challenge that an ordinary human being could tackle. Not only did the 7th floor have a relatively high requirement of 1 skill completion rate, but more importantly, it also required 1 perfect application, executing skills as if they were executing a normal attack. For example, if an ordinary person and a martial arts master were given identical swords, although the weapons were the same, each person's capabilities with the blade were miles apart. Similarly, the combat power each individual could display was miles apart from each other. In this case, skill completion rate was the weapon. The higher the skill completion rate was, the more power the weapon could display. However, how much of that power was actually displayed still depended on the individual's application. Ghost Shadow recognized himself as one of the top players in the virtual gaming world. He was also a talented individual. After coming into contact with God's domain, he had continuously researched and explored ways to better integrate his skills into his basic attacks, displaying the maximum effect of his skills and eliminating any hindrance in battle. Yet, now 2 little girls had surpassed him so quickly. It was inconceivable. Have they been holding back all this time? Ghost Shadow wondered. In fact, Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Everyone wondered. There was no other explanation. Something like a breakthrough in the face of a crisis was legendary. It might be a coincidence if it were just 1 person, but it was impossible for 2 people to encounter such a coincidence at the same time. The effect of the 100-berry wine is really impressive. It's a pity that I can only get my hands on so many bottles. Relaxing in a room, Shurfeng nodded and smiled as he watched the trial list. Shurfeng was not surprised that every member had managed to pass the 4th floor. After all, that was the system-acknowledged standard for an ordinary expert. After drinking the 100-berry wine, a player's compatibility rate would increase significantly. Normally, the wine was capable of increasing a player's skill completion rate by roughly 10%, though the effects grew weaker as one progressed. However, to Zero Wing's core members whose skill completion rates hovered around 70%, their skill completion rates would increase to 80% or more upon drinking the 100-berry wine. Normally, one would pass through the 4th floor so long as they could maintain a stable skill completion rate of 75%. Hence, it was only natural for everyone to reach the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were capable of reaching 85% completion rate with their skills. After drinking the 100-berry wine, their skill completion rates could increase to roughly 90%. Although it was only a meager increase of 5%, the power they could display with their skills would improve by 20% or 30%. The basic requirement for reaching the 7th floor was a skill completion rate of 85%, displaying 100% of a skill's effect. In addition, if one were capable of skillfully applying their skills into their basic attacks, they could normally pass through the 7th floor's early stage. Although Fire Dance and Violet Cloud might still lack actual combat experience, and were not proficient with skill application, a skill completion rate of 90% would be sufficient to get them through even the middle stage, and pushing them into the 7th floor's late stage. Hence, the fact that the two girls had managed to surpass a veteran top-tier expert like Ghost Shadow did not surprise Shifeng at all. If Ghost Shadow could achieve a 90% completion rate with his skills right now, at the very minimum, he could set foot on the 8th floor. It's unfortunate that the 100-berry wine only improves a person's combat power temporarily. A person's comprehension depends on the person. Shifeng sighed as he glanced at the remaining 110 bottles of 100-berry wine in his bag. The 100-berry wine was a strategic tool in nurturing experts. It was no wonder why the fantasy shrine had managed to rise to power so quickly in the past. The 100-berry wine had definitely contributed to this achievement. Shortly after every member of Zero Wing's main force passed through the trial tower's 4th floor, news spread at the speed of light. This reminded everyone just how powerful Zero Wing was. Upon receiving this information, many guilds gave up on their development in White River City, shifting their attention to other cities instead. Against Zero Wing, whose main force consisted entirely of experts who could clear the 4th floor, their guild stood no chance. Rather than wait for their extermination, it would be better for them to develop themselves elsewhere. Who knew? Their chances of achieving success might even be higher somewhere else. Meanwhile, in Heaven's Burial's guild residence, just how did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Flame Blood frowned upon receiving news of the Divine Colosseum's latest events. What happened? A short and chubby middle-aged man beside Flame Blood asked in a low tone. Zero Wing just sent its main force to challenge the trial tower. In the end, every member has managed to reach the 5th floor. Among them, 2 have even surpassed Ghost Shadow's record, Flame Blood said, not showing any signs of the arrogance he usually displayed as the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force. On the contrary, he had lowered his posture when he spoke to the chubby middle-aged man. Although the man before Flame Blood was not adept with virtual reality games, the man's position in the real world allowed him to remove Flame Blood from Heaven's Burial easily should he ever wish to. Even the guild leader of Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial, had to treat this middle-aged man with great respect. Interesting. It seems that we won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Zero Wing if we wish to obtain this treasured land, the chubby man said as he caressed his goatee. After a moment of silence he continued, since we can't beat them with numbers, let's improve the guild's overall strength. Flame Blood, notify Ghost Shadow and tell him that I'll send Daybreak Fog to help out. We need to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon as soon as possible. Daybreak Fog. Flame Blood could not help his surprise at the mention of this name. Are we giving up on Star Moon City? Heaven's Burial's ambition was colossal. The guild aimed to control all of Star Moon Kingdom. The best way to do so was to take control of the kingdom's lifeline first. Its players, the 2 cities with the largest player population in the kingdom, were Star Moon City and White River City. Both also had the largest gathering of elite players. As long as Heaven's Burial took control of these 2 cities, controlling the rest of the kingdom was only a matter of time. Of these 2 cities, Flame Blood spearheaded the White River City takeover, while Star Moon City was spearheaded by Daybreak Fog. If one compared these 2 people's fame, Daybreak Fog was superior. Flame Blood was merely one of the previous year's top 10 newcomers. On the other hand, Daybreak Fog had been one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world 2 years ago. Afterward, she had continued to perform magnificently in many virtual reality games. Her fame was only slightly inferior to the snow goddess Gentle Snow, as she had made her debut roughly 2 years later than Gentle Snow had. In terms of strength, Daybreak Fog ranked 3rd within Heaven's Burial. If they really sent Daybreak Fog to White River City as support with her strength and her team, Heaven's Burial might actually have a chance of clearing a 100-man team dungeon. After all, during this period, everyone mostly understood the difficulty of a 100-man team dungeon. From the experience of clearing 50-man team dungeons, they had thought up of plenty of strategies. Now all they needed to do was to take action. White River City has become Star Moon Kingdom's business center. The number of elite players migrating to the city increases by the day. Star Moon City is no match in this aspect. Hence we have to prioritize this side for now. Moreover, when comparing the difficulty of 100-man dungeons, White River cities is easier. If we allow Zero Wing to continue developing unhindered, it will become impossible to take control of White River City in the future. Suddenly, Shifeng received a communication request from a friend. Gentle Snow? Chapter 652 Asura Mode Dungeon. Miss Snow, long time no see. You look tired, Shifeng said, slightly surprised as he saw Gentle Snow's haggard expression through the video chat. Gentle Snow was a well-known superwoman in the virtual gaming world. She also had plenty of capable subordinates under her. After not seeing each other for only a few days, Gentle Snow looked so exhausted. It was surprising. It had been quite a few years since Gentle Snow had made her debut. She should be quite competent at managing a guild by now. In addition, the majority of Ouroboros' elders supported Gentle Snow right now, so managing the guild should not be difficult. I've been busy with guild affairs these past few days, so I haven't gotten much rest. Gentle Snow laughed softly, sweeping the matter under the rug with a single sentence. Inwardly she envied Shifeng, who could push the majority of guild affairs onto Aqua Rose. Moreover, he only had to focus on White River City. Ouroboros, on the other hand, was competing over dozens of cities, both large and small. However, these cities were still the least of her problems. Star Moon City was the issue. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been consolidating their positions in Star Moon City. In addition to several other powerful second-rate guilds, things had become extremely hectic for Gentle Snow. It was especially true for the 3 upstart guilds that had recently appeared in Star Moon City. Cloud9, Inyang Court, Heaven's Burial, all 3 possessed extraordinary backgrounds. They even had multiple guild residences in Star Moon Kingdom's major cities. They were developing as fast as a plague. Among the affected cities, Star Moon City received the greatest impact, and White River City was not far behind. Particularly, the manager of Star Moon City's Heaven's Burial, Daybreak Fog, was far more difficult of an opponent than even Galaxy Past of the Star Alliance. So far, Ouroboros had clashed with Heaven's Burial dozens of times, the battles ranging from small skirmishes to large-scale battles. Although Gentle Snow still held the advantage, Ouroboros did not have only one enemy. Both Cloud9 and the Inyang Court-eyed Ouroboros, like fresh meat Ouroboros, had already been unstable due to Chao Qinghua's theft of several of the guild's core and elite members. Now, before she could settle the turmoil within the guild, she faced so much trouble. In such a precarious situation, how could set aside time to rest? She had not even upgraded her equipment recently, as Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng disliked playing with words. After their casual greetings, she got straight to the point and said, "We have discovered a hidden treasured land near Star Moon City. The area is rich in magic crystals, and I wish to invite Zero Wing to pioneer this treasured land by our side. Are you interested?" Before the Divine Colosseum had been released, magic crystals had not been particularly valuable. Now, however, they were a strategic commodity that every large guild fought over frantically. Although every large guild had a large number of players and was capable of dispatching many teams to raid dungeons each day, team dungeons could only be raided once every 3 days. There were only so many team dungeons available. They could not acquire nearly as many magic crystals as they consumed. Meanwhile, if there was another option, other than team dungeons, for one to obtain magic crystals, this was not an opportunity one could miss. A hidden treasured land? When Shifeng heard these words, the first place that popped up in his mind was the Stoneclaw Mountains. In the past, when Stoneclaw Mountain had been discovered, it incited a great war between every guild in Star Moon Kingdom. The war had been the first kingdom-level war in Star Moon Kingdom. Hundreds of guilds involved themselves, all wanting to get their hands on a share of the profits. That war had caused every guild in Star Moon Kingdom to suffer massive damages. Moreover, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had even started an all-out war with each other. In the end, taking advantage of the situation, Heaven's Burial, the Inyang Court, Cloud9, and several other second-rate guilds had banded together to form a massive alliance and took over the Stoneclaw Mountains, splitting the profits. Afterward, any players who wished to enter the mountains were required to sign a contract, agreeing to hand over 30% of the magic crystals they harvested. In addition, players were required to pay a fixed fee before they could enter. The various large guilds then split the profits. The Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon that had formed a space of its own. However, it was not just any dungeon. But in Asura mode dungeon ordinary team dungeons were divided into 3 difficulties. Normal, hard, and hell. However, regional dungeons were divided into 5 difficulties. Normal, hard, hell, Asura, and God. The Stoneclaw Mountains existed within the 4th difficulty level of regional dungeons. The dungeon was level 30 to level 49. In other words, only players that were within the range of level 30 to level 49 could enter the dungeon. Unlike team dungeons, however, there was no limit to the number of players who could enter. It was like White Fog Canyon. Inside the dungeon, players could obtain items that were normally unattainable elsewhere. In White Fog Canyon, players could obtain Starfire, or that increased the success rate of forging. There was also the Warfire set equipment. Unfortunately, Shurfeng had already ruined White Fog Canyon. As of this moment, the level 35 Great Lord, Anubis's gatekeeper, still roamed the map. As a result, no players dared to approach. Meanwhile, White Fog Canyon was merely a hard mode regional dungeon, whereas the Stoneclaw Mountains was an Asura mode regional dungeon. Survival was far more difficult in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, magic crystals were vastly important. They must be obtained regardless of the sacrifices. Even Zero Wing was no exception to this. Currently, several guilds from Star Moon Kingdom are contesting over the rights of this hidden treasured land. If Zero Wing is willing to help, I can offer 50% of the income. Gentle Snow offered a relatively attractive price to Gentle Snow. Offering 50% of the profits was a big concession on her part. The Stoneclaw Mountains were within the Star Moon City region. It was impossible for Zero Wing to send a large number of players to supervise the map. Hence, the responsibility of supervising the map would fall to Ouroboros. However, Zero Wing possessed extraordinary strength. As of this moment, even Shurfeng's strength was a mystery. If Ouroboros and Zero Wing banded together, their chances of coming out on top would be a lot higher. Furthermore, working with other guilds was simply not an option for Ouroboros. Alright, but I have a condition, Shurfeng responded after giving it some thought. Zero Wing was based in White River City. There was a limit to how much combat power it could display in the faraway Star Moon City. Even though the guild was powerful, it could not move on the Stoneclaw Mountains by itself. Moreover, it was not realistic for a single guild to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains. Tell me. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shurfeng. Her offer had already been bountiful, yet Shurfeng still had conditions of his own. It's not really a condition. I just need Ouroboros to help me obtain some materials. I'll even purchase them for 20% above market value. Shurfeng laughed. He currently had very few of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array. It would take a long time to gather the necessary materials if he relied on Zero Wing. However, it would be much easier if he used Gentle Snow's connections to purchase the materials because most of these materials could only be obtained by large guilds. It was practically an impossible task for independent players. Yet, even if he tried purchasing these materials, other guilds would only sell them to their allies. Give me the list, then. Gentle Snow released a sigh of relief upon hearing Shurfeng's condition. She had thought Shurfeng intended to take advantage of her current predicament, but it turned out that he still had some humanity left in him. I'll send it to you now. Shurfeng then sent a list of the materials required to construct the stable and teleportation magic array to Gentle Snow. You really are daring. Most of these materials are rare drops from large-scale team dungeons. Although my guild can obtain some, 20% above market value is too cheap. I'll need 50% at least. Surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's eyes when she read the list Shurfeng had provided. Even if she worked with the Star Alliance, the two guilds could not gather all the materials listed. The cost alone was more than 2,000 gold. Okay, just get them as soon as possible. Shurfeng did not care about spending a little more money. If he could get his hands on the materials, he could earn back the money in the blink of an eye. Hearing Shurfeng's lack of hesitation, Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. A 50% increase in price would mean more than 3,000 gold. Even to a first-rate guild like Ouroboros, that was a massive amount of money. Yet, Shurfeng thought nothing of it. After both sides established a contract, Shurfeng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, instructing them to gather the Stoneclaw Mountains could only be dealt with sooner, and not later. The earlier they occupied a favorable location, the greater their advantage would be when the war began. Chapter 653. Overall improvement. Although the Trial Towers competition ended with Zero Wing's victory, The members of Zero Wing's main force were well aware that it had been due to the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, they would not have achieved such frightening results during the challenge. Everyone had discovered many of their own imperfections, their combat power improving slightly as a result. What a pity. If I could experience that kind of feeling once more, I might reach a stable skill completion rate at 87% and pass this stage. After the 100-berry wine's effects dissipated, Fire Dance challenged the 6th floor's late stage again. This time she passed it without any issues and could now reach the 7th floor with her own power. Unfortunately, she suffered defeat in the 7th floor's early stage. But the 100-berry wine did allow me to gain an initial understanding of how to use void steps. Guild leader will be surprised if he finds out. Void steps was an advanced style of footwork in Shifeng's trademark technique. Just gaining an initial understanding of how to use the skill was extremely difficult. If Shifeng learned that Fire Dance could use void steps, he would definitely be surprised. He had spent many years in order to learn the technique, yet Fire Dance had managed to grasp it in such a short time. Although Shifeng's guidance largely contributed to her success, the fact that she had learned the technique in such a short time certainly had something to do with her innate talent. Return to the residence? Fire Dance muttered as she read the message Aqua Rose had sent to her. She then chose to teleport out of the trial tower, inside the conference hall of Zero Wing's guild residence. Without wasting time, Shifeng retrieved all of the synthesized Tier 3 gemstones from his bag. All of you, equip these Tier 3 gemstones. Shifeng had already replaced all his Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 strength attributed gemstones. As a result, his strength attribute had increased by more than 100 points. At this moment, even without activating Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength could match a chieftain of the same level. Even a lord of the same level would struggle to push him back if the main force replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones as well. Although they would not be as strong as he was, they could still contend with a special elite of the same level. Some, such as Fire Dance and the others, who wore a Tier 1 set equipment, might be capable of more ordinary players' attributes were inferior to common monsters of the same level. They would only be slightly stronger with a full set of bronze equipment. At that time, the only advantage common monsters would have was their higher HP. If a player was fully equipped with secret silver equipment, their attributes should be roughly equal to an elite monster of the same level. Only when one wore a full set of dark gold equipment would they have the same amount of attributes as a special elite of the same rank. For Zero Wing's main force, although their equipment was a mix of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, they had the intermediate mana armor kits to make up for the difference. If they embedded Tier 3 gemstones into every item, their attributes should be roughly the same as if they wore a set of level 30 dark gold equipment. None of the main forces members dared to believe their eyes as they stared at the Tier 3 gemstones on the table. Every jaw hit the floor. Aqua Rose was similarly stunned, speechless. She knew full well just how valuable Tier 3 gemstones were. Moreover, no one had found a source for these gemstones yet. One could only obtain them from alchemy synthesis. However, synthesizing a Tier 3 gemstone would cost at least 20 gold. Meanwhile, there were over 1,000 shining gemstones on the table. In other words, the gemstones scattered across this table were worth over 20,000 gold at the very least. We're in a hurry, so equip them quickly. Shifeng had already received a status report about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Although things seemed calm on the surface, and the various guilds were busy killing monsters and grinding for magic crystals, the number of guild players gathering in the mountains increased by the minute. Every guild was rapidly mobilizing their forces. Even Stone Forest Town, the closest town to the Stoneclaw Mountains, was surrounded by players. All of these players were members of various large guilds. It seemed that these guilds intended to capture Stone Forest Town. The nearest teleportation array to the Stoneclaw Mountains was over 10 hours on foot. On the other hand, Stone Forest Town was only an hour from the Asura mode dungeon. The town was an absolute treasure. Whether it was for repairing equipment or purchasing consumables, Stone Forest Town was the best option. Otherwise, they would have to waste a day to travel back and forth between Starmoon City and the Stoneclaw Mountains. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was not under Starmoon Kingdom's control. Instead, the forces of darkness held it. It was one of the towns that players could capture and occupy. As long as the town fell under a guild's control, said guild could hire an army of NPCs to defend the town for 15 days. Even if every guild in Starmoon Kingdom banded together, They would not be able to do anything to the captured Stone Forest town after a guild successfully captured Stone Forest town. Said guild would also receive an additional advantage: they could select a resurrection point when players died. They would revive in their own cities. Of course, players could also choose to revive at the nearest resurrection point. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town was the nearest resurrection point to the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the precondition for reviving in Stone Forest Town was that one needed to capture it. Moreover, only members of the guild that held the town, or those given explicit permission by said guild, could revive there. This would be a huge advantage for capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains in the future. Since Shurfeng had learned that the Stoneclaw Mountains had been activated, he would not waste any time. He intended to capture Stone Forest Town with Zero Wing's greatest forces. Unfortunately, other guilds shared the same thoughts. For now, though, he needed to occupy a strategic location as quickly as possible. Otherwise, their tasks would be far more difficult. A short moment later, every member of the main force had replaced their Tier 2 gemstones with Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes increasing significantly, following which, Shurfeng led the main force and the Dark God's Legion mightily towards the teleportation hall. Wow, what's Zero Wing up to? Whoa, that's so impressive. I'm actually having trouble breathing right now. Is Zero Wing planning to start a war? The players on the streets could not help but wonder when they saw Zero Wing's frightening momentum. Over 400 players, fully equipped with the current best equipment, marched down the street. No matter where this army went, they would be a force to be reckoned with. They could easily trample a large guild. Not to mention, over 100 of these players were experts who had surpassed the 4th floor of the trial tower. If they participated in a field battle, they could easily stand against several thousand elite players. Meanwhile, a single large guild only had several thousand elite players. Suddenly, the various large guilds in White River City began to panic. Although an army of over 400 players seemed small, its strength was no laughing matter. If they wanted to, they could easily obliterate any guild team that was grinding out in the fields. Does Black Flame intend to move against us? Feng Xianyang trembled upon receiving this news. He was so shocked that he nearly jumped out of his seat. But why? We haven't provoked Zero Wing recently. We even yielded a few high-resource areas to them. They shouldn't have any reason to deal with us. Did some fool go and provoke Black Flame again? At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds in White River City felt threatened. Every one of them immediately withdrew from the fields, returning either to White River City or the nearest town as fast as possible. Chapter 654: Town Capturing. Starmoon City, Stone Forest Town. Ever since the Stoneclaw Mountains had been discovered, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had realized the importance of Stone Forest Town. As a result, the various large guilds in Starmoon City had frantically gathered their members around the town. Upon receiving information regarding the Stoneclaw Mountains, large guilds from other cities also mobilized their forces to Stone Forest Town. However, as the teleportation fees were a problem, they could not dispatch too many members. Most of the members they sent were the guild's elites. After arriving at Stone Forest Town, these guilds would send their main forces to the Stoneclaw Mountains to grind for magic crystals, while leaving behind the majority of their elites to stand guard a short distance away from Stone Forest Town to observe other guilds. At this moment, Stone Forest Town was surrounded. There were over 300,000 players watching the town, making the town's resident players quite uncomfortable. These 300,000 plus players were not ordinary players. They all were the elite members of various large guilds. They were stronger than even 3 million ordinary players. If these elites surged into Stone Forest Town at the same time, although the town was protected by level 55 dark NPCs, these NPCs would most likely fall under the fierce assault of so many elite players. The only fortunate advantage that they had was that these elite players belonged to multiple large guilds. They were not united, each guild having their own intentions, and here I thought this was our chance as dark guilds to rise to power. I didn't think that the Starmoon City's guilds would find out about the Stoneclaw Mountains so soon. Now we won't even have a place to level up. What are you worried about? Don't forget that Stone Forest Town has the 3 great leaders. Furthermore, the guilds outside are not united. Unless some guild is looking to get itself killed and benefit the other guilds, they won't invade. You're not exactly wrong, but Starmoon City's first-rate guilds, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance, have dispatched most of their elites already. Of the 300,000 plus elite players out there, over 1/3 belong to those 2 guilds. Even if the other guilds don't make a move, those two alone are enough to capture the town. Stone Forest Town's red names discussed their current predicament. They were at a loss on what they should do next. Originally, they had simply lived here in peace. When they had nothing better to do, they would kill some players to earn some money or complete some high-level quests. They lived carefree lives. Hence, they had never imagined that such a massive issue would arrive on their doorsteps one day. On a hilltop a short distance away from Stone Forest Town, a group of players quietly observed the town below. These players were uniformly level 30, and wore level 30 fine gold or above equipment. Not far behind these players, there were more than 70,000 players standing at attention. The majority of the players in this army were level 28, with the lowest being level 27. They were 2 or 3 levels higher than the current average level of players. These players were none other than the members of the Star Alliance led by Galaxy Past. Star Alliance was also the guild that had dispatched the most players to Stone Forest Town, an army of 70,000 elite players. This was the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a second-rate guild could hope to compete with. Ordinary second-rate guilds would only have over 100,000 members, while a more powerful one would have up to 200,000 or 300,000 players. Of these players, only a maximum of 30,000 or 40,000 would be elite players. After deploying these elites across multiple cities, it would be amazing enough if a second-rate guild could dispatch 20,000 elites for a single expedition. However, compared to a first-rate guild like the Star Alliance, second-rate guilds were not worth mentioning. Guild leader: I've put together a detailed report on Stone Forest Town with the results from my investigation. There are roughly over 1,000 NPCs in the town, and the majority are level 55 elite guards. There are over 100 level 60 tier 1 NPCs and roughly 30 level 60 tier 2 NPCs. If a fight breaks out, more NPCs might show up. However, the largest challenge of capturing the town will be Stone Forest Town's 3 great leaders. Flourishing Willow, who wore dark blue leather armor, reported softly, "Are the 3 great leaders very powerful?" Galaxy Past asked. According to the information I obtained from the red names living there, these leaders are only tier 2 NPCs. However, they possessed very high intelligence. They are far more powerful than ordinary tier 2 NPCs regarding combat power. It is especially true for the great leader Asura. He is a tier 2 professional mage, and I have heard that he knows how to use large-scale destruction spells. Hearing Flourishing Willow mentioning large-scale destruction spells, everyone frowned. Large-scale destruction spells were Zerg tactics' Achilles' heel. Moreover, a high-intelligence NPC's combat techniques were far more powerful than ordinary players. Based on the settings of God's domain, Asura should be capable of displaying more than 50% of his actual combat power. In other words, he was at least as skilled as an ordinary expert. If a player possessed the attributes of a level 60 tier 2 NPC and large-scale destruction spells, said player would be a natural disaster to the current players of God's domain. Right. I've also received news that White River City's Zero Wing has sent people over. It seems that they have designs on this area as well. Flourishing Willow said. Zero Wing? Galaxy Past laughed. This is the Star Alliance's home ground. Do they think that they can just show up and take a slice of the pie as well? Zero Wing was indeed powerful. However, that was limited to White River City. Stone Forest Town was in the Star Moon City region. How many people could Zero Wing possibly dispatch? Moreover, the ordinary guards one hired could not be used in the fields. Only personal guards could be used. On the off chance that a personal guard died, it would be extremely difficult to revive them. Hence, players would not use their personal guards casually. Even if Zero Wing sent its personal guards, their impact would be minimal. Ignore them. Since we can't capture Stone Forest Town in a short time, have the main force grind for magic crystals for now. However, we can't let Ouroboros relax either. Look for opportunities to kill some of its members. After all, the Stoneclaw Mountains still belong to our 2 guilds. Galaxy Past smiled lightly. It truly is fortunate that Chao Changhua stole a large number of experts and elite players from Ouroboros. The Stoneclaw Mountains will belong to the Star Alliance. In Star Moon City, the Star Alliance had far more experts and elite players than Ouroboros. Currently, Ouroboros barely held on. As for the other guilds in Star Moon City, they were nothing to the Star Alliance at this moment. Many guilds that had completed their investigation of Stone Forest Town had decided to give up on the idea of capturing the town. Instead, they shifted their focus towards grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, as the majority of their elite members had yet to reach level 30 and could not enter the Stoneclaw Mountains, these elite members were tasked with leveling up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at Ouroboros's base camp, Shifeng had just arrived with his team. Very quickly, Shifeng's group became the center of attention. The group was simply too impressive. Not only were the members of Zero Wing's main force uniformly level 30, but many in the Dark Gods Legion were also level 30. In addition, the most inferior piece of equipment worn by the group was fine gold rank. Most importantly, every member's aura inflicted a deep fear. They felt like a group of primordial beasts. Even those standing quite a distance away could not help but tremble when they glanced at this group of players. This is Zero Wing? Sure enough, their reputation is well deserved. Zero Wing is simply too powerful. We don't even have so much top-tier equipment. The members of Ouroboros could not help discuss Zero Wing's members. Meanwhile, when Gentle Snow emerged to welcome Shifeng and the others, she was similarly surprised. How did Zero Wing manage to recruit so many experts? Gentle Snow could clearly feel that, among the 400 players Shifeng had brought with him, many radiated an intense pressure. There were even a dozen or so people who felt extremely dangerous. Although she had been busy settling the guild's internal affairs, she had not fallen behind or neglected her own development. Throughout Star Moon City, extremely few players were capable of making her feel nervous. There were even fewer experts who felt dangerous to her. Star Moon City should only contain a handful of such experts. Yet, Zero Wing had over a dozen such people. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 655 Flame Shaman. It had been a relatively long time since God's Domain launched. During this period, even an ordinary player's sensitivity towards danger had increased significantly, not to mention experts. Many a time, experts of God's Domain would not judge an opponent's strength based solely on the other party's weapons and equipment. They also judged their opponent's strength based on the degree of danger they felt from their opponents. An expert's combat power was not limited to their weapons and equipment. Combat techniques and powerful skills also affected a person's combat power. These were hidden aspects not visible until combat. Hence, one had to rely on intuition to judge a person's strength. Gentle Snow was very confident of her own perception because up until this day, her intuition had never failed her. It reminded her of her first encounter Yifeng. Although Yifeng's equipment had been pathetic, his level had been very low, and he had not felt threatening in the least. Her intuition had told her that Shifeng was extraordinary. And indeed, her intuition had not been wrong. Time had proven that Shifeng was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow's intuition currently told her that the group of people in front of her was very deadly. They were not as simple as they appeared. It felt as if every single player had a ferocious beast hidden inside their bodies. Only, these beasts had yet to expose their true nature. Zero Wing is growing more mysterious by the minute. Gentle Snow laughed bitterly as she subtly examined the crowd from Zero Wing. In the past, Zero Wing had been no more than a small, weak guild, yet before anyone realized it, the guild had grown into a towering existence. Even Ouroboros had to treat Zero Wing seriously. Fortunately, their two guilds had long since formed an alliance. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be a formidable enemy. Let's talk inside, Gentle Snow said as she led the way to a large tent. Shifeng nodded and entered the tent with Aqua Rose and Fire Dance. During God's Domain's early stages, players only had needed to travel for a short time to arrive at their destination. However, as players reached higher levels, the time they spent on travel increased. When going out to the fields to level up, it was typical for players to not return to their respective cities for several days. Meanwhile, when players wished to rest, they could rely on these field tents, and mana would recover quickly when consuming food and beverages. However, concentration and stamina would not. Generally, players had to return to a city to rest and recover. With a field tent, however, there was no need to do so. Although the recovery speed while inside a tent could not compare to resting in a city, it was sufficient. Only ordinary players could not afford a field tent. Just an ordinary 6-man tent sold for 10 gold at NPC shops, not to mention 20-man, 50-man, or 100-man tents. Not only did one need enough money to purchase a 100-man tent, but they also needed a certain amount of reputation. The large tent before them was a 100-man tent, and it had cost 200 gold. If one had sufficiently high reputation, they could receive a small discount. However, even then, a 100-man tent would still cost more than 150 gold inside. The tent looked like a guild residence's conference hall. Currently, More than a dozen people sat inside the tent, and every one of them was a member of Ouroboros's upper echelon. They were uniformly level 30, and their equipment was among the best one could find. Meanwhile, the beautiful and vibrant Zhao Yueru relaxed amongst these players, currently dressed in white and red luxurious mage robes. In her hand, she wielded a red jade staff covered in runes. Looking at the faint red glow that surrounded the staff, one could immediately tell it was an extraordinary item. Furthermore, a faint flame-red aura surrounded the caster. She looked like a goddess of fire-flame shaman? Shifeng concealed his surprise when he saw Zhao Yueru, who had undergone a massive change since the last time they met. Flame Shaman was a hidden class, and its legacy rank was similar to the Astromancer. It was considered an advanced legacy. As the name suggested, it was a class that specialized in controlling flames. However, a flame shaman was not as balanced as an elementalist. The class specialized in attacking and destroying everything. In terms of damage output, the class was far superior to an Astromancer. It was an extremely violent class in the past. Zhao Yueru's fame had only started to soar after she class changed into a flame shaman. The public had known her as the Flame Witch. Shifeng never imagined that Zhao Yueru would become a flame shaman so quickly, even against an MT of the same level geared with top-tier equipment. A flame shaman could finish them off in 2 or 3 moves. A flame shaman could practically one-shot an ordinary MT. However, although the class's damage was astounding, it was also because of this that flame shamans had very few survival and life-saving abilities. In dungeons and team battles, though, they were beyond scary. They were practically tomahawk cruise missiles. After sweeping a glance over everyone present, Shifeng understood the general situation regarding Ouroboros's top combat power. Although Ouroboros had lost many of its top combatants, the guild was still much stronger than second-rate guilds with its remaining forces. This is the data we collected on Stone Forest Town, Gentle Snow said as she handed Shifeng a folder. Slowly, she explained, currently every guild is trying to occupy the town. However, the town is strong enough to avoid capture even if we combine our guild's strengths. I suggest that we strike at the Stoneclaw Mountains first, harvesting magic crystals and building our strength. With both of our guild's experts, we should be able to occupy the high-resource areas within the mountains quickly. We can then use the opportunity to widen the gap between us and the other guilds. Currently, nobody could do strike against Stone Forest Town. The best option right now was to accumulate their strength. This was also why Gentle Snow had asked for Zero Wing's help. There is no need to go through all that trouble. We can just capture Stone Forest Town. Once we occupy the town, it will be simple to obtain the rights over the Stoneclaw Mountains, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He did not agree with Gentle Snow's idea in the past. It was precisely such thinking that had led to the various large guilds ending in a deadlock with each other. As a result, more guilds had involved themselves in the situation in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Once that happened, they would lose the chance to capture Stone Forest Town. At this moment, the various large guilds were still helpless against Stone Forest Town, so they would focus their attention on the Stoneclaw Mountains. This was the best chance to capture Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, if time dragged on, the number of guilds in the area would increase. At that time, the number of experts who were interested in this area would also increase, and their chances of capturing Stone Forest Town would decrease. Hearing Shifeng's resolve, Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. That was suicide. Immediately, she explained, you should have seen the information regarding the 3 great leaders for yourself. All 3 are high-intelligence NPCs. They are equivalent to expert players who have reached the 5th floor. They also possess large-scale destruction spells. Furthermore, if we attack Stone Forest Town, the other guilds will not sit by and do nothing. They will take advantage of the situation and try to annihilate us. What if we don't give them the chance? Shifeng smiled confidently on his way here. Shifeng had considered the matter of Stone Forest Town extensively. It was extremely difficult to deal with the 3 great leaders. Not to mention they would have to give the other guilds the slip. However, there was a simpler method of capturing Stone Forest Town. Chapter 656, Crazy Decision. Don't give them the chance? Gentle Snow grew curious. There were over 300,000 guild elites stationed close to Stone Forest Town. Of them, 70,000 belonged to the Star Alliance, while Ouroboros only had 50,000. Even if both first-rate guilds banded together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to the other guilds. Hence, every guild was maintaining this temporary peace. Nobody dared provoke anybody else, however. If a guild decided to attack Stone Forest Town, so much commotion would attract the other guild's attention. At that time, no one would not sit by and let someone else capture the town. The other guilds would definitely work together to exterminate the mutual enemy. Because of this, even Star Alliance, with its numerical advantage, would not dare to take action now. However, Shifeng insisted that they attack Stone Forest Town without giving the other guilds the opportunity to retaliate. How would that even be possible? There were level 55 and level 60 NPCs defending the town. Among them, there were even Tier 2 NPCs. A level 60 Tier 2 NPC was even stronger than a level 30 Great Lord. Not to mention, there was more than just one level 60 Tier 2 NPC defending the town. The Great Leader Surya, who wielded large-scale destruction spells, also defended the town with Ouroboros's 50,000 elites. It would be a bitter battle to capture Stone Forest Town. There was also no certainty that they would succeed. Yes, don't give them the chance. Shifeng nodded as he repeated himself. When the time comes, everyone needs to dispose of the town's NPCs as quickly as possible and leave the rest to me. Shifeng had conquered many towns in the past, so he was quite familiar with the method. It was not an easy task for a guild to gain control of a town first. Players had to dispose of every NPC within the town. Leaving even one NPC alive would result in failure. Second, players had to obtain the town token that the leader of the town guarded. After completing these two tasks, one would obtain the authority to rule over the town. Hence, it was extremely difficult to capture a town with a large number of competitors nearby in the past. After the Stoneclaw Mountain's profits had been distributed, no guild bothered with capturing Stone Forest Town. However, things were slightly different in this life. Currently, various large guilds' main forces and elite members had gathered near the Stoneclaw Mountains, making this the perfect opportunity to capture Stone Forest Town. However, they only had a small time frame to do so, as it took less than 2 hours to travel from the Stoneclaw Mountains to Stone Forest Town on foot or 30 minutes on a mount. Fortunately, no one had reached level 40 yet. Are you planning to hold off all of those guilds by yourself? Gentle Snow asked, flabbergasted. She highly doubted that Shifeng could achieve this feat. They were talking about more than 250,000 elite players. How could one person possibly hold off that many players? Shifeng's words stupefied everyone else in the tent as well. Though they had long since realized that Shifeng was crazy, they had not thought that he was this crazy. Sitting beside Shifeng, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose were similarly shocked. Shortly after, however, they both smiled bitterly. Although they had no doubts that Shifeng could escape the clutches of 250,000 elite players, no matter how they racked their brains, it was impossible to fend off 250,000 elite players, preventing this army from harassing them while they attacked Stone Forest Town. Yet Shifeng had never once failed to keep his word, regardless of how insane his claim sounded. He would never give his word if he were not confident of keeping it. One man holding off 250,000 elite players. Just thinking about it gave them goosebumps. Relax, it'll be fine. However, whether or not we succeed will depend on how fast you can clear the NPCs in the town, Shifeng said confidently, following which, Shifeng gave Fire Dance and Aqua Rose their respective orders. In the upcoming battle, Fire Dance was tasked with leading the main force, while Aqua Rose was tasked with leading the Dark Gods Legion. As for Gentle Snow and the others, they still hesitated to make a decision. Snow, are we really going to do this? You know how insane this is, right? Zhao Yuero asked softly. Gentle Snow took a deep breath. In the next moment, cold determination flashed in her eyes as she said, "We have no other options. The Star Alliance grows stronger by the day. Other guilds constantly harass us as well. At this rate, the Star Alliance will overtake us." Afterward, Gentle Snow began organizing her guild's forces, preparing for battle. Shifeng, however, was in no hurry. First, he investigated the various large guilds, particularly their main forces, before they took action. Shifeng used the Bible of Darkness to summon a Tier 2 demon. 3 hours later, Shifeng summoned another Tier 2 demon. The two level 35 Tier 2 demons were as large as small hills. Tier 2 demons were the equivalent of Lord-ranked monsters. It was quite reassuring to have two level 35 lords on their side. I never imagined that Black Flame would have something like this. It's no wonder he was so confident of fending off the other guilds. Gentle Snow was stunned when she saw the two powerful Tier 2 demons. Even a 100-man team could deal with an ordinary Tier 2 demon, although they might struggle. However, A Tier 2 demon under a player's control was far more terrifying. It could annihilate even a 1,000-man elite team. If 2 Tier 2 demons banded together, their impact would be multiplied several folds. With these 2 Tier 2 demons, Sherfong could successfully delay the other guilds for some time. Just as Zero Wing and Ouroboros were about to mobilize their forces, the various large guilds received news of this matter. The various large guilds each had their own information network. With Ouroboros mobilizing such a large army, how could news of it escape the eyes and ears of the various large guilds? Has Gentle Snow gone mad? She really believed Black Flame? Does she think Black Flame is a god that can fend off an army of 250,000 players? Galaxy Past, who was currently in the Stoneclaw Mountains, laughed madly when he received this information. Notify the others immediately. If Ouroboros dares attack Stone Forest Town, find an opportunity to strike. Galaxy Past wasn't the only person with such thoughts. The other guild leaders similarly thought that Gentle Snow had lost her mind. Black Flame was similarly insane. Did he really think that their guild's elite members were blockheads that would just stand by and die for him? If all 250,000 players worked together, the ranged attacks alone could kill a lord of the same level instantly, not to mention a player suddenly. The various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town began mobilizing their forces, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Now, all that was left was for Ouroboros and Zero Wing to move. As for the various large guilds' main forces and elite members, they all continued grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains. News sure flies. However, this isn't too bad either. It would have bothered me if they didn't make a move, Sherfong chuckled. He then activated the aura of Wind's Wind Rider, transforming into a blur as he flew to Stone Forest Town. What is he trying to do? Gentle Snow muttered in confusion. Sherfong's actions even confused Fire Dance and Aqua Rose as Sherfong had not revealed his true plans. Let's begin then. Sherfong grinned. Immediately he swapped the aura of wind for the aura of fire. He then cast Firestorm on Stone Forest Town's NPC stronghold. Suddenly, flames engulfed the third and highest floor of the stronghold. Some nearby players turned to ash instantly. As for the NPCs inside the stronghold, they sustained heavy damage as well. In the blink of an eye, the stronghold's third floor was nothing more than scorched ruins. The crowd watching from afar was stupefied. Sherfong had actually attacked the NPC stronghold by himself. He was seeking death. At this moment, a white-haired old man in black robes emerged from the ruins. This old man was Saria, a level 60 Tier 2 NPC. Looking at Sherfong, Saria shouted angrily, saying, "Intruder! You actually dare to provoke me? I will show you how terrifying it is to anger a mage." Saria, Great Leader Professional Mage. Level 60. HP 500, 000/5, 500, 000. In addition, 2 NPCs with imposing auras stood beside Saria, and they were the second leader, Lime, and third leader, Padolime, second leader, Swordmaster. Level 60. HP 500, 000/6, 500, 000. Pado, third leader, Berserker Master. Level 60. HP 7000000/7, 0000000. Sherfang's Firestorm had only dealt around -80,000 damage to the 3 leaders, a meager amount comparing to the millions of HP they possessed. However, their stronghold's destruction was what truly infuriated the 3 leaders at this moment. The 3 leaders glared at Sherfong, their eyes containing the promise of a painful death. Laughing, Sherfong turned and flew away. "Nobody can escape our fury." Saria and the other 2 leaders summoned their mounts and chased after Sherfong. The difference between having a mount and not having a mount was massive. Despite Sherfong having activated Wind Rider, the 3 NPCs caught up with him very quickly. "Shit. They're heading towards us." The spectating guilds quickly noticed that something was off as Sherfong flew towards them. Wind Rider only had a short duration of 24 seconds. Sherfong could cover just enough distance in that time to land right in the middle of the various large guilds. At this moment, Saria, who rode his horse, drew line after line of runes in the air. He then flicked his finger, and suddenly thunderclouds began to condensing above the army of players turned to ash. Saria revealed a sinister smile as he cast the Tier 2 spell Lightning Storm on Sherfang's location. Chapter 657 Pits of Despair. Hearing the rolling thunder above him, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. He then dashed towards the largest crowd. Although the Tier 2 spell Lightning Storm was not a large-scale destruction spell that dealt ridiculously high damage, the spell covered a very wide area, up to a radius of 100 yards. After the Tier 2 professional mage had chanted the spell's full incantation, even Shifeng could not withstand or evade the attack. Hurry! Get rid of Black Flame. The upper echelons of the various large guilds saw through Shifeng's ploy. He intended to kill them with the borrowed sword. Hence, as long as they killed Shifeng first, their problems would be solved. However, Shifeng's attributes were far above the standard of current players. Even the strongest powerhouses of the various guilds could not compete with Shifeng in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, as Shifeng had buried himself in the crowd, nobody dared to launch casual attacks. It was especially true for the ranged classes. It would be very easy for their attacks to hit their allies. Only the melee classes could attempt to pin Shifeng down. However, could elite players possibly predict Shifeng's actions? Moreover, Shifeng was extremely cunning as he dashed towards the healers. Hurry up. Use control skills. Don't worry about friendly fire. The upper echelons hurriedly commanded as the magical classes began chanting their spells. The thunderclouds in the sky reached their climax. In the next moment, blue lightning descended from the sky. For a moment, it looked as if the end of the world were upon them as bright lightning and booming thunder took over the field. When the lightning strikes stopped, silence fell. Everyone was stupefied. All players that were within spell's range had received over -5,000 damage each time the lightning descended. After more than a dozen lightning strikes, even the high HP MTs who had activated Shield Wall and such life-saving skills gave up the ghost. Meanwhile, with his extreme speed, Shifeng managed to escape Suria's lightning storm after receiving a couple of lightning strikes. Everyone else, however, met a tragic end. In order to deal with Zero Wing and Ouroboros, the various large guilds had prepared and gathered together. Shifeng just so happened to land in the middle of that crowd. After the lightning storm ended, nobody within the spell's effective radius of 100 yards had lived. Instead, only weapons and equipment occupied the space. This scene caused witnesses to gasp and shiver. Is this the power of a Tier 2 NPC mage? Gentle Snow's expression turned grim as she looked at the hollowed, scorched area that had previously held a sea of people. Previously, Gentle Snow had thought it was feasible to capture Stone Forest Town with only 50,000 elite players if they did not have to worry about the other guilds' harassment. After watching this, however, even if they had an army several times larger, capturing the town was utterly impossible. From a rough estimate, around 8,000 people must have died from that single spell. When Suria saw that Shifeng was still alive, unharmed, even a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He then began chanting another Tier 2 spell. Meanwhile, the two other leaders of Stone Forest Town began to massacre the players before them as they charged towards Shifeng. Against level 28 and level 29 elite players, the two level 60 Tier 2 NPCs only needed one hit to end their lives. The two NPCs were like meat grinders as they butchered the various guilds' elites. As for Shifeng, he did not bother putting up a heroic fight against the NPCs. Instead, he simply turned around and fled, running to the highest concentration of players. Not only could he reduce the number of enemies this way, but he could also utilize the elite players to pin down the three great leaders, giving him more time to escape with his life. The strength of level 60 Tier 2 NPCs with high intelligence was no laughing matter. Even a level 35 Great Lord would not be a match for these NPCs. Otherwise, the various large guilds would not have hesitated to capture the town. Black Flame, are you trying to make an enemy of every guild here? An upper echelon from one of the guilds shouted, veins popping from anger. Everyone had already witnessed the three great leaders' strength. If they did not stop Shifeng, their guilds would suffer tremendous losses. The guild members that had accompanied them were not normal members. These members were their guild's foundations. If even a fraction of these players died, it would set their guilds back tremendously, not to mention if they lost half or even 3/4. Losing half or more of their members would deal an irrecoverable blow. Black Flame, even if Zero Wing is more powerful, your guild will pay if you oppose every guild present. We can still negotiate for peace if you stop now. Don't make the wrong decision here. Watching the slaughter of their guild members, the upper echelons of the various large guilds tried their best to stop Shifeng. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Shifeng was simply too fast. Their guild's experts were currently grinding in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains. With just their elite members present, they could not pin down Shifeng. Sure. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Instruct your guild leaders sign a contract stating that your guilds will no longer meddle with matters pertaining to Stone Forest Town immediately. Shifeng replied. Black Flame. Don't go overboard. If you don't stop now, don't blame us for taking action against Zero Wings members. Walk away from Stone Forest Town? Even without reporting Shifeng's demands to their higher-ups, they knew it was impossible. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros occupied a strategic location like Stone Forest Town, it would only be a matter of time before the Stoneclaw Mountains would fell their hands as well. Hence, they could not agree to this condition at this point. None of the large guilds dared to strike the three great leaders in fear of shifting the NPCs' aggro towards themselves. As for having their members scatter and flee, although they could reduce their losses by doing so once scattered, they would no longer be a threat to Ouroboros and Zero Wing. However, dealing with Zero Wing's 400 members would be a piece of cake for their armies. Even Shifeng could not save his allies. At that time, both sides would end in mutual destruction, with neither side obtaining any benefits. What a pity. You leave me with no choice then. Shifeng then proceeded to dash towards the next crowd of players. You will regret this. The upper echelons of the various guilds had never imagined that Shifeng would be so decisive and unafraid of their mutual destruction. At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds, who currently resided in the faraway Stoneclaw Mountains, had received news of the attack. Black Flame has truly lost his mind this time. He actually dares to declare war against all of our guilds. Since he wants to play, let's play. Tell them to send a small detachment to take out Black Flame. Everyone else is to split up and delay Ouroboros and Zero Wing as much as possible. I doubt that Black Flame will lead the three great leaders towards his own allies. Galaxy Past laughed. Immediately he commanded, everyone, retreat from the Stoneclaw Mountains and hurry to Stone Forest Town. Also, contact the other guild leaders. I want to show Black Flame and Gentle Snow that they are doing nothing more than digging their own graves. Before this occurred, the Star Alliance and Ouroboros had both been intimidating guilds. Hence, none of the other guilds would have worked with either one of them. Now, however, the situation changed as Ouroboros actively stirred up trouble. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down if the Star Alliance could band together with the other guilds to deal with Ouroboros. Not only could they obliterate Ouroboros in one fell swoop, but it would also have a better chance of obtaining Stone Forest Town. After all, within the Star Moon Kingdom, no other guild could possibly stand against the Star Alliance. Once Ouroboros was gone, the Star Alliance's word would become law. A short moment later, sure enough, the guild leaders of the various large guilds had formed an alliance with the Star Alliance to deal with both Ouroboros and Zero Wing, after the various large guilds surrounding Stone Forest Town banded together. According to Galaxy Pass plans, they sent out a force of 80,000 players to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. As for the remaining forces, they scattered and circled the town, preventing anyone from escaping Black Flame. It's too late. Today we'll teach you the consequences for antagonizing the masses. The upper echelons of the various guilds directed their members to suppress Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Even if the three great leaders were more powerful, with everyone spreading out, even if the NPCs had free reign, they would only kill a limited number. Against an army of 250,000, that number would only be a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, the various large guilds had forced Ouroboros and Zero Wing into a corner. It was extremely easy for an army of 250,000 elites to suppress 50,000 elites. Not to mention, the experts of each respective guild were on their way. When their main forces arrived, Ouroboros and Zero Wing would be finished. They banded together as expected. Shifeng frowned. However, he just shook his head and laughed. Since you want to go for mutual destruction, I'll show you the pits of despair. The three great leaders protecting Stone Forest Town had not revealed all of their strength. Stone Forest Town was in such close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the massive benefits from the mountains, how could Stone Forest Town possibly be an ordinary town? Chapter 658 Nightmare descends. Aqua, lead everyone away from the town immediately, Shifeng said through a whisper. Understood. Aqua Rose was slightly stunned by this command. Originally, she had thought Shifeng would use Zero Wing's trump card. She had not expected him to order a retreat and give up on Stone Forest Town. However, since Shifeng had given the command, Aqua Rose had no choice but to lead everyone away. Gentle Snow's army similarly retreated throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There was not a single guild that could stand against an army of 250,000 elite players. If they continued fighting, only death awaited them in truth, though even if they did fight, their enemy would not leave unscathed either. Both sides would be destroyed in terms of equipment. Zero Wing's main force was far superior to the other guild's experts, not to mention their elite players. After the main force had swapped out their Tier 2 gemstones for Tier 3 gemstones, their attributes were simply overwhelming. In addition, there were currently no enemy experts to pin them down as a result. The Zero Wing's main force swept like a scythe across the enemy forces, leaving only devastation in its wake. Spell after spell bombarded Kola, Yiwumian and Turtledove, who stood at the forefront of the team. However, these spells had not even tickled the 3 MTs. Even the most powerful attack only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage. However, all 3 MTs had over 10,000 HP each. Moreover, the majority of their enemies' attacks had not even landed. These MTs only needed a single heal to recover to full HP. There were also the 2 Tier 2 demons. Both Tier 2 demons were melee fighters with over 3 million HP each. Under Shifeng's control, both demons were like gods of destruction. The 2 demons were unstoppable as they targeted the enemy healers. Also, although Shifeng could not control the 2 demons perfectly, he could maneuver them to avoid as many attacks as possible. In terms of basic attributes, the 2 level 35 Tier 2 demons were much stronger than even Shifeng. Even their strength was superior to Shifeng's, who wore Tier 3 strength-attributed gemstones. So, how could ordinary players hope to touch them? Only if everyone concentrated their attacks on the 2 demons and sealed off their escape routes would the 2 demons receive some form of damage. However, with Zero Wing's healers and the demons' innate battle recovery, they could very quickly recover the lost HP against the 2 Tier 2 demons' assault. The various large guilds suffered scores of deaths with every passing second. After only a few minutes of battle, the coalition of guilds had lost nearly 7,000 elite players. Zero Wing claimed just as many lives as the 3 great leaders. The members of the various large guilds felt like a knife had been plunged into their hearts as they watched. Without any of their guild's experts, they were helpless against a team like this. This was also why the various large guilds were desperately trying to nurture experts and frantically fighting over the Stoneclaw Mountains. The only consolation was that Ouroboros suffered similar losses. Since the battle had begun, Ouroboros had lost over 2,000 members. As both sides watched their companions die, an intense fighting spirit began to fill their hearts. At this moment, the area around Stone Forest Town was like an ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, the red names in Stone Forest Town were dumbfounded. Players were killing each other all over the place. There were players dying every second. Even experts would be insignificant in a war of this scale. In comparison, their kill counts were a joke. While Ouroboros and Zero Wing retreated from Stone Forest Town, Shifeng activated Windwalk and crushed a speed scroll as he dashed towards the town. Meanwhile, the 3 great leaders followed closely behind. Ha ha ha. Black Flame is finally scared. Too bad that it's too late for regrets. Brothers, charge. Don't let anyone from Ouroboros or Zero Wing get away. With the Star Alliance taking the lead, the other guilds enthusiastically chased after Ouroboros and Zero Wing's remaining members. However, as the 2 guilds charged at the enemy encirclement, everyone finally witnessed Zero Wing's strength. With just 400 members, Zero Wing had easily torn apart the encirclement of over 10,000 players. Casting stars of light, over 1,000 players died by Blackie's hand in the blink of an eye. As for Fire Dance, she was like a ferocious beast as she charged into the enemy crowd. With a swing of her short swords, she easily sent players flying and dispersed the crowd. There was even less need to mention the strength-based classes like Kola and Rampant Blade crashing into the enemy front lines with his shield. Kola easily sent 5 level 28 and level 29 MTs flying, damages of over -1,000 points appearing above the enemy players' heads. After absorbing an accumulated damage of 5,000 points, he then activated Bluefire shield, causing 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of him. The enemy players before him lost over half of their HPAs for Rampant Blade. He brandished his Bluefire double-edged sword, killing an enemy player with each hit. From time to time, he would also trigger the Bluefire dance, instantly wiping out a group of elites. However, when it came to group killing capabilities, Aqua Rose was the strongest of them all. Not only was she a glass cannon, but she also had the Bluefire heart. She could summon 3 elite-ranked Bluefire crows to assist her in battle. Although the Bluefire crows were only elite-ranked and were the same level as Aqua Rose, level 30, Their attack power would increase based on Aqua Rose's intelligence attribute. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose currently wore a complete Tier 1 set equipment. In addition, she was also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. Her total intelligence was over 400 points. Overall, each elite-ranked Bluefire Crow could rival a special elite of the same level. However, the Bluefire Crow's most impressive aspect was their growth skill. 1 minute after the Bluefire Crows had been summoned, they could grow from elites to special elites. After 5 minutes they would become chieftains. After 10 minutes they would become lords. After 18 minutes they would become high lords. Finally, at 27 minutes, they would become great lords. At that time, even though the Bluefire Crows would only last for 3 more minutes, 3 level 30 great lords could easily wipe out an army of 1,000 level 30 elite players. By this point, 18 minutes had passed since the Bluefire Crow's summoning, so all 3 were already high lords. Their damage could rival even great lords. Aside from MT classes, the Bluefire Crows only needed 1 strike to kill the other classes. How is Zero Wing so strong? Even though they have so few people, they've killed over 10,000 of our troops. Yet, we've only managed to claim over a dozen or so lives. For a time, after seeing how powerful Fire Dance and the other members of Zero Wing were, the enemy guild members refused charge forward, afraid that they would die instantly as well. Before this, everyone had only heard that Zero Wing was very strong. However, no one had ever actually witnessed their exact strength. Now, however, these guilds finally saw it for themselves. An army of 10,000 elite players was nothing to these experts. This scene also shocked Ouroboros's members. With just 400 players, they had instilled fear into tens of thousands of players. As an enemy, they were a frightening force to reckon with. As an ally, however, they were incredibly dependable. Very easily, Zero Wing punched a hole through the encirclement of the various large guilds, creating a path of escape. However, facing the encirclement of over 200,000 players, even Zero Wing's members could only do so much. Ouroboros, which had started this war with an army of 50,000 players, had less than 30,000 members remaining. Should they continue fighting, they would most likely suffer complete and utter annihilation. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town suddenly began to collapse, the buildings within the town crumbling. One after another, a massive obelisk then emerged in the heart of the town, and Shifeng stood atop this obelisk. What's going on? This commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention as they felt the ground beneath their feet quake. It was like an earthquake measuring 7 on the Richter scale had hit the area around Stone Forest Town. What are you trying to do? Surya shouted anxiously at Shifeng, an expression of horror on his face. The 2 other leaders similarly stopped their pursuit as they glared at Shifeng. This obelisk was their group's greatest secret. They had never imagined that Shifeng would know about it, or to rush into their stronghold to activate it. Of course, I want to witness the depths of hell. At this moment, Shifeng looked ragged. Not only had he needed to avoid all the traps inside the stronghold, but he also had to dodge the 3 great leaders. Only after using all his usable life-saving skills had he managed to activate the greatest taboo obelisk in the Starmoon City region. Saying so, Shifeng swung the abyssal blade, shattering the dazzling crystal ball on top of the obelisk. Stop! The 3 great leaders shouted in horror. Chapter 659 Town Token. What's going on? Seeing the 3 great leaders' panicked expressions, the players in Stone Forest Town turned to Shifeng, who stood on top of the obelisk. The 3 great leaders were level 60 Tier 2 NPCs. At this stage of the game, these NPCs could squish players like ants, yet such powerful NPCs were actually afraid. What was going on? After Shifeng shattered the crystal ball, he switched the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of space and used space movement to escape the town. In the next moment, a massive 5-fold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town, enveloping it. Suddenly, mana rain began to fall on the town. Such a high mana density. My spell effects have doubled. This feels awesome. Many magical class players in the down grew excited at this moment. The members of Ouroboros and the various large guilds had stopped fighting as they shifted their gazes towards the phenomenon in Stone Forest Town. The 5-fold magic array covered the sky above the town, and currently released a colorful brilliance. Even from so far away, they could feel the dense mana filling the city. Suddenly, Stone Forest Town became a paradise for players. The higher the density of mana in the environment, the clearer and more active a player's mind was. These areas were helpful for improving a person's skill completion rate. Unfortunately, locations with high mana density were extremely rare in God's domain. Although the environmental mana in the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was quite dense, it was nothing compared to Stone Forest Town. Seeing that Stone Forest Town had such a valuable atmosphere, the various guilds' upper echelons began to drool regardless of the sacrifice. We must have a guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Ruthless greed flashed in these echelons' eyes, setting aside the mana crystals of the Stone Claw Mountains. Capturing Stone Forest Town for its atmosphere was worth every sacrifice. If they possessed Stone Forest Town, they could send their guild's elites here to improve themselves. Although development here would not be as efficient as in the Divine Colosseum, they would not have to spend a single mana crystal on training. They could save a lot of money. Moreover, if they allowed their members to train in Stone Forest Town for long periods, the rate at which they nurtured experts would definitely surpass the other guilds. With a large group of experts, becoming even a super first-rate guild would be entirely possible without hesitation. The upper echelons of the various large guilds immediately reported this to their respective guild leaders. I never imagined that Stone Forest Town would have such a secret. I don't care what it takes. We must obtain Stone Forest Town. Hearing this news, the various guild leaders gave their orders. For a time, none of these guilds paid Ouroboros or Zero Wing any attention. Their members began to surge into Stone Forest Town. Moreover, with the dense mana surrounding the town, the closer these players got to the town, the stronger their combat power became. It was especially true for magical class players. Their combat power more than doubled. At this moment, it would be a piece of cake to clear out Stone Forest Town's NPCs, although the NPCs in the city had also grown stronger due to the environmental mana. Only the magical class NPCs received a damage buff. Their skill completion rates had not changed. However, that was not the case for players. The dense mana created a conducive environment that improved both spell effects and skill completion rate. Players had received a much greater boost to their combat power than the NPCs. Hence, capturing the town became much easier. Guild leader, just what did you do to Stone Forest Town? Aqua Rose could not bring herself to believe what she saw. Stone Forest Town was practically a cultivating heaven for players now. In addition, there were also the Stoneclaw Mountains magic crystals. Any guild that claimed the town would definitely become Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Don't ask. Order everyone retreat from the town this instant, Shifeng said sternly. He had long since distanced himself from the town in the past. When the Stoneclaw Mountains came into being, the dungeon had incited a war between Star Moon City's large guilds. Back then, however, nobody had claimed Stone Forest Town for themselves. Only after a long time had passed did the Star Alliance launch an assault on Stone Forest Town. Naturally, Stone Forest Town had not been a match for the first-rate guild. However, just before the guild captured the town, Saria had activated the obelisk. Shortly after, Star Alliance's army was obliterated. Initially, when Shifeng planned the attack on Stone Forest Town, he had intended to finish off Saria quickly, giving him no opportunity to activate the obelisk. However, since the situation no longer permitted that, he had no choice but to activate the obelisk himself under Shifeng's command. Even though Aqua Rose and the others were reluctant, they quickly retreated from Stone Forest Town. Snow, let's go. As long as we snatch the town token dropped by the Great Leader, Stone Forest Town will belong to us. At that time, even if the Star Alliance and the other guilds band together, they will not be a match for us, Zhao Yueru suggested anxiously as she watched the guilds frantically surge into Stone Forest Town. If the other guilds obtained Stone Forest Town, Ouroboros would struggle to survive in Star Moon City. Glancing at Aqua Rose and the others, who gradually fled the town, Gentle Snow shook her head and said, "Let's retreat." But what about Stone Forest Town? With that many elite players, they could definitely exhaust the three great leaders to death. Not to mention, the other guild's experts are currently making their way here. Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Black Flame told us to leave Stone Forest Town. He must have a reason. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's strength, they could compete for the town token. Since they aren't trying to fight over it, there must be something wrong with Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Black Flame caused this himself. He must know more than we do. It's best that we retreat and observe the situation for now. Stone Forest Town tempted Gentle Snow as well, but she chose to maintain her calm because she knew that a calm mind was the strongest weapon in such a situation. Zhao Yueru sighed. Although she was disappointed, her friend had never been wrong. In the end, she could only turn and retreat after glancing at Stone Forest Town. Ouroboros' other members also began to retreat. Time passed. Little by little, the battle inside Stone Forest Town grew more intense as time passed. The environmental mana also grew denser. The players in the town fought madly in the thick mana after more than 10 minutes of frantic battle. The majority of the NPCs inside Stone Forest Town had died. Only a few Tier 2 NPCs remained, desperately fighting for their lives. The elite players that surged into the town in waves were simply too much to handle, even for the three great leaders. At this moment, the three NPCs each had less than 30% of their HP remaining. On the other hand, there were still over 150,000 elite players in the city. Victory was in sight for the various guilds kill. Surya only has about 1 million HP left. Focus on avoiding his large-scale destruction spells. Guild leader has issued the command. Whoever secures the town token will be directly promoted to a guild elder, rewarded with a set of top-tier equipment and 5 million credits. The guild's upper echelons secretly sent commands through their respective guild channels. Aside from the guild elder position, owning a set of top-tier equipment was everyone's dreams. In addition, there was also the reward of 5 million credits. The town token's importance was obvious. To ordinary players, 5 million credits was an astronomical amount. If they had that kind of money, they wouldn't have to work a single day for the rest of their lives. In addition to the position of elder, they could enjoy a life of luxury. Suddenly, everyone began attacking with even greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Ouroboros and Zero Wings members who watched from afar grew anxious. Guild leader, at this rate, some other guild will claim the town token. Aqua Rose said anxiously as she looked to Sherfong, who maintained an extraordinary calm. However, as soon as Aqua Rose finished speaking, Surya, who was inside Stone Forest Town, suddenly bellowed, the sound wave sending all players within a radius of 30 yards flying before anyone noticed it. Surya's white hair had become a lustrous black. As if he had grown younger by several decades, his appearance morphed from one of an old man to that of a handsome youth. However, unlike ordinary people, this youth's eyes were pure black like two black pits. Those eyes contained no emotion, and just looking at them would send shivers down one's spine. Night's finally coming. Sherfong grew serious as he watched the distant Surya. Aqua, have everyone prepare. Chapter 660 Awakened. The obelisk functioned as a seal. Meanwhile, crushing the crystal ball on top of the obelisk was equivalent to undoing the seal. Sealed inside the obelisk was something horrifying. Players only discovered later on that the thing sealed inside the obelisk was an awakened. It was akin to mutants among monsters. However, while a mutant was a mutation of a monster, an awakened was a mutation of an NPC. The probability of an awakened appearing was extremely low. Even Sherfong had never personally witnessed an awakened during his decade of experience playing God's Domain. He had only heard bits of information about them. What followed the emergence of every awakened was a disaster. After the Star Alliance had accidentally triggered one such disaster in the past, more than 100,000 of its elites had crossed the river Styx. Even Galaxy Past had failed to escape back then. Compared to mutants, an awakened was much more frightening. Unlike mutants, an awakened was born with extremely high intelligence. It was the enemy of all living creatures. In addition, an awakened could rival even a fallen angel, a higher being of the same tier. So it was ridiculously powerful. The person sealed inside the obelisk was originally a Tier 5 divine mage. As the person was also an awakened, his strength was the equal of a fallen angels of the same tier. Only Tier 6 gods could suppress him. Fortunately, with the awakened's body already obliterated and just its soul remaining in existence, it could only possess the body of another NPC, even after the removal of the seal. Meanwhile, at this moment, the awakened had taken over Surya's body and devoured the old man's soul, becoming the new owner of the body. After the possession, Surya's strength underwent a heaven-defying change. He was no longer in existence that the old Surya could compare to. Are we really going to take action now? Aqua Rose's eyes widened as she stared at Surya, who was hovering in midair in the distance. Unconsciously, she had started holding her breath at this moment. Surya was no longer a level 60 Tier 2 NPC, but already a true monster. Just looking at Surya from a distance, Aqua Rose instinctively felt the need to run as far away as possible from him. Surya, awakened Great Mage. Level 50. HP 30 000 000 /30 000 Not only had Surya's body suddenly undergone a massive transformation, but even his statistics had also experienced an earth-shaking change. Although the NPC's level had fallen quite a bit, His HP had recovered back to full status. His class had even risen from a Tier 2 professional mage to a Tier 3 great mage. His strength increasing disproportionately. A Tier 3 NPC was equivalent to a great lord of the same level. On the other hand, a Tier 3 awakened NPC possessed a strength that could rival even a Tier 4 NPC of the same level. A Tier 4 NPC was not an existence that current players could challenge at all at this moment. The members of the various large guilds, who had been frantically attacking Saria before, were similarly stunned after his transformation was complete. Saria flexed his body tentatively. A moment later, the surrounding air began trembling. Immediately after, Saria pointed a finger towards the sky. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts flashed down and gathered around Saria's fingertip, forming a 2-story tall ball of lightning. Prepare to dodge. With so many people remaining, even a Tier 3 great mage is no match for us. A commanding level 29 elementalist shouted. However, as soon as the elementalist finished speaking, Saria pointed his finger towards this elementalist. The massive ball of lightning promptly transformed into a rushing river that poured down onto the elementalist, devouring the elementalist and all the players around him. Under the effects of the Tier 3 spell lightning stream, no players within an area of 15 by 100 yards survived in the blink of an eye. Several hundred people died. However, Saria was still not satisfied. He then proceeded to use multiple Tier 3 spells in quick succession. Whether it was the players or NPCs inside Stone Forest Town, Saria did not let a single person off the hook. In the awakened NPC's hands, Tier 3 spells were like simple toys. He could forego chanting incantations, immediately casting his spells, not giving his targets any time to dodge at all. After just a short moment, despite everyone standing sparsely apart from each other, Saria still managed to kill nearly 6,000 players. Meanwhile, the attacking players discovered that far from damaging the awakened NPC, their onslaught couldn't even penetrate Saria's magical shield at all. Suddenly, the players inside Stone Forest Town fell silent. No longer did they possess the enthusiasm from before. Run. Everyone, retreat from this place quickly. Many guilds finally realized that they were nothing against the Tier 3 great mage at all, and that the only thing they could do was run for their lives. Otherwise, none of them would leave this place alive. Guild leader, that monster is too scary. Look, the other guilds are all retreating. If we charge ahead right now, only death awaits us. Aqua Rose was deeply pessimistic about defeating such a powerful NPC. They would only suffer like the other guilds had if they tried fighting that monstrous existence. Who says we need to defeat him? We just need to seal him again. Sherfong laughed. In the past, when the seal on the obelisk was undone, the Awakened had gone on a rampage, throwing the players within the Starmoon City region into a panic. Moreover, as time passed, the Awakened had continuously risen in both levels and tiers. Even a coalition of the various guilds residing in Starmoon City had been utterly helpless against the Awakened in the end. However, this incident was still solved back then. A player had discovered inside the obelisk the method to reseal the Awakened, utilizing an immense amount of magic crystals to repair the sealing crystal ball. Otherwise, with the strength of the players back then, it would have been absolutely impossible to stop the roaming Awakened. Should they encounter him, the only fate that awaited them was death. Meanwhile, now that Saria was busy butchering the members of the various large guilds, it was the perfect opportunity to reseal the Awakened NPC. Sherfong spent about 10 minutes running back to Stone Forest Town. During this period, Saria slaughtered over 100,000 players. At this moment, less than 50,000 players of the original 150,000 plus remained. When the various guild leaders learned of this death toll, they nearly vomited blood and passed out. Meanwhile, the guild that suffered the greatest loss was the Star Alliance. From their initial 70,000 elite members, less than 20,000 remained. Moreover, this number continued to decrease. With this, the Star Alliance is finished. After losing so many elite members, they will take a long time recovering from this loss. Zhao Yueru giggled as she pressed her hand to her chest. Although Ouroboros had suffered severe casualties in this war as well, having less than 30,000 elite members surviving out of the original 50,000, those were inconsequential compared to the losses of the other guilds. With this, Ouroboros would become the #1 guild of Starmoon City. Is this Black Flame's true plan? This moment drove home to Gentle Snow how fearsome Sherfong was. Just a single Stone Forest Town had plunged so many elite members of the various large guilds to their deaths. If not for them working together with Zero Wing, Ouroboros would most likely have been one of those guilds right now while Saria was hunting the members of the various guilds. Shifeng took the opportunity to dash towards the obelisk. Arriving at the top of the obelisk, Shifeng immediately retrieved 10,000 magic crystals from his bag and placed them atop the altar on which the crystal ball had originally sat. To any guild, 10,000 magic crystals was a massive sum. Fortunately, Shifeng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase them in bulk before the appearance of the Divine Colosseum. If not for capturing Stone Forest Town, Shifeng would not have readily parted with 10,000 magic crystals. In the next moment, the 10,000 magic crystals transformed into droplets of transparent liquid that quickly agglomerated into a sealing crystal ball. Despicable human. Saria panicked when he noticed the reformation of the crystal ball that had kept him sealed all this time. Using instantaneous movement, he flashed towards Shifeng. "You best return to where you came from," Shifeng muttered in a low tone as he looked at the rapidly approaching Saria. He then pressed his hand on the sealing crystal ball, muttering, "Fivefold seal activate." All at once, a fivefold magic array appeared above Stone Forest Town once more, illuminating the area around the town. "No!" Saria shouted defiantly as he attempted to use Tier 3 spells to attack the sealing crystal ball. Unfortunately for him, under the suppression of the fivefold magic array, he failed to cast even a single spell. In the next moment, golden chains descended from the magic array and wrapped around Saria's body. Shifeng had seen these golden chains before. Chains of order. Even gods were helpless against them. What more of Saria? These chains then dragged Saria above the obelisk. Suddenly, a blue chain emerged from the tip of the obelisk and pierced through his body. In the next moment, Saria released an agonized scream as the blue chain dragged a half-transparent soul out of his body and into the sealing crystal ball. Meanwhile, Saria's body, which had long since lost its original soul, died with the sealing of the awakened soul. A pile of loot also showered the ground along with the NPC's death. Chapter 661 Harvest. After the battle, he died. Everyone looked at the corpse of Saria, which had fallen on top of the obelisk like a broken rag doll. In disbelief, the Saria that had sent over 200,000 elite players running for their lives like dogs had perished almost instantly. It was like waking up to find that everything that happened before had been merely a bad dream. Just what did he do? Gentle Snow did not dare believe this situation was real. Such a powerful NPC like Saria had actually been no more than a toy for Shifeng. All this time, the various large guilds had been dancing on the palm of Shifeng's hand, as if these large guilds were at his beck and call. This feat was much more frightening than just relying on pure strength to defeat the various guilds. With this ability of his alone, he could easily instill fear in every guild in Star Moon Kingdom. While everyone was still stunned at the sudden development, some of the guild upper echelons quickly reacted. The town token. The town token was an item that dropped only from the leader of the town. Now that Saria had died, he would naturally drop the town token. As long as they obtained the town token, they could turn Stone Forest Town into a guild town. They would also receive protection from the kingdom for a limited time, during which they could set up shops and establish their own guild residences, allowing a smooth transfer of town management. In addition, the maps around Stone Forest Town ranged from level 30 to level 50. Players were sure to come to this area in the future, meaning the town had a very strategic location. Not to mention, the Stoneclaw Mountains were only a short distance away. Everyone charge. We must get that town token no matter what. The upper echelons of the various guilds issued commands one after another, passing down the same order from their respective guild leaders. The various large guilds had already suffered tremendous losses from the war. If they still failed to obtain the town token, then wouldn't all their efforts have benefited their enemy instead? Under a unified command, everyone charged madly towards the heart of Stone Forest Town, all fully intent on killing Shifeng and taking the town token. At this time, Gentle Snow had also reacted, immediately shouting, "Everyone protect Black Flame as he retreats. Don't let the enemy succeed." After the town token dropped, a marker would appear on the player who picked it up. The marker would disappear only after 2 hours. The town token would also drop upon death. Moreover, during this period, the player holding the town token would not be able to use return scrolls and similar items. Hence, Shifeng could not escape to the city using a return scroll. He could only endure and survive through the 2 hours. At this point, Shifeng was the closest to Saria's corpse. Everyone else was still quite a distance away. It was obvious to everyone that the town token would fall into Shifeng's hands. Although the opposing guilds had less than 50,000 elite members left alive, these still posed a threat to Shifeng. Not to mention, there was still a large group of experts on their way to the town. Fortunately, with 30,000 elite members, protecting Shifeng's retreat would be a walk in the park for Ouroboros. Once he was out of harm's way, he only needed to hide in a secluded location and wait out the 2 hours. Meanwhile, with the sealing of the Awaken now completed, the obelisk had also begun sinking back into the ground, disappearing from view. As for Shifeng himself, he was leisurely picking up the loot Saria dropped, paying no mind to the rapidly approaching army. Once an item was in his hands, it was practically impossible for anybody to steal it from him despite being only a Tier 2 NPC. The loot Saria dropped was quite bountiful. Saria had dropped more than 20 items, though the majority of them were magic crystals and some rare materials. Of the items dropped, the most valuable was the town token. The next was a magic array design. The rest were some level 50 weapons and equipment. However, the items were of low quality, uniformly of secret silver rank. Moreover, current players could not equip these items. Although this basic mana gathering magic array is a good item, unfortunately, it costs too many magic crystals to operate. At present, no guild will be able to sustain a magic array like this. Shifeng inwardly felt disappointed as he looked at the tattered design in his hand. The basic mana gathering magic array could gather and condense mana into an area of 30 by 30 yards, allowing players to meditate and improve on their skill completion rates within it. Although the density of the mana inside the magic array would be slightly higher than in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower, the magic array costs 50 magic crystals per hour to maintain. In terms of development functions, the Trial Tower had the main god system showing players the perfect combat style of each class. This aspect of the Trial Tower was superior to the basic mana gathering magic array, which did not supply players with any opponents. However, the magic array provided a perfect environment when players wished to train in the usage of their skills. After all, the Trial Tower would not give players any time to drill their skills. Unfortunately, the optimum number of players the basic mana gathering magic array could accommodate was roughly 8 to 10. This capacity made the magic array very costly. Moreover, there would not be any noticeable effects if one only trained for 1 or 2 hours. Players usually had to train within the magic array for 5 or 6 hours. In other words, a guild would have to expend around 30 magic crystals per person, an exorbitant price for the current guilds of God's domain. Storing away the basic mana gathering magic array design, Shifeng took out a golden key from his bag. Of the items Saria dropped, this was the third most valuable treasure. The key to Stone Forest Town's treasury. Every town occupied by a force of darkness would have its own treasury, just like the time when Zero Wing had raided Creek Town. However, as they had been on a crusade quest back then, the system had reduced the amount of treasure they could obtain significantly. Even so, it had still been a considerable harvest. On the other hand, since they had managed to actually capture Stone Forest Town without the aid of a crusade quest, the amount of treasure they could obtain would no doubt be enough to make guilds go crazy over it. However, this was a secret known only to players who had captured a town. Currently, the various large guilds of Star Moon City were still ignorant of this matter. Aqua, I'll leave this key with you. Take the main force and the Dark Gods Legion, and clean out the treasury. Afterwards, reconvene back at White River City. Saying so, Shifeng passed the golden key to Aqua Rose. He then made a straight dash out of Stone Forest Town. Although he could easily shake off the various large guilds, he had no choice but to spend some time playing around with these guilds to buy some time for Aqua Rose and the other shit. Black Flames escaped. After him. We can't let Black Flame get away no matter what. When the various large guilds saw Shifeng exiting Stone Forest Town and running towards the Limestone Hills, they immediately changed their course and headed in that direction as well. Looking at the elite army chasing behind him, Shifeng reduced his speed to give his pursuers some false hope as he slowly lured them away from the town. Guild leader. The town token has already fallen into Zero Wing's and Ouroboros' hands. Our men most likely won't be able to keep up with Black Flame's speed. With this, it will become a lot more difficult for us to compete for the Stoneclaw Mountains. Purple Eye frowned when she watched the video from the members at Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town provided a geographical advantage in capturing the Stoneclaw Mountains. Now that Zero Wing and Ouroboros had secured the town, they had at least a 50% chance of claiming the dungeon for themselves. Not to mention, with the massive loss that the various guilds of Star Moon City had just suffered, nobody was capable of hindering Ouroboros and Zero Wing. Given some time, the odds that the two guilds would claim the Stoneclaw Mountains would rise to 70% to 80%. It seems that I really underestimated Black Flame. However, ultimately, Star Moon City is still the Star Alliance's territory. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros have obtained Stone Forest Town, they should not even dream of monopolizing the Stoneclaw Mountains, Galaxy Pass said, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Let's return to Star Moon City for now. Purple, contact the other guilds and have them spread the news about the Stoneclaw Mountains. I want to see just how Zero Wing and Ouroboros intend to swallow up the Stoneclaw Mountains. Time passed quickly. After Shifeng toyed around with the various large guilds for 2 hours, he immediately used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, Shifeng did not return directly to the guild residence. Instead, he brought the town token of Stone Forest Town to the Adventurers Association. Chapter 662 Guild Town. Ever since players had started paying attention to the guard system, the Adventurers Association had seen increased traffic with every passing day. Many players who were not proficient in battles had focused their attention on NPC guards. Many were also taking advantage of this growing popularity to make a fortune for themselves. At this point, physical class bronze guards sold for 120 gold. The selling price for a magical class bronze guard, on the other hand, was over 300 gold. Meanwhile, physical class mysterious iron guards sold for 600 gold, not to mention magical class mysterious iron guards. As long as one managed to obtain a physical class mysterious iron guard, a player could easily get rich overnight if they sold said guard. Hence, more and more players came to the Adventurers Association to test their foresight and luck. As a result, the Adventurers Association was packed every day with players who would chat idly while waiting for their turn, and the Adventurers Association had become the #1 source of information in every city. Many independent players would come to the Adventurers Association to either exchange or collect information regarding God's domain. Before Shifeng even entered the building, he had already heard plenty of people discussing the Stoneclaw Mountains. A regional dungeon appeared over at Star Moon City. I heard that even the small mobs there drop magic crystals. It can't be true, right? Shouldn't it just have a slightly higher drop rate compared to team dungeons? Ha ha ha. This is something else that I heard from a friend of mine over at Star Moon City. Because of the Stoneclaw Mountains, every guild in Star Moon City is in chaos. The guilds even waged war a few hours ago. In the end, the various large guilds suffered tremendous losses. For now, the Stoneclaw Mountains remain unclaimed. Currently, as long as you are level 30, even an independent player can enter the dungeon freely. It's a pity that my level is still too low. Otherwise, I would have been grinding for magic crystals there already. I've also found out about this matter from one of my friends who's in a guild. According to him, you can obtain 1 or 2 magic crystals just by grinding inside the Stoneclaw Mountains for an hour. The efficiency there is higher than even in a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Currently, guilds in the various cities across the kingdom are organizing teams to set out for the Stoneclaw Mountains. All of you have outdated information. There aren't just magic crystals inside the Stoneclaw Mountains. The monsters inside also drop plenty of level 30 or above top-tier equipment. The potential income there is much higher than even from large-scale team dungeons. Not to mention the cities in Star Moon Kingdom. Many players from the surrounding kingdoms and Black Dragon Empire are also heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. The rumors immediately tempted the many players inside the association who heard about the Stoneclaw Mountains. Unfortunately, none of them had reached level 30 yet. Otherwise they too could get a share of the pie. They've released news about it already? Shifeng smirked faintly. Unfortunately, doing so is useless with Stone Forest Town under his control. The Stoneclaw Mountains were practically in his hands already. There were bound to be unreconciled guilds that would try to stir up some trouble. However, these guilds did not truly know what Stone Forest Town's becoming a guild town signified. Upon Shifeng's entry into the Adventurers Association's reception hall, Aqua Rose, who had long since been waiting for him, immediately walked up to him. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Guild leader, we've struck gold this time." Shifeng simply laughed in response, not bothering to probe deeper into Aqua Rose's words as he led the woman up to the second floor. The hall on the first floor catered to individual players, while the one on the second floor specialized in managing guild affairs. Guild leader, are you not curious about what we found inside the treasury? Aqua Rose pouted slightly. Originally, she had wanted to tease Shifeng a little bit with the answer. She had not expected Shifeng to be completely uninterested. The harvest they gained from Stone Forest Town this time was more bountiful than the one from Creek Town. Just the amount of coins they obtained exceeded 3,000 gold. There were also more than 400 Tier 1 magic scrolls, over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, over 2,000 magic crystals, over 1,000 Tier 1 gemstones, and over 300 Tier 2 gemstones. In addition, they had found a large number of rare materials as well as many level 50 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Normally, such a harvest would require a very long time for Zero Wing to amass. However, they had managed to get it from just a single town battle. If the other guilds knew, the various guild leaders would most likely die from anger. Yet Shifeng remained utterly indifferent to it. Have you brought the money? Shifeng turned around and asked Aqua Rose. Have retrieved the money from the guild and the candlelight trading firm. Aqua Rose nodded, then handed all the coins to Shifeng. Before she had come to the Adventurers Association, Shifeng had tasked her with making a trip to the candlelight trading firm to collect all the funds the trading firm had earned recently. She had also retrieved Zero Wing's income from guild quests when Aqua Rose was collecting the money. Despite having been an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, a long-established first-rate guild, even she received a fright. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually possessed that much money. There was a total of 13,000 gold. Not to mention one first-rate guild, even 3 or 4 first-rate guilds combined would not possess that much liquid funds, including what I have here. It should be enough. Shifeng accepted the money and quickly arrived before a counter. Greetings, Lord Count. How may I be of service to you today? The blonde NPC beauty asked with a smile. I wish to construct a guild town. Here is the town token, Shifeng said, placing the town token on the countertop. A moment, please. After the NPC clerk accepted the town token, she began manipulating the crystal ball on the counter. This is the town token for Stone Forest Town. Stone Forest Town is situated within the Star Moon City region. If you wish to construct a guild town, you will have to pay a registration fee of 6,000 gold as well as a basic construction fee of 5,000 gold. In the future, you will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 5,000 gold. Does my lord wish to hire any guards? Yes. Shifeng nodded. Okay. The offers we have here are as follows. 10 level 150 common guards for 10 gold per 3 days, 10 level 150 elite guards for 50 gold per 3 days, 10 level 150 tier 1 guards for 100 gold per 3 days, and 10 level 150 tier 2 guards for 300 gold per 3 days. May I know how many guards my lord wishes to employ? The NPC clerk reported. Meanwhile, standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose was shocked when she heard these prices. She never imagined that hiring guards would be so costly. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that their guild could get these guards only because they had just established the town. Once 15 days passed, they would no longer receive such a treatment. I'll hire 300 common guards, 40 elite guards, and 10 tier 1 guards for 15 days. Shifeng replied after making a rough estimate based on the size of Stone Forest Town. Normally, a town of such a size required around 500 NPCs. However, he lacked funds at the moment, thus he could hire only this many. Okay. The total is 15,000 gold. However, as my lord is a count of the city, you receive a 10% discount, lowering the total to 13,500 gold. The NPC clerk said, smiling. In contrast to the sincere smile on the female NPC's face, Aqua Rose had an extraordinarily gloomy expression on her face right now. If Shifeng were not a count of White River City, entitling him to a 10% discount, the money she brought definitely would not have been sufficient. However, Shifeng paid the 13,500 gold without hesitation. After all, he knew full well that, compared to the money he just spent, he would earn even more money from Stone Forest Town in the future. The wealth a guild town could bring was originally quite daunting already, not to mention Stone Forest Town with its close proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Chapter 663. Preparing a Town. After handing over 13,500 gold, the NPC clerk handed Shifeng a deed. With this deed, Stone Forest Town would only belong to Shifeng from this point forward. He could construct any building he desired within the town's confines without restriction. I finally have some capital. Shifeng was inwardly overjoyed as he looked at the deed of Stone Forest Town. There were countless guilds in God's domain. If a guild wanted to stand on its own feet, it first needed its own guild residents. If a guild wanted to develop and flourish, then it needed its own guild town. A guild was a massive machine. A machine that required a large sum of money to operate and maintain. Although a guild could earn a lot of money through trading firms during the early stages of the game, it was chump change compared to what a guild town could generate. However, as players reached higher levels, they would have more sources to earn an income. Hence, coins would depreciate as time passed. Meanwhile, guild towns were different. A guild could construct various establishments in their own town. A town also offered a wide array of business models for the guild. Guild towns were different from NPC towns that only accepted coins. In guild towns, the ruling guild could even require credits as payment. In God's domain, NPC towns were very restricting. For example, it was extremely difficult for players to purchase their own houses or shops. However, guild towns did not have those restrictions. Only money was necessary. Furthermore, guild towns were generally constructed off the beaten path, providing players on the front lines a place to rest and reorganize without needing waste time traveling back to cities. It was especially true for a strategic town like Stone Forest Town. It was very easy to lure players to the town. Most likely, once the town began operating, its player traffic would even surpass White River City. One could easily earn a ton of money just by opening a small shop there, not to mention the money one could earn from controlling the entire town. Unfortunately, in order to develop the town, Shurfeng needed to construct various buildings such as restaurants, an auction house, an adventurers association, shops, bars, hotels, and other establishments. The cost would be significant. I need more money. Shurfeng could not help but sigh as he considered the cost. The various large guilds in Starmoon City were of the mind that, as long as they obtained Stone Forest Town, they could easily earn a large sum of money. If these guilds really had obtained Stone Forest City, most likely, the only thing they would have done was stare at it. Aside from the construction cost of various lifestyle buildings, just the basic construction and registration fees were enough to bleed a first-rate guild dry. Even with Zero Wing's financial strength, it would be extremely taxing to operate Stone Forest Town. Afterward, the cost would continue to climb as they prepared to open Stone Forest Town to the public. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, 2 days had gone by. For people in the real world, 2 days was nothing. To players in Starmoon Kingdom, however, they had spent every waking moment grinding to reach level 30 and enter the Stoneclaw Mountains for magic crystals. During these 2 short days, the number of players that had entered the Stoneclaw Mountains had increased significantly. Every guild in Starmoon City had fallen silent as they busied themselves with their own agendas. Acting as if the war at Stone Forest Town had never occurred, Shurfeng had focused solely on reconstructing Stone Forest Town, executing his initial plans for the town. Although Shurfeng could have relegated this task to Aqua Rose, for assurance's sake, he chose to do it himself. After all, he had several carefully considered plans in mind. He was also more familiar with the town's layout. Furthermore, he had his own plans for his guild's future. Hence, it was best if he dealt with the town's reconstruction. In the meantime, Aqua Rose tagged along with Fire Dance's team to raid the 100-man team dungeon, Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. Ordinary dungeons could not compare to the Frost Prison. The bosses inside were all great lords. The least valuable items that dropped in the dungeon were level 30 fine gold equipment. There was also a high chance for dark gold equipment to drop. To current players, such equipment was among the best. Hence, the various large guilds desperately raided dungeons. Of course, they focused on these dungeons for the fame of obtaining first clears, but they also did so to prepare for the Stoneclaw Mountains as an Asura mode regional dungeon. How could the Stoneclaw Mountains be easy? Even these guilds' main forces would find the dungeon difficult to survive. Moreover, they could only grind in the dungeon's outermost region to obtain a large number of magic crystals. They needed to venture further into the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds focused on avenues to improve their equipment. The fastest way to do so was through 100-man team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's dungeon progression thus far was quite efficient. With the power of darkness and the improvements they had gained from challenging the Trial Tower repeatedly, Zero Wing's main force had reached the final boss, the Frost Giant. At this moment, they only needed a little luck to clear the dungeon. The basics should be finished by now. With this, I can finally launch Stone Forest Town. Shurfeng glanced at the time, feeling that construction of the town's basic infrastructure should be complete normally. After a guild obtained a town, the town would have to undergo a construction period of 2 or 3 days. However, in truth, Shifeng had spent most of the time completing Zero Wing's guild residence in Stone Forest Town. Compared to Zero Wing's guild residence in White River City, the guild residence in Stone Forest Town was larger and more extravagant, while Zero Wing's residence in White River City could only accommodate a few tens of thousands of people at one time. The newly constructed guild residence in Stone Forest Town could accommodate up to 100,000 people. Moreover, as Zero Wing was a 2-star guild, there were plenty of 2-star private rooms in the new residence. In comparison, White River City's guild residence did not even have enough private rooms for the guild's core members. Guild leader, here are the materials you requested, Melancholic Smile said as she entered the advanced forging room and unloaded the collection of rare materials onto the large stone table. By this point, Melancholic Smile had become an intermediate forger thanks to the large amount of resources that she had been given access to. Currently, she was very close to becoming an advanced forger. In addition, she was also one of the 8 great intermediate forgers in Star Moon Kingdom. Among these 8 great intermediate forgers, 4 belonged to the Candlelight trading firm. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, not a single trading firm could compete with Candlelight. Good. Notify Coco and the others. We'll be going on a trip in a moment. Shifeng nodded as he stored his plans. He then took inventory of the materials. Melancholic Smile nodded in confusion. She did not understand why Shifeng suddenly wanted her and the others to accompany him. They were simply forgers. They had no combat capabilities whatsoever. Gathering these materials sure took a lot of time. If not for gentle snow, who knows how long it would have taken. After confirming that nothing was missing, Shifeng smiled satisfactorily. These were the materials he needed to construct a teleportation magic array. Every one of these items was extremely rare, even to large guilds. Gentle Snow had only obtained these materials for Shifeng after using her personal connections, following which, Shifeng stored the materials and led Melancholic Smile and the others toward Stone Forest Town. Arriving in Stone Forest Town, the town was no longer a gathering place for red names. All around, one could see level 150 guards patrolling the streets. Any player who wished to attack Stone Forest Town had to go through them first. Level 150 guards. Even a common guard at this level could kill current players instantly, not to mention Tier 1 and Tier 2 guards. Even an army of hundreds of thousands of players would fail to capture the town now. Chapter 664 New Residents. The construction of Stone Forest Town's basic infrastructure was finally complete. A massive, 8-story tall building dominated the town's heart. Zero Wing's 6-winged guild emblem graced the front of this building, and even from afar, one could see it clearly. This fortress-like superstructure was none other than Zero Wing's new guild residence. Aside from Zero Wing's residence, the second most eye-catching architecture was a 7-story shop. Shifeng had prepared this for the Candlelight trading firm. To construct this shop, Shifeng had paid a total of 1,500 gold in material fees. Fortunately, he was in charge of the town. Otherwise, the price of the land alone would have emptied Zero Wing's coffers. The town also possessed plenty of 2-story buildings for other players to use. If not for his lack of funds, Shifeng would have preferred 5-story buildings rather than 2-story. After all, these buildings were all within Stone Forest Town's golden area. The taller the building was, the more he could charge in rent. Shifeng had specifically designed the town to allow its main street to lead towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. Any players that entered the town with intentions of heading towards the Stoneclaw Mountains would have to travel down the main street. Hence, the flow of traffic would have to pass by these shops, ensuring that they would not go unnoticed. Furthermore, Shifeng had also constructed a hotel and smithy, infrastructures that were most important to players. Only, as his funds were limited at the moment, the hotel and smithy were quite ordinary. He could only reconstruct them in the future. When Melancholic Smile saw the town, her eyes instantly lit up. Although she did not participate in any combat, she was well informed. She had long since known that Zero Wing had taken control of Stone Forest Town. However, she had never imagined that Zero Wing would be capable of so much. The Candlelight Trading Firm's 2-star shop in White River City was only 5 stories tall. Yet the shop here was 7 stories tall. Moreover, it occupied a much larger area. Not only could the shop here accommodate many more lifestyle players, but there was also no need to fuss about lacking space for a warehouse at this point. The Candlelight Trading Firm was developing faster and faster. Although they had set up branches in many important cities, there was simply not enough space to store the materials they collected due to Shifeng's hoarding requests. After they had filled their shop's warehouses, they had no choice but to rent warehouses from the bank. However, such a massive shop in Stone Forest Town would solve much of their storage problem. Sherfong quickly led Melancholic Smile and the others to Zero Wing's new guild residence. This is the design for the teleportation magic array. Take a look. I hope that you can manufacture it as soon as possible, Sherfong said as he revealed the design. Any player, regardless of class, could manufacture the teleportation magic array. Only, as the manufacturing process was too complex and cumbersome, it was not a job for a single person. Moreover, highly skilled forging players would have a higher success rate with the teleportation array. Hence, Sherfong asked Melancholic Smile and the other intermediate forgers to construct it for him. Teleportation magic array design? Everyone was thunderstruck. Although they were not combat players, they knew full well just how valuable a teleportation magic array was. Their trip to Stone Forest Town had proven this. In total, they had spent over 10 hours traveling from White River City to Stone Forest Town. There were only 48 hours in a day in God's domain, and most players would only be online for roughly 20 to 30 of those hours. Hence, it was extremely frustrating to spend more than 10 hours on travel. Unfortunately, players had no choice but to travel here, as this was the leveling map for players level 30 and above. The Stoneclaw Mountains also loomed nearby, reminding players of the benefits it offered if there were a teleportation magic array. However, many things would become easier if they constructed a teleportation magic array in Stone Forest Town. They could teleport between the town and other cities. They could save more than 10 hours of travel time. While others wasted more than 10 hours of their day, they could use that time to focus on more important matters. It would be extremely easy to shake off the other guilds. However, what no one knew was that Sherfong had other plans for the teleportation array in this town. The teleportation magic array's manufacturing process is so complex. Cream Coco's interest was more than piqued. When forging weapons and equipment, forgers would often engrave runes or other strange images on the items. She was absolutely clueless about the meaning behind these runes and images. However, as they played an important role in determining her forging success rate, she often retreated to the library for research. Unfortunately, what she could learn from the library was limited. Although she had learned plenty, her understanding of runes and images was still half-baked. The teleportation magic array was intensely magical. The array utilized a massive number of runes and images. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary forging designs. The design referred to many concepts that were not available in the library's database. Guild leader, this will be a massive undertaking. With the few of us here, it will take a very long time to complete. Melancholic Smile laughed bitterly after a brief examination of the design. I know. However, the teleportation magic array is exceptionally difficult to manufacture. Even basic forgers will struggle to meet the minimum requirements. Hence, I've asked the few of you, after you discuss and distribute the tasks, make a photocopy of the part of the design you will work on and find me for the materials you require. Sherfong had already predicted that his forgers would need a lot of time to complete the task. However, he would rather waste a little time than deal with unnecessary failures. Fortunately, the teleportation magic array was an assembly of parts. Even if Melancholic Smile and the others failed to manufacture certain parts, they would not need to restart the process from scratch. However, the materials he had on hand were limited. He really did not dare risk letting basic forgers try their hand. After Melancholic Smile and the others finished splitting up the workload and photocopied the teleportation magic array design, Sherfong stored the design and headed towards the first floor's lounge. The teleportation magic array design was different from ordinary designs. It was not a learning type design. After a player clicked to learn an ordinary design, said design would become useless, and the player would have learned to produce the item recorded. However, the teleportation magic array design could not be learned in such a way. Players could only mimic the procedures recorded. Moreover, the design was a consumable item. Once players completed all procedures and managed to manufacture the teleportation magic array, it would not be functional yet. The actual design was needed to activate the teleportation array because the design itself contained special magic. This special magic was required to fix the teleportation coordinates to the array in question. The teleportation magic array design could be used to fix transfer coordinates up to 10 times. The design did not allow players to learn and produce an unlimited number of teleportation magic arrays. Inside the guild's lounge, Sherfong retrieved a magic scroll. However, unlike ordinary magic scrolls, which were only the size of a book, this magic scroll was as large as he was. Sherfeng had spent 300 gold to obtain this magic scroll. Its function was to bind coordinates. It allowed guild members to use transfer scrolls to teleport to the guild residence they were bound to previously. As Zero Wings guild residents occupied White River City, even without using a transfer scroll, Zero Wings members could just use a return scroll to return to White River City. Hence, this magic scroll would have only been a waste of money. However, things were different now that Zero Wing had a residence in Stone Forest Town. Even if the town did not possess a teleportation array, guild members could simply purchase a transfer scroll from the guild hall and teleport to Stone Forest Town. Chapter 665 New Discovery. The Stoneclaw Mountains outermost region. Due to the Star Alliance's advertising, the stream of players rushing towards the Stoneclaw Mountains increased by the minute. Even experts from the surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire arrived in droves. Although there was a minimum level requirement of 30 to enter the regional dungeon, easily more than 50,000 players had pushed into the Stoneclaw Mountains thus far. Moreover, as time passed, this number would continue to increase. Boss Red, there's a half-orc settlement ahead of us. The settlement houses over 300 elite half-orcs and over 20 special elites. There are also 4 Wolfman chieftains and 1 Wolfman lord. A settlement? Redfeather smiled. Excellent. Notify Willow's team immediately. If we combined our strength, we should be able to take down the settlement. Although the Stoneclaw Mountains were a treasured land, that did not mean that players could obtain magic crystals and equipment easily. After experimenting for some time, the various large guilds had discovered certain patterns compared to monsters in settlements. The dungeon's roaming monsters were far less profitable. The difference in drop rate for magic crystals was particularly massive. Often enough, the harvest one could obtain after taking down a single monster settlement could top even an entire day's worth of income for a 100-man team. However, settlements were extremely rare. Moreover, even a 100-man team would find it very difficult to take down a settlement. Normally, when a team managed to discover a settlement, they could only circle and watch. However, the Star Alliance did not need to waste their time. Boss Red, my equipment had already reached the red caution line. I doubt the remaining durability will last me through a big battle. A shield warrior spoke up after seeing the warning sign beside his equipment's durability. The Stoneclaw Mountains terrain was complex. Not only were there a large number of monsters here, but the monsters were also quite powerful individually. If a team were too large, not only would they monsters discover them easily, but they would also set off a chain reaction, making it harder for the team to survive. Ever since the battle for Stone Forest Town, the Star Alliance's overall strength had decreased significantly. Fortunately, their top combatants had not received any damage, so the guild's loss did not affect their progression in 100-man team dungeons and the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the half-orcs in the Stoneclaw Mountains were very powerful. Their armor breakability had caused players massive headaches. Equipment that normally lasted for a long time would drop to a critical durability after only a dozen or so battles. If an item's durability reached 0, repairing it would no longer be possible. At that time, it could only be disassembled for its raw materials. In truth, it wasn't just the lead MT's equipment that had reached a critical point. The equipment of the other MTs and melee players in Redfeather's team had also reached a critical level. Weapons and equipment were different. One could recover a weapon's durability through advanced whetstones. However, there were no items available that could recover equipment's durability. Players could only bring their equipment to a smithy for repairs. This was also why players did not normally pay much attention to their equipment during battle. Players would typically attack and defend with their weapons. Very rarely would their equipment receive a blow. Hence, their equipment's durability decreased slowly. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were different. Their armor breakability already made them fairly powerful, but they also possessed relatively high intelligence. They would often find opportunities to strike at a player's vital points, quickly decreasing their equipment's durability. What about your backup equipment? Redfeather frowned slightly. I've used it already. This is my final set. The shield warrior was also quite frustrated after entering the Stoneclaw Mountains. The various large guilds quickly discovered that the dungeon exhausted their equipment's durability. It was especially true for the MTs. Hence, they had specifically prepared multiple sets of equipment in advance to replace their equipment when needed. However, after one day of grinding, They had exhausted their backup equipment. Damn it. A round trip will take us an entire day. If we wait, some other team will snatch this settlement, Red Feather growled with frustration. He then asked, what about the party that was sent to replace our equipment? Everyone knew how much trouble it was to go back and forth to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Hence, the various large guilds had arranged parties to deliver replacement equipment for their teams to save time. Boss, I just asked, and the supply party says that it'll take them another 8 hours or so to reach the dungeon's entrance. 8 hours? Red Feather doubted that this settlement would remain undiscovered for another 8 hours. At this point, the number of teams that came to grind for magic crystals continuously increased. Although the Star Alliance had the home ground advantage, it was only slightly stronger than the first-rate guilds of the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Not to mention, even the super first-rate guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had joined the party. We'll retreat and meet up with the supply party. Have Willow's team watch over this half-orc settlement. We must not let someone else obtain it. Saying so, Red Feather prepared his team to leave the Stoneclaw Mountains. Since the lead MT's equipment was already in the red, it would not be wise to engage in battle. And since they could not participate in fights, their best option was to meet up with the supply party at the same time. The various teams around the Stoneclaw Mountain struggled with the same headache. If they used level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, they could replace the items as often as they wanted to. However, the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were just too powerful and numerous. Without level 30 fine gold or above equipment, they would not last long. If they used secret silver equipment, the equipment could become scrap at any given moment. Yet, level 30 fine gold or above equipment was simply too rare. The various large guilds could only secure a limited stock. Hence, each team possessed very little backup equipment. Most teams were usually forced to rest after grinding for half a day, only to resume after their supply parties arrived. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, the town, which had been heavily guarded and had refused entrance to outsiders, suddenly removed the ban. The guards that usually patrol the town's perimeter gone. Hey, look over there. Independent players are entering and leaving Stone Forest Town. The various guild supply parties quickly discovered the change. Unable to help their curiosity, some of these players approached the town. Originally, Stone Forest Town had not possessed a tall exterior wall. Ever since the town fell into Zero Wing's control, the Adventurers Association had automatically built one for the town, making it difficult for players to investigate the situation inside. Zero Wing's guild residence is huge. Isn't that the Candlelight Trading Firm? It's in operation already? There's a hotel over there. Quick look. There's a smithy. The players who entered the town were immediately mesmerized. Just a few days ago, Stone Forest Town had been a pile of ruins, yet the town had become brand new and offered far more than it had previously. Crap. I need to notify the guild. Zero Wing is amazing. It's only been a few days and already they have a smithy and hotel. Compared to the majestic guild residence and trading firm, the players that entered Stone Forest Town paid more attention to the two facilities that could repair their equipment and allow them to recover their stamina and concentration very quickly. News about Stone Forest Town spread to every team in the Stoneclaw Mountains, shocking the various guilds. After Sherfong had obtained the town token, the guilds had launched an extensive investigation on the town's construction. However, they were immediately flabbergasted. Nobody could have imagined that constructing a town was actually so expensive. The initial investment alone required cost over 10,000 gold. If one wanted the town to operate properly, they would have to spend even more money. Most likely, even though Zero Wing was very wealthy, it would be a long time before the guild could operate Stone Forest Town. None of the guild would have ever imagined that Zero Wing could get the job done in just a few days. Chapter 666 Shocking Income. What? Stone Forest Town is open to outsiders? And it has a smithy that can repair equipment. When the various teams in Stoneclaw Mountain received this information, they acted as if they had just found out that the sky was falling. Stone Forest Town was just an hour away from the Stoneclaw Mountains. Even a round trip would just take 2 hours. It was far less time compared to the supply parties that took over 10 hours to travel from Star Moon City. Let's go. We're going to Stone Forest Town. The leaders of the various teams immediately issued orders upon receiving this news and quickly made their way to Stone Forest Town. In truth, they were going to Stone Forest Town not just to repair their equipment, but to hasten their stamina and concentration recovery as well. The recovery rate in the field tents was just too slow. In just a few hours, the previously quiet stone forest town became very lively. Guild leader, I understand sheltering Ouroboros' members, but why are you allowing everyone to rest in town? Aren't we giving away our advantage? Aqua Rose asked in confusion. Currently, she stood on the guild residence's observation deck, looking down at the members of the various large guilds. Seeing their merry spirits, it looked as if they were celebrating New Year's Eve. Although more guilds gathered in the Stoneclaw Mountains as time passed, none of them had any chance of capturing Stone Forest Town. If they limited entry to Zero Wing and Ouroboros' members, both guilds could obtain far more magic crystals than their competitors. At that time, they could definitely nurture experts much faster than the other guilds and could use the opportunity to widen the gap between themselves and the other guilds. Yet, now, after struggling through so many challenges to reconstruct the town, Shifeng chose to permit entry to everyone. How were they supposed to widen the gap now? You're placing too much importance on the profit right before your eyes. At the end of the day, the Stoneclaw Mountains is only a regional dungeon. It is not the only place players can obtain magic crystals. Moreover, as everyone's levels increase, the various guilds' core members will be able to use mounts at level 40. At that time we will regain our lead, Shifeng said, laughing. Moreover, I didn't build this town just so we could obtain more magic crystals. It's also meant to earn money for the guild. Earn money? Aqua Rose was confused. Although we have the advantage of owning the town, most likely, the various large guilds will use the consumables they produced rather than purchase the items from the candlelight trading firm. How are we supposed to make money? Look at the smithy. Shifeng pointed towards the smithy in the distance. At the moment, there was a very long line outside of the smithy. That's where we'll make our money. Currently, there were several hundred players outside the smithy. Every one of them carried an entire team's worth of equipment. Several hundred players meant several hundred 100-man teams' equipment. One could just imagine how profitable the equipment repair business was. However, we don't claim the smithy's repair fees. We only collect taxes. Aqua Rose was even more confused now. We collect a fixed tax. However, don't forget that all the properties in the town are under our control. I have merely hired NPCs to man the smithy and repair equipment. As for prices, I have the final say, Shifeng explained with satisfaction. Hence, I've tripled the smithy's repair fees. These players can decide whether or not they want to pay the fee to repair their equipment. Aqua Rose gasped. She then said, "Triple? Why would anyone agree to that?" It was not cheap to repair a piece of equipment. Repair fees were a guild's largest expenditure. Raising the fees to 3 times the original price would be fatal to a guild. That's the point. I don't want them to spend coins to repair their equipment because, aside from paying triple the original repair fee, there is another method of payment. This is something that can only be done in a guild town. Not only is it possible to pay for items and services using credits in a guild town, but it is also possible to use certain items such as magic crystals as a form of currency. Shifeng smiled faintly. If they pay with magic crystals, considering the current market value, the repair fees will only cost 1.5 times the usual rate. Meanwhile, all of the magic crystals the smithy receives will belong to us. We just need to pay some coins in return. Before this, Shifeng had already received a report from Ouroboros regarding the income of the various guild teams, and had set the repair fees accordingly. If he set the repair fees at market rate, their rival guilds would gain the advantage. Meanwhile, 1.5 times the market rate was just barely within the various large guilds' budgets. Hence, the guilds who had lined up outside the smithy to repair their equipment were gnashing their teeth while they waited, with more than 10,000 pieces of equipment needing repairs. Just how many magic crystals would it cost? Doesn't that mean that the various large guilds are currently earning magic crystals for Zero Wing? A realization suddenly struck Aqua Rose. It was no wonder why Shifeng so generously allowed the various guilds to enter Stone Forest Town compared to grinding for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains themselves. Not only would they earn far more magic crystals by letting the various large guilds grind for them, but they could also save plenty of time and manpower. This is just the start. Soon they will discover that, the moment they set foot in Stone Forest Town, the magic crystals in their inventory cease to belong to them. Shifeng had never intended to monopolize the Stoneclaw Mountains for himself. With so much free labor available, Why should he waste the time of Zero Wing's core members? In fact, the hotel and leisure centers employed a similar business model as well. These establishments' prices were set according to normal rates if one paid with magic crystals, but double when using coins. In other words, Stone Forest Town had already become a goldmine for magic crystals based on Shifeng's initial estimates. The town could earn more than 2,000 magic crystals in a single day. Moreover, as time progressed and more players entered the town, this number would increase. If it were up to Zero Wing's main force and the Dark God's Legion to grind for magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, even if they slaved all day, they would never obtain 1,000 magic crystals, let alone 2,000 with a steady income of 2,000 magic crystals each day from Stone Forest Town. In addition to the magic crystals the guild normally obtained from dungeons, Shifeng could support Zero Wing's massive daily expenditures. Otherwise, the magic crystals Shifeng had accumulated previously would last for only so long. Meanwhile, the various large guilds in Stone Forest Town were complaining about and gnashing their teeth at Zero Wing. However, they were utterly helpless against the guild as Stone Forest Town was under Zero Wing's control. Helpless, they could only hand over a portion of the magic crystals they had obtained. After all, they could earn more magic crystals during the time they saved by traveling here rather than to Star Moon City. Overall, they would still earn more than they had been after Shifeng finished with Stone Forest Town's affairs. He passed the management of the town's daily affairs to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City to focus on claiming the first clear of the Frost Prison as a 100-man team dungeon. The Frost Prison was incredibly difficult even until now. One could count on a single hand the number of guilds that had obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard-mode team dungeon throughout God's domain. As for Star Moon Kingdom, no one had earned this achievement yet. This was not due to everyone lacking appropriate equipment. Rather, it was because everyone's combat techniques were not up to snuff. Even Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smiles experts had quite a ways to go before meeting the minimum requirement. Hence, the various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom were all stuck at the final boss of their respective 100-man team dungeons. Precisely because of this, Shifeng had never bothered leading Zero Wing's team to raid the Frost Prison. Now, however, the situation